Block 1 Audiobook title, Immortal Taoist, 01-148 by Hell Lily. 1. Mortals. In the Yuan dynasty imperial capital, a young girl stood with deep eyes. She was clothed in a black robe with long hair which fell on her shoulders. Melancholic feeling exuded from her body, making one wonder who she was. This girl was Elias Raven. She wasn't someone from this world. In reality she grew up on Earth and was an up-and-coming university student. But all was changed when she was hit by a truck on her way from school to wake up in an ancient-looking bedroom. After she opened her eyes she was suddenly bombarded with memories. From then on her soul fused with the Elias Raven in the imperial city. But her identity wasn't simple. Her father is the prime minister of the Yuan dynasty and is looked favorably by the emperor. Thus Elias Raven had been given time to come to terms of her situation. Thanks to her father's position, Elias Raven had access to a lot of information about what kind of world she is in, and from what she saw it looks like ancient China. She also discovered something which made her especially excited. In this world immortal cultivation exists. It's common knowledge amongst the masses. For example, Elias Raven is already being recruited by a sect, and both her father and mother could cultivate, and she also knows that the imperial family is a major family from a sect of immortals. It's tomorrow that I will be beginning my cultivation journey. Elias Raven is rather excited about that since she arrived in this world. I mean, who wouldn't want to be immortal and fly around the sky freely? I loved cultivation novels back on Earth. Back on Earth Elias Raven was an orphan, but in this world she has a family, so she doesn't regret being here. Elias Raven had been walking around the imperial city with some guards for some time and was bored, thus began to walk back to their family's mansion. They lived in the east of the imperial city. Elias Raven arrived back home just in time to eat, but just when she entered her room, she saw a man with his back turned to her. The man exuded a scholarly aura and seems to be someone capable. As he turned you could see that he had a stern face, but when facing Elias Raven only affection was seen from the depth of his profound eyes. This person is Elias Raven's father and the prime minister of the Yuan dynasty, Menglong. Lina, you're here. Menglong had a slight smile on his face as he looked at Elias Raven. His daughter has always been a calm and enigmatic individual since her youth, and she also possessed a noble and stable aura which made her look distinguished. Yes, father, your daughter has just returned. Elias Raven still possesses the memories of the previous owner, thus she knows how to interact with her father. Good. I need to speak to you about something important. The day has finally come for you to start your cultivation, but first let's sit while we talk. He sat down at the table in the room while gesturing for Elias Raven to sit. After observing his daughter for a moment, Menglong nodded his head and began to speak. First let me tell you of the origin of our family. 900 years ago, when our ancestor was saved by an immortal when he was a kid. Back then he didn't even have a surname. He lived his life as an orphan. The immortal took him as a disciple and gave him a name, which then started our family. The sect that our ancestor joined is called the Levitation Sect, but you'll learn more about it in the future when you reach the sect tomorrow to join as an outer sect disciple. No matter who your parents are, no one can skip the stage of outer disciples. For promotion into upper ranks you need to be in a higher realm and make contribution to the sect. Elias Raven's further then paused, then inquired to Elias Raven with his eyes to see if she had any questions. Further, what are the different realms that you speak of? Elias Raven knew what the realms were, but she wanted to know from her father, as realms have different names in different novels. I'm not allowed to tell you too much, but I'll tell you of the first and second realm. The first realm is the Qi gathering realm. The objective in this realm is to absorb spiritual Qi in your body and strengthen your Danshan. Once you reach the peak of the Qi gathering realm you can enter in the foundation realm. But don't rush, even geniuses take 4 years to reach peak Qi gathering realm. After that her father explained other things about cultivation, but Elias Raven without any knowledge of them couldn't understand, thus could only memorize. The father and daughter duo continued to speak for the rest of the day, and Menglong told Elias Raven to go ready herself before the appointed hour. 2. Senior brother and Ming, it's finally time to leave the imperial city. I wonder how life is like in the Levitation Sect. Elias Raven was currently daydreaming as she was dressed by the few servants at her side. In reality, aside from excitement, she also felt pressure because she is going towards an unknown place. In the capital, she didn't fear anything as her father was here, but it would be the first time she would go to a place without protection since she arrived in this world. It was time for her to grow some courage. Thus she calmed herself and her bearing instantly changed from her previous pressured look. She returned to her composed and calm look. Elias Raven then exited the bathroom and directly went toward her father's study, where the two of them began to speak a little more about the details. Lina, don't forget the moment you arrive at the sect you are no longer under my protection. Thus don't be too conceited about others. If it is just a conflict between youngsters I won't interfere, but if someone from the older generation interfere you don't have to worry, I'll take care of it. Meng Long spoke with great confidence. Yes father. Don't worry about it. I know how to conduct myself. In any case, I go there to reach immortality, not to create unnecessary trouble for myself. But if someone wants to step on me he will first have to ask if I agree. In her head, Meng Long began to guess how strong her father could be since he was so confident in himself. All right, then it's time. I don't know when I'll see you again, so take care of yourself. Also take this. Meng Long handed a little pouch to Elias Raven. It's a spatial pouch, or some call it a storage bag. With this you won't have any problem of storage in the future. I've left some things in there but you won't be able to open it before you reach the Chi Gathering realm. Thanks, father. You also need to take care of yourself since you'll be alone in the capital in the future. I'll make you proud and come back home when I have success in my cultivation. Elias Raven also grew a little emotional. It was perhaps due to the soul of the previous owner. All right, then go. Meng Long made 3 seals with his hand and an array began to activate around Elias Raven before she disappeared from the room. Then Meng Long turned around with a slightly sad face before quickly regaining his bearing and leaving the study. At the same time, Levitation Sect, outer sect entrance, a bright array lit up in the center of a square. In the midst of it a young woman appeared. She wore a white robe and exuded noble, a distinguished aura with long black hair that went down to her waist. This person was Elias Raven, who had been sent here by her father. Elias Raven began to look around. The first thing she realized was that she was alone at the foot of a giant mountain. If she isn't mistaken, it should be the Deep Spirit Mountain range at the north of the Yuan dynasty, since her father had told her that she would be sent there. Just as she was looking around, Elias Raven heard a buzzing sound in the sky, and when she looked up she saw a man clothed in a black robe standing atop a flying sword descending towards her. Oh, hey Junior, I waited for some time. Good to finally meet one. My name is Ren Ming. I'm an inner disciple of the sect on a mission to escort the new disciples to the test area. The man seemed to have a friendly disposition, but Elias Raven didn't lower her guard. Instead she just politely responded, "Hello senior. This one's name is Elias Raven. I came here today to join the sect. I'll follow your instruction." From what Elias Raven had heard from her father, the first 2 realms of cultivation were Chi Gathering Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm. It was a pretty simple system similar to a lot of novels she had read in her previous life, so she was able to imagine what strength someone like Ren Ming, who was an inner disciple and most likely a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, possessed. Thus she was respectful when she replied, "All right, then let us go. Elder Meng is the one who will conduct the test to the new disciple this year. He is a pretty gentle person, so don't worry too much about it." After he finished speaking, Ren Ming brought Elias Raven flying along with him toward the recruitment hall. Elias Raven looked mystified at the sight of her flying, even though it wasn't her own doing. It was the dream of countless humans back on Earth, and she had just accomplished it after only a month in this world. She already couldn't wait to enter the Foundation Establishment Realm. "Here we are Junior. We will meet again when you enter the inner sect. See you another time if fate allows it." Ren Ming brought Elias Raven to the recruitment hall and then swiftly departed on his flying sword. "Thanks for the trip, senior." Elias Raven respectfully clasped her hands and fist before turning around and entering the recruitment hall. "All right." Elias Raven took a deep breath as her figure disappeared behind the door of the recruitment hall. 3. Spiritual Route. When Elias Raven entered the recruitment hall, she saw an elderly man sitting cross-legged at the center of the room. This should be Elder Meng. After she thought of this, Elias Raven immediately cupped her hands and fist and saluted toward the elder. "Greetings Elder." Despite standing in front of a man who could kill her in an instant, Elias Raven remained calm, and it was noticed by the elder, who showed a rather surprised expression. Usually, the new disciples would be stressed or at least nervous when entering the room, but the young woman before him looked at him calmly as if nothing unusual happened. There was even a trace of excitement hidden in the depths of her eyes. Go sit there, I'll begin the test. Elder Meng then pointed at a straw mat and then began to explain. This test will determine how far you can go in your future cultivation. In reality, we already know that you'll be able to start cultivation because of your background, but we don't know what your potential is. Potential for cultivation is not that important, as long as you have willpower. I'll now check the purity of your spiritual root. Elder Meng had the air of a teacher as he began to give Elias Raven some new information. I see, so this isn't a talent-based world. Seeing as both my parents are cultivators, my purity shouldn't be too bad, but I don't know how it is measured. Elias Raven began to think in her head, but she stayed focused while listening to Elder Meng. Seeing the shifts in her gaze, Elder Meng smiled and continued to explain. Spiritual root is formed from the 5 elements. It represents your compatibility to each of the elements and will decide the path you will take in the future. The 5 elements are fire, earth, gold, wood, and finally water. Obviously each element has its strength and weakness, but it is unnecessary to care about it before you achieve some success in your cultivation. Listening to Elder Meng's words, Elias Raven wasn't surprised, as it was something common in cultivation novel. All right, enough about this. It's time to start the test. You don't have to do anything, just let my spiritual energy probe your spiritual root and I'll be able to tell you potential. After saying this, a thin strand of blue chi emerged from Elder Meng's finger and directly entered Elias Raven's body. Elias Raven only felt slightly strange for some time before the sensation disappeared. Not bad. You're only slightly less talented than a genius. I'll tell you about your spiritual root in details. In your case, your spiritual root is as following: water, fire, gold, wood and finally earth. Thus I recommend you to cultivate in this direction, starting with water, in the future, as you would need fewer efforts compared to others. In any case, everyone is the same in the chi gathering realm, so you have some time to think about it. Here, take this and go to your designated chamber. Also take this book. It is the basic chi cultivation method from our sect. On it are the records on how to cultivate in the chi gathering realm. I hope we'll meet again when you obtained some success in your cultivation. After finishing speaking, Elder Meng disappeared from the room and Elias Raven was brought outside of it. All right, it's finally time. Elias Raven's eyes contained traces of excitement and she went directly towards the area indicated by the map. Soon she had arrived in the outer parts of the outer sect and found her designated place. It looked like the cultivation cave she had read about. So this is my place now. All right. It looks pretty good and the scenery outside is also beautiful. In reality, Elias Raven didn't care where she would stay, but seeing the place she was rather happy about it. Elias Raven soon entered the cave and closed behind her using the switch she found in the room. A giant stone blocked the entrance to her cave and some blue stone lit up the inside of the dark cave. These should be luminous stone that father mentioned yesterday. No matter, I should directly begin to cultivate. The faster I reach the foundation building realm, the better it will be. Thus Elias Raven directly sat cross-legged on her stone bed and took out the book she received from Elder Meng, but when she touched it something strange happened. Discovered cultivation method. Basic chi gathering. Initializing Immortal Taoists system. User detected. Elias Raven. System bound. Elias Raven looked stunned when she saw the screen that had appeared before her. It was the legendary system that most transmigrators received when they go to another world. After some time, Elias Raven couldn't help but laugh. With the system, her path to becoming an immortal being should be a lot easier than ever. But she didn't laugh for too long since she didn't know the specific ability of the system. 4. Immortal Taoists system. Elias Raven began to think of how to call out the system. Since the system activated when she touched the cultivation method, it would mean that its purpose is to identify cultivation methods. Elias Raven touched the book again to see if she would be proven wrong. Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level chi cultivation method. Basic chi gathering. Do you wish to learn? Unsurprised by something like this, Elias Raven replied, yes. A massive flood of information began to pour into her brain. Oh! Elias Raven felt a spark in her head with information after information being poured into her brain. After some time passed, Elias Raven began to sort out the information in her head. So this is how you cultivate. I already know the method to circulate chi, plus I don't need to have a high comprehension to learn any cultivation method. Elias Raven became filled with expectations as to what she could do in the future with this system. Looking down at the book with fading shimmering light, the book is not destroyed after learning it as well. That saves me a lot of trouble. Elias Raven began to sit down to try cultivating for the very first time. With her eyes closed, she could feel the air around her with small particles floating here and there. As she let go of her mind, she could see small particles coming towards her in masses with different colors. Utilizing her knowledge of the cultivation method from book, Elias Raven began to focus on the blue particles out of all the different colors. For the first time, Elias Raven began to feel energy. With her body being filled with chi, she circulated throughout her body again and again. Elias Raven gradually lost her perception of time. 7 hours later, with a final breath, Elias Raven stopped her chi circulation. After 7 long hours, Elias Raven opened her eyes to examine her result. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 2 Stage. Experience points: 23,000. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available: Spiritual Root, Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Elias Raven looked at the panel which displayed different things as she noticed something. She was a little surprised at her realm increase. As she just went past the first realm, she could feel incredible power coursing through her body. What surprised her, even more, is the section for her physique which she attributed her easy breakthrough towards. Elias Raven lifted her hand and focused deep into her body, as ever since she first broke through she had this feeling that she had 2 completely different energy sources. Inside her danshin she could feel a small mass of chaotic energy next to her normal chi. She reached out to it to manifest her chi, and an unstable ball of blue chi gathered on her palm, radiating to explode. She immediately stopped her chi circulation to her arm, in which the blue ball of chi vanished. Is that the brute chi faced with the unknown? Elias Raven could only hope to know the answer in the near future. She decided to continue cultivating as she felt it was extremely easy to break through the chi gathering realms. And so after eating a bit, she went on to cultivate for 2 more days before shifting out of her hunger to break through to more realms. She had noticed that after breaking through 3 more realms, impurities in her body were pushed out through her pores and she felt extremely filthy. Feeling disgusted, Elias Raven immediately went to the bathroom to rid herself of the filth. After cleaning up, Memglin finally had time to think of what to do next, as right now if she goes outside she would be showing that she broke through 5 realms in 3 nights. Although Elias Raven is all for it, she knows how dangerous the cultivation world could be. From jealousy to human furnace, most cultivators take advantage of the situation to benefit themselves, and the levitation sect does not have a good reputation. From what Father was saying, Elias Raven began to think of ways that people could exploit her. She had to avoid showing her cultivation realm to outsiders for now. Let's see what this system can do, thought Elias Raven, as she had not explored all the system had to offer. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 5 Stage. Experience points: 206,000. System Coin: 0. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available: Spiritual Root, Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Market: Elias Raven went straight to the market tab as she was interested to see what the system had to offer. Chi Gathering Pill: help gather the surrounding chi faster after consuming. 30 system coins. Concealing Talisman: hide the body of the user for 2 minutes. 100 system coins. Luminescent Light: summons an orb of light to follow the user for 30 minutes. 10 system coins. Divine Chi Gathering Pill: summon a heavenly amount of divine chi in your position. Immortal Jade X5. After browsing through the system market of 20 items, Elias Raven finally found what she needed. Cultivation Suppressing Talisman LV.3. The user is able to suppress their cultivation base to the intended target. All below nascent soul is affected. 200 system coins. As she doesn't have any system coins right now, she can only hope that the system Gaka Wheel has the talisman. She left the market tab to try her luck on the system Gaka Wheel, and lo and behold, a small wheel was summoned in front of her, and in the wheel was the talisman with multiple kinds of stuff as well. Dragon Tiger Sword. Soul Wandering Pills X5. LV.1 Alchemist Furnace. Cultivation Suppression Talisman LV.5 Divine Bone Strengthening Pill X2 System Meridian Beginner System Pack Inventory Holy Bruchi Cultivation Technique Immortal Jades X9. This wheel has a higher version of the Cultivation Suppression Talisman, but it also has some really nice stuffs. Elias Raven was elected to find it in the wheel, so she reached out with her hand to spin it, hoping to get the talisman. The wheel sprung for 5 seconds, and with it the hopes of Elias Raven, but unsurprisingly, it didn't land as she had hoped. Beginner System Pack. Floating above her hand is the Beginner System Pack. Do you wish to open the package? Yes, said Elias Raven as her hope was dashed, but she also had expected this. She was not a really lucky person anyways. Received 400 system coins, 20 spirit stones, chi gathering pills X3. Cold Steel Sword. Elias Raven smiled as she expected to see something like this, and with the system coin in hand, she went straight to the system market to buy the Cultivation Suppression Talisman. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 5, Suppressed 1. Experience Points: 206,000. System Coin: 200. Taoist Gaka Wheel: Unavailable. Spiritual Root: Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Market: so it grays out after I buy it, huh? I can finally rest till tomorrow. After looking at her stats, Elias Raven yawned as she finally had a peace of mind to rest. She went to sleep right away before any more surprises could happen. 5. Wild Spirit Beasts. Walking out of her small cave that was situated on the side of the mountain, Elias Raven began to think of what she lacked the most right now as she headed for the outer disciple hall. After having been transmigrated into this world, Elias Raven had never been in any bad situations, so she didn't have to fight since she had her bodyguards and her father to protect her. She knew that what she lacked right now would be experienced in combat, and she had to fix that. Elias Raven reached the outer disciple hall, and the place was bustling with outer sect disciples going about their business. Not wanting to stand out, she walked slowly along the hall looking for the mission board when a girl in a pink dress suddenly approached her. With a smile across her face, she asked, "Are you new here? Do you need anything?" By the aura that the girl is emitting, Elias Raven judged that she was a chi-gathering realm cultivator at the 3rd stage. A little curious, Elias Raven replied, "Yes. And how did you know?" "Oh, I have never seen you before, and I know all outer sect disciples. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Yuyan. Nice to meet you," said the girl with a cheeky smile while a light flashed in her eyes. Elias Raven. "Elias Raven, how can I help you?" "I know about all kinds of information here." "Oh, then can you tell me why most disciples here are talking about encountering weird spirit beasts? That is big news concerning the cultivation world, so you'll have to pay 2,000 spirit stones to know that," said the girl with a cheeky smile. "No thanks. I just came for the mission board," said Elias Raven as she walked past her. She was not looking to get swindled. "Hump, you're no fun." Elias Raven suddenly heard the girl's voice reverberate in her head as she looked back to find nobody there. Looking at her surroundings, she noticed that everyone was going with their business and nobody reacted any differently. What was that? Was that some old grandma? Having read a lot of novels, Elias Raven couldn't stop that thought from filling her head, but right now she has no way of confirming that. Not making sense of the girl in pink, Elias Raven could only put it in the back of her mind as she continued to do what she came here to do in the first place. Looking at the board, on which should be missions pinned with different ranks corresponding to the threat level, Elias Raven could see only rank 1 mission on the board, all of which seemed simple to do, ranging from cleaning the sect to patrolling the perimeter of the sect. Elias Raven searched up and down until she found something that suited her. "I'll get this one." Elias Raven headed to the Westmount Valley, which is one of the locations that the sect uses to gather herbs and plants. The mission was to pick a certain flower, but Elias Raven was not going there just for that. The Westmount Valley has spirit beasts only in the 1st rank, so Elias Raven was going there to test her strength. Westmount Valley. Elias Raven entered the valley with a little bit of expectation, but after 10 minutes of walking around the valley and seeing no spirit beast, she chose to make them come to her instead as she looked for a clearing between the trees to use one of the items she got from the system market. Before coming to Westmount Valley, Elias Raven had bought a few useful things from the system market, one of which was the Beast Attracting Candle. Beast Attracting Candle, LV1. Beasts are attracted to the smell of the candle after it is lit. It releases a sweet smell to spirit beasts. System Coin: 30. Elias Raven lit the candle and the smoke from the candle started to drift into the air. After 5 minutes, Elias Raven saw her first ever spirit beast. It was a normal-looking wolf with a small horn protruding from its head. Growl. Right after appearing, it didn't stop to assess the situation but lunged for Elias Raven right away. Elias Raven felt a palpitating heartbeat and began gathering chi towards her left hand before punching out with all her might toward the wolf's head. Crack. The spirit beast's head burst open, splattering blood all over the place. She had killed it instantly. Whoops. I was too flustered. I should have adjusted my strength to match my enemy. Elias Raven signed and bent down to reach inside the head of the spirit beast to look for the beast core, but alas, her hands came out empty. She was not surprised, as beast cores are only found in extremely rare spirit beasts, 1 in 1,000, so she was not disappointed as she had very little use for it anyways. Before her second opponent appears, Elias Raven wanted to eat, so she wiped her hand off the blood from earlier and took out her cold steel sword to dismember the wolf. Gathering fire chi to light a small fire, she began to cook a skewered piece to eat. And 2 minutes later it was done and looked appetizing. She bit down on it with expectation but quickly spat it out right away as the taste was unbearable. Ugh, why do they taste so bad? A spirit beast's not supposed to be eaten, and here I was thinking I could eat them. Elias Raven thought with a sour face as she was imagining that in the future she would get to try heavenly meat textures like in a lot of those anime shows. Elias Raven started looking around as she realized that the smell of the candle that she had lit had gone out. Not satisfied with the wait, Elias Raven took 2 more candles to light up. A minute later she heard a sound in the bushes to her left, but as she turned to look she saw a shadow below her and she tightened her hold on the cold steel sword to strike up above her. Shrill. There came a scream as a shadow fell on the ground. Elias Raven looked over to see the bleeding figure of a black monkey. Not giving it a chance to get up, Elias Raven gathered chi in her sword to deliver a final slash to the monkey. What kind of spirit beast is this? It was smart enough to distract me. As she was thinking this, from the bush where the noise came from, a shadow sprung out with claws aimed toward her head. What? Totally caught off guard, Elias Raven didn't have time to defend herself as the claws of the monkey arrived at her head when suddenly an aura burst from her body. Peng! The monkey's claws were violently repelled by a chaotic chi around and caused it to move back a little. However, Elias Raven didn't miss the golden opportunity as she raised her sword to slash the monkey with her sword imbued with brute chi. Boom! A small arc of chaotic chi was released from the blade towards the monkey, pulverizing it instantly. As Elias Raven looked at the damage dealt by her attack, she didn't fail to notice that she had been surrounded by more than a dozen monkeys, with one being considerably different than the others. On top of the trees to her left is a monkey with a huge grin on its face, giving off an aura no less than a cultivator at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. Elias Raven looked at all this with a serious look as arcs of chaotic chi released from her body. 6. Fierce battle. Having used 2 candles, Elias Raven was expecting some increase in numbers, but she didn't think it would be this much showing up. Roar. The huge monkey that was twice the size of the others roared, and all the monkeys roared after it. 10 out of the 12 smaller monkeys jumped down from their trees and started to launch an attack against Elias Raven. They charged at her from all directions. Elias Raven had prepared herself for this as she calmed her palpitating heart and jumped towards the monkey closest to her. Her sword that was glowing blue and releasing power threatening to destroy itself easily sliced its target in half and released a sword beam towards the monkey behind the first one. With that wave of chi from the sword, a crack formed at the hilt of the sword. Damn! Elias Raven did not fail to realize the cause as there came a peng sound on her back. Behind her a monkey was squealing as its claw felt the shock from the recoil of its surprise attack. Elias Raven turned and lunged her sword into its neck and slashed horizontally, beheading it entirely. She did not stop at that as she jumped from one monkey to another. She wanted to finish this battle before her brute chi destroys her sword completely. It's only those 3 left, thought Elias Raven as she slashed the last monkey that was attacking her. Up in the trees, the 2 monkeys by the huge monkey yelled and charged it. Roar. They jumped off of the branches and turned to attack her, clawing and biting at her vitals. Clang! Blocking the claws coming towards her and dodging the bites aimed at her head, Elias Raven raised her sword and released powerful chi as she slashed out a wave of chaotic chi towards the monkeys. The attack tore through the torso of one monkey and cut the other one in half. The sword cracked even more as it struggled to contain the brute chi surrounding it. The huge monkey that was watching all this finally moved as it left an after image on the tree it was standing on before completely disappearing from Elias Raven's vision. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine, and before she could react, the monkey lifted up its arm and clawed at her back, releasing chi upon impact. Elias Raven, completely caught off guard, received an attack so powerful that the brute chi protecting her couldn't do a thing against it. She was launched towards a tree as her chi was ripped to shreds. Boom! The tree, barely intact from the crash, fell on the ground and Elias Raven lifted herself up. Her face was pale as she was experiencing pain never felt before. Having received such a fearsome attack, she was momentarily dazed, but realizing the critical situation, she activated her brute chi once more and looked at the huge monkey with hate in her eyes, who knew that a rank 1 spirit beast was this powerful. She began to think that she had been going about this all wrong. She had used her strongest state right at the beginning. Now she had little energy to spare. If she had saved up her brute chi at the beginning, she would have stood a chance, but all was not lost yet as she still survived. And failing to kill me on your first strike is a big mistake, Elias Raven said coldly as she picked up her broken sword that was filled with cracks. She turned and dashed up into the trees. The monkey, with its sneering smile, didn't move to follow. Not until she was 30 meters away did it sprint after her. Elias Raven looked back and smiled a little, having been moving at a shocking speed before. She could tell that the huge monkey was toying with her based on the speed it was following her now. But she was counting on it, as she was not running away blindly. Her goal was a waterfall that was close by. A few more seconds and we'll reach it. Roar! Behind her the monkey roared as if to rile up its prey, but Elias Raven didn't stop nor react to the roar as she kept moving while gathering brute chi on her sword. Seeing no reaction from its prey, the huge monkey became angry and started increasing its speed from 30 meters to 15 in a matter of a second. Elias Raven gritted her teeth and furiously poured chi into her sword while simultaneously taking a talisman out of her storage bag to put on the sword. Almost there, the huge monkey's growl could be heard right behind her as she felt that same chill envelope her as when she was attacked earlier, but unlike earlier, she had a counter this time. She didn't even turn around as she tossed the sword with all her might behind her. Boom! Roar! The cold steel sword, which was full of brute chi, had exploded and the sword shards traveling at super speed launched themselves into the monkey's face, causing it to scream in pain. The huge monkey's roar filled the air as it fell to the ground to cover its face. Shards of blades were lunged inside the whole right side of its face, causing him to have a menacing look. Elias Raven didn't stop to look at the result as she dived deep into water without any hesitation. 7. Formless, the Levitation Sect. Inside the Sect Master's abode, in a room with lavish decorations and bright pearl ornaments, two people are walking out of a teleportation array as element particles shot out of the circle of the array. Walking out of the array was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe and with cold expression, while the other is a young man wearing black clothes with sharp eyes. "So father, why did you want me to come here so suddenly?" the young man asked respectfully. "Little Roo, I brought you here from your sect because I want you to be there from the competition between us and the Raging Fire sect that's going to come up soon," the middle-aged man said with a soft voice. "But father, wouldn't it be better if I just wait for the sect competition between the Breeze sect and the Soul-Shattering sect?" the young man said with confusion. The middle-aged man looked at the young man with a slight pity in his eyes and looked down and said, "Little Roo, I want you to observe this one as your training for the upcoming one in your sect. And I also wanted to see the techniques you inherited from your mother." Further, the young man said with a sad expression as he looked at the middle-aged man, "Your mother's death still troubles me, so I would rather you start here for the competition than be in that sect," the middle-aged man said as he took out a pendant with a small picture of a beautiful woman inside. "Here, I am giving this to you," said the middle-aged man as he handed the pendant to the young man. "But father, isn't this something that you had since childhood?" The young man was slightly shocked as this was something his father never allowed anyone to touch, even his mother, and yet he is giving it to him. Thank you, further I'll make sure to treasure it, the young man said as he touched the pendant with care. Just as the middle-aged man was about to talk, the door to the room opened and a man walked in exuding the aura of a scholar. I sensed you through my spiritual consciousness, Sect Master, so I came as soon as possible, the man said. Long Yi, you came at the right time. Escort Xaru here to the direct disciples' quarters. The middle-aged man lost all of his caring attitude from earlier and went to a majestic Sect Master. The young man, now known as Xaru, didn't find this strange as he stepped out to greet the man that has the scholar air around him. Hello Uncle Yi, how have you been? Long Yi looked at the young man that looks to be 20 years old. His voice had a cold undertone and his aura was heavy too. Young lord, you have progressed fast, said Long Yi with full honesty as he, a cultivator at the peak of the soul-wandering realm, sensed danger from a late-stage cultivator. It's nothing really, said the Xaru as he let out a chuckle. So this is a cultivator from a rank 4 sect. We are miles apart. I wonder how young lord even got into that sect. Long Yi sighed as he wondered how vast the differences between rank 3 sects and rank 4 sects were. Westmount Valley. Inside the waters of the waterfall is Elias Raven. The moment she jumped into the water, she called out inside her mind system, Elias Raven. Special physique, brute chi physique, chi gathering realm 5 stage. Experience points, 287 6000. System coin, 60. Taoist Gaka wheel, unavailable. Spiritual root, water fire gold wood earth. Cultivation methods. Basic chi gathering. Market, boom. Elias Raven suddenly heard a sound up above her, and looking up she could see the disfigured face of the huge monkey. It swam crazy towards her with stretched claws. Elias Raven felt a chill down her spine and went straight to the market section and scrolled towards the very bottom to buy what would help her in this situation. Formless water talisman. When the talisman is attached, it can change one's form to water for a whole day. Only usable in water. 50. System coin. After buying the talisman, she immediately attached it to her body. Elias Raven's body, which was seconds away from death, suddenly glowed blue before turning into nothing. The monkey swiped at nothing but water and couldn't perceive what was going on. Its prey, which was at death's door, was suddenly gone. Roar. The monkey roared out as its eyes glowed red. It was truly mad as its roar sent shockwaves in the water, with the water surrounding it chunking from vibration. Persistent, the monkey stayed in the same area for 5 minutes but with no air and target in sight. It had no choice but to go back up for air. For the next 3 hours on the waterfall the monkey kept smashing and trashing about, and finally, after finding nobody, it could only grunt and go back to its home in the jungle. 3 hours earlier, inside the water of the waterfall, Elias Raven found herself in a peculiar situation as she couldn't feel, talk, hear and see anything. The only thing that she could do was think and move her consciousness slowly in the water, but she was barely able to form clear thoughts. She had become water herself, as if her body had merged with the water. She had no arms and no legs. She had become water itself. She felt like she would go crazy. She only had the small ability to form thoughts, and with what little thought that she had, she kept persisting and trying all kinds methods. Ever so slowly she released her consciousness from one area to another but felt only the weavings of water. 7 hours later, she tried to focus her consciousness inside the waters, but she only found more water. Her consciousness moved so slow that it takes hours to make any real progress. 8 hours later, she moved down, or what she thought was down, and kept moving down for what seems like an eternity. She was down until she couldn't go anymore as she was blocked by the bedrock. 2 hours later, Elias Raven decided to just wait it out as she saw no way out of this slow-moving consciousness. It was at that moment that she suddenly felt something. Her mind became clear as she could finally think, even if it was just a little bit faster than before. 3 hours later, she noticed that if she focused inside the water at the boundaries between the bedrock, that she could feel something. That something was chi, as between the bedrock and the water she could see water and earth chi jumbled up together. She noticed the way they interacted to the microscopic level. In between the water chi and the earth chi there was also a minuscule layer of a different chi between them. It seemed as if there was something that kept the two different type of elements separate, yet also together. 4 hours later, Elias Raven had arrived at a discovery, but as she began to ponder about it, she suddenly felt water. She could see and feel. She could hear her muffled cough blocked by water, and she could feel water invading her mouth. Gasp! She regained her senses in that moment as she surrounded herself with chi to let the water flow around her. At the waterfall, just above the surface of the water, water bubbles came up, and as the bubble broke on the surface of the water, a girl clad in a black and white robe sprung out of the water onto the dry land, drenched in water. Elias Raven had returned to the surface with a scar mark on her back, but with newfound discoveries. She breathed in the refreshing air as she said slowly, "Finally back." 8. Mutation. Elias Raven felt refreshed after coming out of the water. The scar on her back still tingles, but she had learned to bear with it. She looked around the place to find the whole area around the waterfall destroyed, with the huge monkey being the likely suspect. Seeing no trace of life around, Elias Raven was about to call out the system when panels began to appear in front of her. Congratulations for having experienced a slight moment of enlightenment. You have received a reward for achieving your first ever enlightenment. Received Taoist Gaka Wheel Ticket. Received the Formless cultivation method. Do you wish to accept the rewards? Yes. In front of Elias Raven appeared a floating book shimmering with golden lights that faded in and out of existence. One moment it would be releasing the most brilliant light, and the next it ceased to exist from reality. Enlightenment. Elias Raven's thoughts were on the sentence from the system. She couldn't help but think back to when she could suddenly see the chi between the water and earth chi. Speaking of which, Elias Raven went back to the system panel to see what had changed. Elias Raven. Special Physique. Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 5 Stage. Experience Points, 287 6000. System Coin, 10. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available. Spiritual Root. Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Mutated Elemental Chi. Mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation Methods. Basic Chi Gathering. Market. Mutated Elemental Chi, Mud and Erosion. Elias Raven was surprised to see such things in there. She wasn't surprised at the mud being there, as it's the combination of water and earth, but erosion, and for her elemental chi to mutate just from viewing that, she didn't think that was all there was to it. She began focus on there, mud, and lines of text started appearing under there, mud. Water chi combined with earth chi allows the manipulation of thick and heavy mud. She began to ponder before doing the same thing to the erosion. Water combined with earth becomes erosion, the ability to corrode away any and all materials. Does that mean that it would work on me as well? And she noticed the comprehension percentage next to them, meaning that she hadn't comprehended them yet. Elias Raven began to collect her thoughts. She looked at herself and sighed at how unkempt she was looking right now. After finding a hidden place, she cleaned herself up and changed her clothes. Only after doing all that did she start walking towards the sect's direction. 2 days later. Levitation Sect. System. Elias Raven. Special Physique. Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 8 Stage. Suppressed. Experience Points, 4535 6000. System Coin, 10. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available. Spiritual Root. Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Mutated Spirit Root. Mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation Methods. Basic Chi Gathering. Market. The fusion between two different elements, water and earth. That was the discovery that Elias Raven had made 2 days ago. After leaving that waterfall and drying herself with fire chi, Minglin went right back to the sect, her mission having been long forgotten. It was only after getting to the sect did she realize that she hadn't picked up any flowers, but luckily for her there was no sect punishment for failure of missions. She wouldn't officially be considered a sect member before becoming an inner sect disciple. The sect was not strict to the outer sect disciples. However, she liked it that way. Right now Elias Raven was back in her cave cultivating to reach the peak of the chi gathering realm so she could learn the Formless cultivation method. Taking out the book she read, discovered Formless Sect's core high tier cultivation method. Formless cultivation method. Become one with everything under the realm and disappear from the prying eyes of all. Requirements. Experience enlightenment through being formless. Reach foundation cultivation to learn. Having gotten this cultivation method, she wanted to see what she could do with it, but it was not just for that she was dying to have her rematch against that humunky. After tasting defeat for the first time in her life, she had developed an intense hatred for that feeling, so she felt that it should be brought to an end, and what better way than to kill that monkey? Now one might wonder how she was going to find the monkey in that jungle full of spirit beast. The answer to that was in her storage bag. Currently inside of her storage bag is a small talisman glowing. It's this talisman that would lead her to it. Double tracking talisman LV2. After one talisman is attached to a target, the general location of the target can be found using the other 120 system coin. Back then she had used the talisman on the sword and caused it to break and lunged it deep inside the monkey's face. That was why when she came back she began cultivating non-stop. Having been cultivating for 2 days, Elias Raven was able to heal the scar on her back somewhat. But until she gets a healing treatment of some kind, she was going to have to keep that scar on her body. She got up and decided to head to the Outer Disciple Sect Hall. This time to go to the library. She had read up on the spirit beast and the cultivation world a little more. After leaving her cave, she walked towards the Outer Disciple Sect Hall, and along the way she would see Outer Sect disciples going about their business all while not paying attention to her. She reached the hall and began to walk past the mission board. It was only now that Elias Raven noticed that this Outer Sect Hall was a pretty big building. It had the mission board for missions, a training room for any Outer Sect disciple, and even a place where disciples could buy, sell and trade things with each other. After wandering for a few minutes, Elias Raven finally reached the library. She entered and looked around. She could see rows of bookshelves with a counter in front of the door. An old man was sitting behind the counter with a book in hand. He seemed so focused on the book that Elias Raven wouldn't be surprised if he didn't notice if she walked past him. "You can take a book with you from the first floor," Elias Raven heard the old man speak as he finally took his eyes off the book to look at her. After gazing at her, he raised an eyebrow before gazing back at the book in his hand. Elias Raven looked at the old man, who seemed to have lost interest in her, and pondered. She walked towards the rows of bookshelf across the counter, and after looking through rows of bookshelves for about 10 minutes she selected 3 books to take to the counter. "Here," Elias Raven said as she placed the books onto the counter. "Make sure you bring them back here in 3 days' time," said the old man as his eye didn't leave his book. Elias Raven nodded and put them in her storage bag. As she left the library, having gotten what she came here for, she was about to leave to go back to her cultivation cave when she remembered that she would have to learn some techniques and not just rely on her brute chi for battle all the time. So after leaving the Outer Sect Hall, she headed towards the Innermost Sect Hall to look for a suitable technique for herself to learn. "And who knows, maybe if I learned a technique that is better suited for me, I could even multiply my battle power." Elias Raven had these thoughts in her head as she headed towards the innermost part of the mountain. 9. Techniques. The innermost part of the mountain was still considered the Outer Sect because the entire mountain was the Outer Sect Mountain. The Levitation Sect consists of 3 separate mountains, and most of their members are within the Inner Sect Mountain. The Innermost Sect Hall was for only the Outer Sect disciples, but unlike the Outer Sect Hall, it only had the mission board and the lecture hall with just books on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Most of the sect techniques here were low-grade techniques that are commonly seen in the cultivation world. Seeing almost no use in them, the sect held it within the Innermost Sect Hall. Elias Raven walked for a little before arriving at the Innermost Sect Hall. There was a huge crowd gathered at the door, and she had identified them to be Outer Sect disciples forming a circle around the door of the Innermost Sect Hall. Most disciples here were giving off the aura of cultivators from the 7, 8 and 9 stage of the Chi Gathering realm, and at the door were 2 guys that were releasing aura at the peak of the Chi Gathering realm. Both of them were identical young men of roughly 20 years old, and in their hand were spears. Both were silently looking ahead as though they were waiting for something. The Outer Sect disciples were murmuring between themselves, so Elias Raven blended with the crowd as to accurately listen to the gossip going on. "So why are there 2 gate guards here?" "They were not here yesterday," asked a fat disciple at 6th stage of the Chi Gathering realm. "Oh, you didn't hear, Dong-su? Someone stole one of the important techniques from the 3rd floor, so an Inner Sect disciple was tasked with this place," answered a cultivator at the 8th stage of the Chi Gathering realm. "Stole? But how? Isn't Outer Sect elderly here? He was called for a meeting between sect elders today, so he's not here. And take a good look. Those aren't guards, they are puppets." Hearing that, Elias Raven looked at the guards by the door more carefully, and she could see that they had dead eyes and unmoving expressions with wooden skin. Those are puppets. Meng was a little shocked, because if one was not paying attention they would be mistaken for real peoples. After a while someone finally came to the door. "All right, you guys can go in." A man in a black robe came out with a serious expression. He had broad shoulders and he held a deep gaze in his eyes. He waved his hand and the guards glowed blue and turned into lights to be stored inside his storage bag. Having done that he threw out a flying sword to jump on and he flew deeper into the sect. The outer sect disciples outside began to go inside the innermost sect hall. Elias Raven noticed that in front of the door was an array formation. She walked through it along with the others and was finally able to see the other side of this room. On the left side of the room was nothing but a staircase leading to the second floor, and on the right side was the sect mission board. Most if not all of the disciples there were gathering at the mission board. Elias Raven was a little curious, so she went alone to check it out. On the board were all kinds of missions, but most of them were missions that could be dangerous if handled alone. As the disciples began looking through the board, Elias Raven put her hand under her chin to ponder. "I don't recommend that you take missions from here, newbie." Ming Lin turned to the voice to find the sect disciple that was asking questions earlier. He was a fat person with a naive smile on his face. "Hello, my name is Dong Su and you can call me Fatty Su. What's your?" said the young man as he cuffed his hands together to make a fist. He had the look of someone that was trying to act serious. "Elias Raven." She returned his gesture, wondering why he suddenly spoke to her. "Elias Raven, you were not going to take a mission from that board, right?" Dong Su said with a serious look in his eyes. "I was wondering why most disciples here are at the last stages. The only one that's in the lower stages is me here." Elias Raven is a cultivator at the 8th stage right now, but to anyone else she should be a cultivator at the 1 stage of Chi gathering realm. She could guess the reason, but she wanted to be sure. "Only those at the late stages of Chi gathering realm are allowed here," the fatty said with closed eyes as he folds his hands in his chest. "Oh, but you are allowed to go through the books to learn one technique on the 2nd floor," the fatty said again with even more dramatic flair as he turned around to turn his back towards Ming Lin. He was about to continue speaking when suddenly he was called out through the crowd. "Fatty Su." "Oh my comrade is calling me. We'll have to bid farewell here." Almost getting knocked out of his dramatic act, he walked into the crowd in large strides. Elias Raven didn't know how to react to this. She could only wave at him as he dashed into the crowd. She began to think as she walked to the staircase towards the 2nd floor. Arriving at the end of the staircase, she saw a door with words at the top. "Only take one." Elias Raven smiled slightly and walked inside the door. The place was quite small with only 4 rows of bookshelf on one side, and on top of each shelf is written Sect techniques, sword techniques, fist/palm techniques, auxiliary techniques. To the other side of the room is a staircase leading toward the 3rd floor, but standing on each side of the staircase were 2 guards that were unresponsive. Elias Raven looked toward them for a minute and then went towards the first bookshelf. She touched the first book on the shelf to see a panel appear before her. Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Did Fist. "Do you want to learn it?" She opened the book to read it, but other than the illustrations for the training being cool looking, she didn't show much interest in it as she doesn't see herself as a brawler. She touched the next one from the Sect techniques, Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Flow. Opening and looking through this book, she saw that it was mostly about the concept of wind and the way to utilize your wind chi to make your attacks faster. Elias Raven started moving all around from one area to the next. Fist area, Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Dragon Tiger Fist. Weapon area, Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Vermilion Sword Style. Auxiliary area, Discovered Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Sonic Vibration. Elias Raven made sure to look through all the books to make sure that she didn't miss any book that might be different, but unfortunately for her she couldn't find any such book. After looking through every book, she chose 4 of the most suitable books for her to learn. "You have learned Levitation's Sect low-level technique, Focused Chi Control. You have learned Levitation's Sect low-level sword technique, Waterfall Slash. You have learned Levitation's Sect low-level auxiliary technique, Refine Yin Chi. You have learned Levitation's Sect low-level techniques, Surge." Elias Raven didn't want to learn more techniques. She wanted to focus on her water spiritual element since most of her inner chi is water chi, and learning a bunch of techniques would make it a little hard for her to focus on one. Now having finished with everything on the second floor, she grabbed one of the books to take with her. She went to the first floor and looked around to see a couple of disciples still looking through the mission board. As she walked out the door of the hall, the floor lit up a little and went back to normal. So it does scan who goes in and out of this building. Elias Raven had already guessed that when she was going into the building, because at that time it lit up as well. Since she had just taken one book from the second floor, she wasn't bothered with it and went straight home to digest all that she had collected for today. 10. Meeting. Levitation Sect. Underground meeting room. In a room with little to no light, 4 peoples were gathered at a table in the center of a room. Behind each of these peoples is a glowing sphere, and each one is different in color with unique features. What brought about this meeting? First Grand Elder, said a man with a smile. He was in all red and had a glowing red sphere behind his back. His smile was of confidence and arrogance, as though everything was in his control. We are expecting it to happen sooner than later, said the only woman there. She had on a long black dress with a gray sphere of chi behind her that pulsates with force. This soon, the man in red said with a little drop in his smile. Yes, as Little Han has said, it is going to happen soon, so I had already sent you to collect the last materials required for the formation. An old man with white hair and eyes said as he reached for his storage device. Behind his back is a blue ball of chi that had a slight crack in it. Here, Little Han, the old man said as he took out a storage bag from his ring and handed over to the woman. Will this plan really work? Said the last man that had kept quiet till now. He was a middle-aged man in yellow robe with a golden ball of chi behind him. Do you not trust our genius formation master here? Xu, the man in red asked as his smile grew a little as he looked in the direction of the woman. No, I would never. I was just thinking of what you had the sect leader do. Grand Elder, is it a wise decision to involve the upper grade sects into this? The middle-aged man in yellow replied back as he looked toward the white-haired old man. Hearing the mention of the upper grade sects, everyone on the table became silent. Upper grade sects like the Breeze sect have a lot of power. If they tread this the wrong way, then they could end up dead. I am hoping that we wouldn't have to, but if the formation doesn't work, then we will have to bring the Breeze sect into this. The white-haired old man looked down as he said that. As you all know, they have been influencing the spirit beasts around our sect, so for now we'll have to keep an eye out for the traitors doing their bidding in the sect. The first Grand Elder said with a slight anger as he released a wave of energy from his body. The wave traveled fast as it changed the wind flow for a moment. The red-haired man looked at the Grand Elder and said, those traitors. I can say with confidence that my section doesn't have a suspicious person. Suspicious person? Wasn't there a report about someone stealing from their second Grand Elder? The woman asked in a sort tone with a skeptical expression. You know as well as I who it was that did it, and it's not really a suspicious person, the man in red said with a weary smile. First Grand Elder, I'd like to go back to my abode if that was everything. The middle-aged man in yellow, Xu, asked the old man with an impatient voice. Yes, that was everything. Let's end it at that, the old man said as he started to fade from the chair he was on till he disappeared. The other 3 stared to go through that same thing before disappearing as well. Elias Raven's cave. Phew. Elias Raven blew out as she finished refining her chi for the last time. The regular chi gathered in her sea of consciousness will slowly but surely be refined into a different form with the refined yin chi. The more one cultivates in it, the more cold their chi will be until eventually the chi freezes anything that may come into contact with it. As she finished training with her last technique, she sat down to take out the books that she had gotten from the library, and on the cover of all 3 books were the letters. The Dynasties, Cultivator's Realm, Spirit Beasts. That's right, she had judged that she needed to know about these the most. She opened the book about the cultivation realms as she was actually excited about the prospect of reading this. Sure, she had heard of different realms already, like the Foundation Establishment realm and the Nascent Soul realm, but she wanted to know about all the realms, from top to bottom. On the first page of the cultivation book, there was a list of all the realms recorded till now. Chi Gathering Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Gold Core Realm, Soul Wandering Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Ensoulment Realm. So there are 6 recorded realms. Elias Raven began to think as she put her hand under her chin. From what the other disciples were saying, the highest realm in this sect is the Soul Wandering Realm, so it's a whole 4-realm difference from me now. I wonder what realm my father is at. Elias Raven began to be excited about the future as she looked through the stages for each cultivation realm. All realms after the chi-gathering realm are split into 4 stages: the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage and the peak stage of cultivation. In the chi-gathering realm, a cultivator would be circulating chi throughout their body slowly, with the amount of chi increasing by the realm until you turn all your chi into liquid inside your danshan and reach the foundation establishment realm. When one builds their foundation into a core is when they reached the gold core stage, and in this stage one's danshan is used to form a rotting gold core. The book showed the ways to reach the next realm until the gold core realm. It ended without showing the next 3 stages after that, but Elias Raven was not disappointed with that, as she had a whole new idea about her path in cultivation for the future. 11. Revisit. Opening the Dynasties books, Elias Raven started reading, but unlike the cultivation book, this book had a lot of pages, so it took her almost 2 hours just to get through the whole book. The place that we reside in is the Yuan Kingdom, a kingdom that spanned across the whole land, along with other kingdoms in the lunar continent. There are a total of 5 different kingdoms in the Yuan continent, and out of all of them the Yuan Kingdom was ranked the 3rd in terms of resources. Located at the northern side of the continent, it has thousands of cities and even more peoples, with its capital being in the center of the empire. In each kingdom are sects that act on their own but protect the kingdom as compensation. There are a total of 9 sects in the Yuan Kingdom, and the Levitation sect was one of them, and it was actually considered one of the best, standing toe-to-toe with the Raging Flame sect. It has 1,000 years of history, so it had a firm standing. So only these 2 are 4th grade sects. As she continues to read, she discovered that to be a 4th grade sect you have to have a nascent soul cultivator. All sects are considered 1st grade sects until they have a foundation establishment realm cultivators, and to be a 2nd grade sect you have to have a gold core cultivation. Soul Wandering are 3rd grade and nascent soul are naturally the 4th grade sects. This was written across the book. This is a little concerning, but it should be alright since old geezers are usually in seclusion, Elias Raven said as she contemplates her realm situation. Speaking of system, Elias Raven called out, Elias Raven, special physique, brute chi physique, chi gathering realm 8 stage, suppressed. Experience points, 4,535 6,000. System coin, 10, Taoist Gaka wheel. Available. Spiritual root, water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root, mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods. Basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall / refine yin chi, surge. Market. The Gaka wheel is available, so I hope I get something good this time, Elias Raven said with a little excitement in her voice. A small wheel was summoned in front of her, and in the wheel were the same stuffs: Dragon Tiger Sword, Soul Wandering Pills X5, LV.1 Alchemist Furnace, Cultivation Suppression Talisman LV.5, Divine Bone Strengthening Pill X2, System Meridian, Beginner System Pack, Inventory, Holy Brute Chi Cultivation Technique, Immortal Jades X9. This time I hope I get this technique, Elias Raven said with expectation. Holy Brute Chi Cultivation Technique. Last time she was in the wheel she hadn't thought much of this technique, but after going through her first battle she realized how overpowering the Brute Chi was. With that thought in mind she raised her hand and spun the wheel, and the wheel spun for 5 seconds before stopping without suspense. You have received inventory. Inventory, Elias Raven said with disappointment, as she had expected the beginner system pack or the cultivation suppression talisman, but rather she got inventory. Well, it'll be useful for sure, but... Elias Raven shook her head as she stopped thinking about it. The only other thing that she can do in this system is with the system coin, but she had so little of it. Is this all the system has? Elias Raven said with even more disappointment. She was about to close the tab when she suddenly saw rows of letter reach higher realms for all features of the system to be unlocked. Elias Raven froze for a second before putting her hand under her chin to ponder. She let out a wary smile before pulling her focus back to reality. She still had 10 system coin, and that was enough for what she had in mind right now. She went to the Sect market to buy a sword. Normal sword. A regular sword that was constructed from metal by mortals. 10. System coin. Elias Raven bought the sword and got ready to leave her cave again. But this time her destination was the Westmount Valley. That monkey had to die. Westmount Valley. Elias Raven was rushing through the trees with a little chi imbued in her legs to run. Since she didn't have any candles to attract beasts to her, she figured why not just go to them. And there was no guarantee that the huge monkey would come to her. It should be smart enough to remember the smell of the candle ink. If even those regular monkeys were smart enough to set traps, it would likely know what was going on. Elias Raven arrived at the waterfall, hoping to find it there, but she found nothing. The place that they had battled at was also the same except for skeletal remains. She took out the small talisman in her storage bag while pointing at all directions, but it still remained unresponsive. As Elias Raven was getting fed up with running around, she suddenly sensed a flare in chi from the front as she let out a smile and rushed towards the area. Jumping from tree to tree, Elias Raven finally found a spirit beast, and not just one but two. In front of her was a black leopard chasing a white deer, and both of them were releasing aura at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. If she was interested, she would have waited and followed them to find out where the deer was leading them, but not being interested and fed up, she immediately released her aura at the 8th stage of the chi-gathering realm. She jumped up from the tree she was on with a sword in hand as she called out surge. Water chi gathered at her blade and she sliced at the two spirit beast. A chunking wave of chi washed towards both unsuspecting spirit beast as the leopard that was behind was the target to be hit by the wave of chi. The gathered chi sliced into the leopard's back two legs but stopped as it ran out of energy. The leopard, now immobilized, fell to the ground since it couldn't stand anymore. Oh, is it because surge is not a sword technique? Elias Raven thought as she began to descend from the sky. She was a little surprised as she was expecting the attack to slice it in two, but from this she knew that spirit beasts at the peak stages were hard to kill. But Elias Raven was thinking about that from the perspective of normal disciples. She was different. Landing on the leopard, she stabbed it in the head with her chi-covered blade as she lunged for the deer that was running away. Chi gathered around her body as she supplied the sword with the right amount. She slashed with her sword and the sword's speed suddenly tripled as she voiced her sword technique this time. Waterfall slash. The deer, not having enough reaction time to dodge, was met with a fast chi slash that traveled through its body and destroying 3 big trees before stopping at the 4th. Wow, maybe I should restrain from using this, thought Elias Raven as she felt a third of her chi gone from just that one slash. She began to gather their corpse inside her storage bag. As she put the corpses in the inventory, the small talisman that had been quiet all this time finally began to glow. 12. Crisis. Noticing the small talisman, Elias Raven held it out in front of her. The talisman started glowing and vibrating towards one direction as if it were a magnet. Elias Raven dashed towards the direction that the talisman was reaching towards. Running between the trees, she gripped the sword in her hand, preparing for anything along the way. She ran towards the direction for about 2 minutes before stopping and hiding behind a tree. In front of her is a cave opening with a big rock next to the cave. The entrance was covered with battle marks all over the ground. She put her talisman away and was about to step forward to check the cave when she suddenly noticed a black shadow coiled up in the shadows of the rock by the entrance of the cave. It was a black snake and roughly about 5 meters, but coiled up together it looked much smaller than it actually was. The moment Elias Raven noticed the snake, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Having experienced this sensation before, she immediately knew to turn towards her back and hold out her chi-covered sword. Peng! Arc! The sword in her hand cracked as it nearly broke from the force of the attack. The recoil from her sword was so strong that she had to take a step back to lessen the force of the impact. Stopping herself, she raised her head to look at the attacker. Hiss! With the body coiled up together, it let out a hiss sound as it brought back its head for one more attack. It was a black snake of roughly 5 meters. Elias Raven was shocked to see her attacker. Wasn't this the snake that she was just looking at? She noticed that the snake was letting out aura at the peak of the first realm, so she began gathering more chi into her sword when she suddenly felt a chill down her spine again. Not knowing what she was about to face, she immediately reached inside her dantian to bring out the brute chi that she had been saving till now. Her body glowed up as she let go of her sword. She smiled as she had been wanting to try a new move ever since she learned her techniques. She gathered water chi and brute chi into her left hand and turned around with her palm open. "Surge," she said with a soft voice as the water and brute chi gathered in her hand was released. But contrary to her expectations, things didn't go as planned. The brute chi in her hand didn't release a wave of chaotic water, but rather it released an immense wave of brute chi as all traces of water chi vanished the moment it left her body. Rumble. With force the brute chi spread out. It engulfed its target in a wave of chaotic energy as the whole entrance became bright from just the chi alone. Elias Raven looked at the shocking scene as her body released chi threatening to destroy all it touches. Feeling satisfied, she turned from her brute chi to her normal chi as she reached for her sword that was behind her. She didn't want to use the brute chi until necessary. That's the reason she hadn't used it the whole day, and she wanted to learn to fight without relying on it. On the other side, the black snake hissed as it lunged towards her in a long black blur. With a light show behind her, Elias Raven smiled as she had long expected an attack from the snake. She swung her sword and called out, "Waterfall slash." She gathered around her blade as she sliced horizontally towards the black blur coming towards her. The snake, having no time to react, met the slash head-on and was sliced into two parts that dropped to the ground. The attack from the brute chi was finally dimming down as Elias Raven looks towards the area, and in front of the entrance on the ground with a bloodied figure was a long dead corpse of roughly 5 meters. "No wonder," said Elias Raven as she thought back at that time, back when she suddenly felt a chill. There were two black snake of roughly 5 meters, one out in the open and another hiding in the trees. When she was attacked first, she had assumed it was the snake under the shadow of the big rock, that it just had some weird ability to teleport, but it turns out that there were two of them. "But it's really weird." Elias Raven put her hand under her chin as she wondered. Both of these snakes were giving off power at the peak of the first realm. That makes every spirit beast that I've had encountered so far at the peak the first realm. This place is barely supposed to have any spirit beast at the peak stages, let alone 5 of them on different occasions including the monkey. She began to think about the prospect of fighting dozens of peak stage spirit beasts. She looked at herself. From start to finish she hadn't gotten a single scratch from those snake. Just that alone boosted her confidence, so she collected the corpses and looked at the entrance. She took out the talisman and sure enough it was pointing towards the cave. She stepped into the cave with the talisman as her source of light. It was a cave big enough for 3 bears to walk in with no hindrance, so she didn't have a problem with it. 1 minute into the cave she noticed luminous stones at the top of the walls of the cave and raised her eyebrows as she thought, luminous stones? Only cultivators use these, so why are they in this random cave? Was this cave left behind by a fellow cultivator in the past? She was still looking around with vigilance for any unusual activity. Walking for 4 minutes straight she reached the end, which was a big area with a glowing pool at the center of it. On the ground next to the pool were blue-colored flowers glowing with vitality. There were a bunch of spots unrooted with just 4 such flowers remaining. The flowers would attract anyone by the way they glow, but Elias Raven was too focused on the pool at the center to notice. The pool was glowing with blue light as Elias Raven noted that at the center of the pool was a lotus flower and it was releasing so much chi that even she was enticed to just jump straight into the pool to retrieve it. She came closer to the pool and was hit with a wave of chi as her eyes gleam in wonderance. She took a step closer to look inside the pool when she was met with a pair of cold murderous eyes in the water. Boom! Her eyes widened and she entered her brute chi state right away as she was flung backwards by the creature. She balanced herself in the air and landed on her feet. Her aura dimmed a little as a little of it was used to block that attack. She looked towards the pool with some seriousness and nervousness as she wiped blood coming from her nose. Coming out of the pool is a beautiful long black snake with eyes full of fury as its aura shot through the roof. It released an aura never felt before by Elias Raven as she confirmed with herself that this was a spirit beast in the second realm. 13. Explosive. Elias Raven looked at the giant snake in the pool. It looked to be about 12 meters long, with its body being the size of a whole human torso. Its skin glossed with a black luster as it hissed out. Hiss. She let go of her sword again, which was already covered in fine cracks. Just for the seconds that they'd been in contact it was almost about to break. Without her sword she took a stance, even though she doesn't know hand-to-hand combat too well. The snake hissed and moved. It launched itself at her at unimaginable speed as its head leaned forward for a bite at her. Elias Raven held out her left hand and opened her fingers as she called out Surge. This time she didn't add any water chi in her attack, as the brute chi would just destroy it once they are released from her body. Only brute chi gathered inside of her palm as she waved it in the air. Boom! The chaotic chi sprung all around the area as it came in a wave. It reached the snake halfway through its attack, but the snake couldn't be bothered to dodge the attack. White light covered the whole area, and Elias Raven looked at the attack with all her attention. Her left palm was still out as she didn't think that was enough. And she was right, because through the white chaotic chi a blur suddenly dashed out. Its beautiful glossy skin has dimmed a bit, but it still held threatening power. It opened its mouth to gather energy. Having already expected a return from the snake, she was about to call out Surge again when the snake, flying in a blur, suddenly released a bolt of lightning from its mouth. The attack moved at the speed of lightning and left no room for her to dodge as it hit her with full force. Punchy! The attack tore through her left thigh and left a trail of lightning across the battlefield. Her brute chi that covered her body had a small hole in it, as its defensive properties couldn't hold against the lighting. Erg! Elias Raven felt excruciating pain in her left thigh, like it was on fire, but she still didn't hold down her left hand as she called out again. Surge! Using almost half of all her brute chi, she gathered a massive amount of chi in her hand. Boom! Hiss! The area was covered in more chaotic chi again, with the snake's roar as it was enveloped and pushed back with the brute chi again. The walls of the cave showed cracks as they were barely able to withstand the explosion. Elias Raven knew that without a proper fighting method, she could not allow the snake to come closer to her, and so she could only rely on Surge to keep pushing the snake back, and hopefully spamming the attack does a good amount of damage. Roar! Out from the chaotic white light came the snake again, as it looked more damaged than before. Its glossy skin was covered with big burns and it was moving much slower than before. Surge! She called out again. The snake was already angry, so it gathered a massive amount of energy in its mouth before releasing it in a burst of lightning. Boom! At the same time as Elias Raven's surge was used, the snake's massive burst of lightning was released. Both energies collided, with a massive explosion taking place, covering the whole area in dirt and smoke. The snake was not affected by the explosion and didn't stop its sprint as it went through the smoke and appeared right before her. It opened its gaping mouth, dripping with saliva, ready to tear into her body. Elias Raven looked at this with no change in expression, as she even had a slight excitement in her eyes. In a swift motion she grabbed the sword on the ground, and called out, "Waterfall slash!" Brute chi gathered in her palm as it traveled towards her sword. She put all of her remaining brute chi into her sword, and she slashed out with a sword that was covered in fine cracks, ready to break at any moment. Boom! Brute chi gathered to form a horizontal line across the whole area. It was condensed chaotic energy that was released in a wide area. It met the snake's gaping mouth and tore through it like butter, and traveled towards the other end of the area to leave a long scar on the cave wall. The snake's body was flung backward as it left a trail of blood on the ground. Elias Raven looked at the attack with a satisfied expression. Her sword was gone, with only the hilt remaining. She was about to walk forward when she suddenly felt pain again on her left side. She had forgotten that her left thigh was injured. Congratulations for defeating a foe a realm higher than you. You have received a Taoist Gaka wheel ticket. You have received a sword art, Thunderbolt Flash. Elias Raven sat down since she was feeling too much pain. Standing up, she looked at the notifications and she puts her left hand under her chin. She wasn't that shocked at the notification, as she had assumed long ago that to get rewarded she would have to do things not commonly seen or done. So I was right that the rewards are related to the event that transpires. She was thinking of what other things were there that can get the system to reward her, and this is a sword art, probably related to the attack used by the snake system. Elias Raven. Special Physique. Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 8 Stage. Experience points, 4,535 6,000. System Coin: 0. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available. Spiritual Root. Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Mutated Spirit Root. Mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation Methods. Basic Chi Gathering. Focused Chi Control. Waterfall slash, Refine Yin Chi. Surge. Market. Wasting no time, she went straight to the system Gaka wheel. A small wheel appeared in front of her and she reached out to spin the wheel, not even bothering to look at the items on the wheel. Received Beginner System Pack. A system pack again. It seems that I have a lower chance with all the others. She didn't fret over it as she was actually in a good mood, because in front of her is the pool undamaged by the raging battle that took place a moment ago. Even now it released a massive amount of energy. She got up and walked closer to touch it, and it was unlike any water she had come across. It was thick and heavy and would prove hard to move inside with just physical strength alone. Nevertheless, she still has her normal chi to help boost her strength, so without even taking her clothes off she jumped into the water. 14. Preparation. Raging Flames Sect. On an ancient ship that glowed with mystical energy. There were wings at the front and back of the ship that made it hover a little above the ground. At a podium on the ship with dozens of floating flames, a man was giving a speech in front of an audience of hundreds of sect members. The man had a muscular body with long flaming red hair that glowed with mystical strength. It was the sect master of the Raging Flame sect. He was releasing threatening chi that would burn all those close to him. For you to make it this far shows your resolve, so do not bring a bad name to your sect, the sect master said with a prideful voice. When you face your challenges, I want you to fight like a real cultivator, and the one to impress me the most will have a chance of being my disciple, he announces to the sect disciples. You have been given your rooms. The inner sect disciples are to be in the lower decks while the inherent disciples will be in the middle decks. Sect elders are at the top decks, so for the next 2 weeks before we reach the levitation sect, make sure you are in top condition. You are dismissed. As the disciples started to return to their quarters, a woman came from the left side of the podium. She was a beautiful woman with red hair and she had an amused expression on her face. You know how things will turn out, so what's with all the encouragement? That was necessary, said the sect master as he waved his right hand in the air. With a cold expression he asked, what did you come here for anyways? The woman noticed a small barrier surrounding them but didn't care much and said with an amusing smile, oh nothing. Can't a sister just come give their brother a send-off? The man looked at the woman before sighing and asking in a serious voice, what did the Grand Elders think about the plan? The man asked. Only Grand Elder Su is against the method of the plan. The other 5 all didn't object, the woman said with a sad expression. Master, well, that's to be expected. There was no change in the man's expression as he said this. Waving his hand again, the barrier surrounding them vanished and the man looked toward one of the floating balls of fire and said, how long do you plan on hiding there? Oh, as expected, a father, you noticed from the beginning, said a voice from out of nowhere. The woman looked towards the direction of the voice and one of the floating flame balls in the air suddenly moved closer towards them before transforming into a young man with red hair. He was clad in all red and he floated down towards them with an arrogant smile. If it isn't Hua, the woman said with a slight smile. Auntie Song, the young man greeted as he put his hands together in a gesture. The sect leader looked at him and said, you have gotten better at your fire transformation art. No one in the Gold Core realm should notice you. Thanks, father, but I still have ways to go before reaching your level, the young said in an exciting tone as he reached for his storage bag. I was told to give this to you by master, the young man said with a cheerful smile on his face. He took out a box to hand towards his father. The man held the box in his hand before putting it away. He looked towards the young man before saying, go send second Grand Elder my thanks. The ship is about to start, so wait for our return. Yes, father, the young man said as his body began to burst in flames, disappearing from the podium. The man looked towards the woman before saying look after him for a while before he too disappeared in a burst of flame. Levitation Sect. In the inherent disciples' quarters in a spacious room with bright lit ornaments, a young man was cultivating, taking in chi in small bursts of air. It was Xaru, the son of the sect master. He had not left his room after getting here, and had not stopped cultivating as well. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the door to his room. A tab came from his door and he released his spiritual consciousness to look. Finding nobody, he raised his eyebrows before looking closer with his spiritual consciousness to notice something. At the door on the ground was a small piece of paper. He got up and opened the door before picking it up to view. It was an invitation letter. Tomorrow at the peach blossom tree in the inner sect quarters, all inherited disciples are invited. He smiled at the thought. No doubt that there were some inherited disciples that were curious about him, but he too was curious as to how they could compare to him. Storing the paper, he closed the door before going back to cultivating again, breathing in and out with chi entering his body slowly. L's ear. That's it. At another location in the inherited disciples' quarters, in a room with beautiful flowers and ornaments, a beautiful girl was sitting in a chair, dressed in all white with a small beast on her lap. She had a sly smile on her face when she asked. Yes, that was his response. A middle-aged woman replied respectfully. She was releasing power at the Foundation establishment stage. Well, it seems that I'll get to see something interesting tomorrow. The girl smiled as she touched the small spirit beast in her hand. And how about the other 6? She asked as she pets the small beast again. They all agreed to come except for first rank Gongru, replied the middle-aged woman again. Thank you, Bei Aikian. You have been a big help, the girl said with a smile on her face. It is my duty, my lady, Bei Aikian replied respectfully. 15. Contemplation. Westmount Valley. Deep in a cave inside of a pool was Elias Raven. She had been absorbing chi for 4 hours at an alarming rate. Her body was trembling with power and she kept her eyes closed to look deep within herself. Inside her dantian was a raging tide of chi filling every corner. Her realm had reached its limit and she could not absorb any more chi. She opened her eyes and swam out of the water. Coming out of the pool, she realized her body felt heavy and she looking down, her eyes widened in shock as her body was 3 times her normal size. The chi inside her raged and threatened to explode and all her wounds itched because of it. She breathed in air as her body sent small pulses of energy around her. Her heart was beating at a fast rate and she could barely think straight. Sitting down by the side of the pool, she concentrated on circulating the chi throughout her body over and over. 8 hours later, Elias Raven opened her eyes as she circulated her final cycle. Her body had shrunk down to its normal size, and she had reached the peak of the chi-gathering realm. She was ready to go into the next realm. Taking out the book on cultivation realms, she wanted to reread the whole process of how to break through to the next realm so she doesn't make any mistakes. According to the book, there were 3 methods to enter the Foundation establishment realm. 1 needed a large amount of chi, a Foundation establishment pill, or get a cultivator at the nascent soul realm to use their own powers to help you to break through to the next realm. To reach the realm, 1 needed to change all the chi energy in their dantian into liquid to form a small sea of liquid chi as their energy source. Then they would be the Foundation establishment realm. Knowing that it was going to require a lot of time and energy, she reached for her storage bag. Inside is the system package that she had not opened till now. Next to it was the talisman that was still glowing. Taking it out, she saw it immediately flew out of her hand towards the halved corpses of the snake. Elias Raven looked at this with a thoughtful expression. When she first saw the snake, she had naturally assumed that the monkey was no more, but seeing this just confirmed her thoughts. Taking out the system package from the storage bag, she was met with a prompt right away. Do you wish to open the package? Yes. Received 430 system coin, 62 spirit stone, bone strengthening pills X4, soul gathering array. Appearing in front of her was 62 blue glowing stones, 4 small white pills and a grey sealed scroll. Looking towards the scroll, she began to wonder what it could do, but would put it aside as her goal was actually a specific item in the system market. Soul confusing array confuses the soul of anyone below soul wandering realm to leave the area of the array. 150 system coin. System Elias Raven. Special physique brute chi physique. Chi gathering realm 9 stage. Experience points 6,000. System coin : 430. Taoist Gaka wheel unavailable. Spiritual root: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root: mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods: basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall / refine yin chi, surge. Market. Going to the market, she bought the array and browsed through the market for anything interesting. There were some things, but she didn't end up buying anything else. She looked around the area only to finally notice the 4 little flowers by the side of the pool, and just like the pool, they were unharmed by the battle that happened a few hours ago. Rigidity. Crouching down to pick one up, she noticed that it held a lot of chi inside. Thinking that it might be useful later, she collected all 4 into her storage bag and looked towards the center of the pool where the lotus flower was. She thought for a moment before turning around to look at the corpse. She walked towards the corpse before putting it into her storage bag. She looked for one last time around the area. It was empty except for the pool and a trail of blood from the snake. Elias Raven didn't stay long after, walking towards the exit of the cave. Step, step, step. After a few minutes of walking through the luminous stone paths, she was finally back at the entrance. She noticed that the sky was getting dark, so she quickly set up the soul confusion array, which came in the form of white lingering fog. In her hand is the talisman which prevents her from being affected. Finished with her things, she quickly rigidly ran across the trees towards the sect's location. Arriving at the sect, she immediately went to her cave unbothered with the mission she took again. After getting into her cave, she sat down to meditate before going to sleep. Early morning. Getting up in the morning, she readied herself before wearing an all-black robe. Going outside her cave, she walked towards a familiar direction. She was going to go to the outer sect hall to return the books she took and see if she could get something for her injuries. As much as she didn't care about getting scars across her body, she didn't want to look like a brute to others, and they could also be detrimental in the future. Arriving at the familiar hall, she looked around before heading to the library. Opening the door, she could see the same old man reading his book again. This time she didn't wait before going up to him and putting the books down on the counter. Thud. Getting interrupted, the old man meanly looked at the books on the counter before looking back at the book in his hand. Elias Raven didn't wait to see his reaction as she went for the door of the library, when out of nowhere she heard the old man's voice. "What's your name?" Pausing for a moment, she looked back and saw that the old man was still reading his book like he hadn't asked her a question. "Elias Raven," she uttered before getting out the door. Back in the hall again, she started wandering around the area with her hand under her chin. She was wondering why the old man would ask for her name. Could he maybe see through her cultivation base, or was he asking because he needed the name of the one who returned the books, even though he didn't ask for it when she first took the books? Those thoughts were keeping her distracted as she reached her destination, an area with little outer sect disciples. On top of a door just like the library was the writings "Outer Disciples Shop 16, Buying." Opening the door, she realized that it was way different from what she was thinking. It looked just like a normal store with items on shelves that were small containers with barriers around them. What shocked her the most was the place was quiet. She had expected this place to be bustling with people. On the shelves were items like pills and weapons that gave off small chi. Walking between these, she found a counter in the middle of the room, and a beautiful woman garbed in yellow robe was sitting behind it. She had accessories all around her body that glimmer in the light. Standing next to her, Elias Raven felt that this woman loved jewelry a little too much. The lady getting up from her lying posture looked towards Elias Raven. "Oh, you're a new face. Is there anything that you would like to buy, trade or sell?" The woman got up and said with a wide smile on her face. "Yes, this is my first time here. Do you have anything for scar treatment?" Elias Raven said politely while looking at the woman. She was giving off the aura of a peachy gathering realm cultivator. "Scars," the woman said with a pondering expression. "Follow me. I know the perfect thing for you." The woman walked across the counter towards the shelves with items. Stopping on a shelf with a small white bottle, she pointed out, "This is what you need for scar injuries. Taking it every day for a week will leave your skin spotless like nothing happened." Giving a short speech about the product, the lady reached her hand into the case. With her hand going through the barrier, she retrieved the white bottle and handed it to Elias Raven. "And how much is it?" Elias Raven said as she examined the bottle in her hand. The seller wanted 15 spirit stone for it. "But just for you, junior sister, I'll make it 13 spirit stones." Actually, the seller at first wanted to trade with it, but after realizing that no one wanted to trade, he decided to sell it. Honestly, that guy can't do. "Oh, anyways, what do you think?" Realizing that she had been going off track, she went right back to asking Elias Raven. The seller Elias Raven asked as she had thought this place to be a store. "Oh yeah, this is your first time here. I'll explain. Here all disciples come to sell their items with a price tag to them. Some would trade for something else while most would want spirit stones," the woman said with a smile on her face. "And they trust you to look after their stuffs?" Elias Raven asked in doubt. "Of course they do. The sect's got their back," the lady said with an excited look in her eyes. Looking at her, Elias Raven chose to not pry and took out 13 spirit stones from her storage bag. "Here, thank you for lowering the price. May I know who you are?" "My name is Meow, but you can call me sister. Most disciples call me that as well, so don't be shy, okay? And I will always be here if you need any help." The lady put her hand together while saying that. She looked at Elias Raven with an excited expression. Sister Elias Raven said. Seeing no reaction to her name being called, the lady chose to laugh it off and asked, "Would that be all? Do you have any swords here as well?" Elias Raven asked this as she thought back to her swords. If possible she would want multiple swords, but as she was not trying to look suspicious she could only buy one at the moment. Of course, but flying swords are expensive. I just need a somewhat durable sword. No flying sword or swords with chi, Elias Raven said as she was not looking for an amazing sword that could hold off her brute chi for a long time, she just needed it for a one-time use. Walking towards a shelf a little closer to the counter, she got a sword from the barrier. The sword looked a little shiny with no trace of chi inside of it. Yes, that works. And what's the price of this one? Not waiting for another explanation from the lady, she immediately asked for the price while taking the sword. The sword is for 3 spirit stones. That one disciple that brought this here was actually the one to make it. I see, replied Elias Raven as she began taking out 3 spirit stones. He was really desperate for spirit stones, so he brought here a whole bunch of armors and weapons to sell. Unfortunately for him, only one of his items could be put on shelf, so he was really devastated. The lady took the 3 spirit stones while speaking. Is that so? Elias Raven said as she prepared to leave the room. Yes, he too was a newer disciple like you, but since he wanted to be a blacksmith without any spirit stones, he tried to sell all his stuff here. So the lady continued. Sister, I have to go do something, so maybe next time, Elias Raven said with a polite smile on her face. She wanted to leave now and running out seems rude, so she asked her. Oh, okay, I hope you come visit soon, the lady said with a sad expression on her face. She waved at Elias Raven, who started to walk out of the store. Elias Raven walked out, and while thinking about her next move, she had this feeling that she had to break through to the next stage as soon as possible. Her danshan was already filled with chi, so she would just focus on condensing the chi into liquid. As she had nothing else to do at the hall, she went straight to her cave to prepare for her trip to the West Mount Valley again. 17. Introduction. Inside of her cave, Elias Raven decided to sit down and sort out all of the items that she has. Taking out all of them from her storage bag, she began to wonder about their use in the future. She had 6 important items right now in her storage bag. Ranking them on their usefulness, she thought that it would go with the soul gathering scroll being last place, since it has no uses for her right now. Afterwards would be the formless cultivation method, which can only be learned in foundation establishment, and the 4 flowers that were by the pool, since she didn't know their use. The 2 different pills and the sword art were the things that she could use right now. She didn't count the spirit stones because she didn't need to use them all her life until a minute ago. Taking the bone strengthening pills from the rest, she put one in her mouth while closing her eyes and circulating her chi. A minute later she opened her eyes. Not feeling any different, she took the last 2 pills at the same time. She wondered if anything different would happen, but other than feeling a slight itch in her body, she didn't feel anything. Stopping her circulation, she looked at her hand. She didn't feel any different, but that could be because she doesn't know how strong she is, or what strength was added on. We'll find out later. Putting the thought to the back of her mind, she took out the book dropped from the giant snake. Sword art, Thunderbolt Flash. Do you wish to learn? The same system prompt appeared again. After saying yes, she received a big flood of information about the sword art. What the techniques does is actually simple. It was a technique that creates a burst of lightning proportional to the amount of chi given to it. Elias Raven thought that it was a simple enough technique. Right now, the only thing I can use is the chi gathering pills, but they may be useful in the foundation establishment realm, so I'll leave them alone. Elias Raven didn't want to waste them. She began to get up before taking all of her clothes off. She applied the ointment from the bottle on her scars before getting ready to leave for the West Mount Valley again. Inherent Disciples Quarters. In a spacious room with brightly lit ornaments on the ceiling, a young man was finishing up his last circulation of cultivation. He got up, ready to go towards this supposed meeting between inherent disciples. Still adorned in his black robe, he closed the door behind him before tossing a flying sword and jumping on it. Pouring little chi in it, he flew towards the area with the only peach blossom tree around. The inherent disciples area is considered small compared to the inner and the outer Sect mountains. However, since only a select few member of disciples reside in it, it looked big to the eye. Not taking too much time, Xaru was able to reach the place with relative ease, jumping down at an area not far away from the peach blossom tree. He decided to walk the rest of the way there. Admiring the place while comparing it to his own sect, Xaru became impressed with the area. The road was beautifully done with tiles of shimmering stone on the floor that would lit up the area even at this time. He took his time before arriving at his destination. A big peach blossom tree was situated in the middle of a small pond with a small pavilion right by side of the tree. In that pavilion would be where the meeting place would be taking place. Reaching the pavilion door, Xaru was greeted by two different women at the door. Both women were at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. Opening the door, they invited him in while politely bowing their heads. Going inside the building, Xaru saw a staircase which led to the viewing area of the pavilion. Going up, he was met with luxurious furnitures with decorations all around. It was a place with multiple peoples emitting different auras. There were 5 people sitting on chairs with one person standing behind one of the chairs. Looking towards them, Xaru was met with a beautiful girl dressed in all white with a small beast on her lap. Sitting in the middle seat, she looked towards Xaru with a sly smile on her face, and standing behind her was a middle-aged woman with closed eyes. Looking at her left, Xaru saw 2 identical men sitting next to each other. They had on identical brown robes and they looked at him with serious looks in their eyes. On the girl's right he saw a man and a woman. The woman had on a cold expression with a sharp look in her eyes, while the man was politely smiling at Xaru. Getting up from his seat, the man welcomed Xaru. "Welcome, senior brother Xaru, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Likewise, Xaru replied with a curious look in his eyes. He sat down at the only seat available in the room. Seeing this, the girl in white smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce everyone to you. That girl with the mean-looking eyes is Lin Luan, ranked last place in strength." The girl now known as Lin Luan looked at the girl in white with an annoyed look in her eyes before looking away. "These 2 serious twins on my left are Han Taniu and Han Yan, both ranking 6th and 5th after each other." Hearing the girl in white say their rank, the twins also kept quiet. "This one is someone you might know, Long Zun," the girl said while pointing towards the man that greeted Xaru. Long Xaru asked while looking at Long Zun. "Yes cousin, I am ranked 4th and Long Yi is my further," Long Zun said while taping his chest with pride. "Uncle Yiha." The girl in white raised an eyebrow at that before speaking while stroking the beast on her lap. "My name is Luxin and I am ranked 3rd in strength. I hope we get along." "I am Xaru." Xaru introduced himself while looking towards the spirit beast on her lap. It was quietly sleeping, but judging by the chi it is releasing, he confirmed it to be a rank 4 beast in the beginner stage. "We know all about you, Xaru. You are the sect master's son, right? Everyone here is wondering where you were till now." Luxin asked a question that was on everyone's mind. They looked towards him, with even Long Zun looking at him for an answer. "Sorry, but I made a vow not to say." Remembering the Breeze sect, Xaru could only decline to answer that question. "Oh, if it were a vow then you can't break it." Realizing the implication of a vow, Long Zun could only reply with a down face. He had been wondering about that for a while since his father wouldn't tell him. Xaru looked at him before letting out a wary smile. As he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a presence near the pavilion before looking at the staircase. Long Zun wondered why his cousin stopped. He was about to ask when suddenly a pressure descended upon everybody in the room. The pressure was so heavy that everyone in the room couldn't move, with the middle-aged woman behind Long Zun experiencing the worst of it. Her legs bucked with her chi going out of control and threatening to explode out of her sea of chi. The small beast on Long Zun's lap suddenly opened its eyes before it released a burst of chi, disrupting the pressure upon everybody. Finally free, Long Zun looked towards the staircase with a worried expression. "You," she said after seeing who it was. A man came up the stairs. He wore all red with red eyes and hair, and he released a threatening amount of chi as he walked towards everyone. Xaru looked at the newcomer with raised eyebrows, because the realm of this man was the same as him, a cultivator at the soul-wandering realm. 18. Man vs. Beast. "Wang Feng, you broke through, but why are you here?" Long Zun asked with a nervous expression on her face. The red-haired man smirked at her before saying, "Is this how you talk to the #1 inherent disciple?" Saying this, he released another threatening pressure, this time focused only on Long Zun. The small beast on Long Zun's lap had its eyes on this newcomer since he got here, so it was prepared for any attack. It released the same burst of chi again, disrupting his pressure once more. Wang Feng looked towards the small beast. "Your sister must really love you to give you a rank 4 spirit beast as a pet, although I wouldn't mind taking your snow fox." Luxin looked towards him with a sneer. "You must be joking. You have the arrogance to say that you are number one. I am the first to break through to the soul-wandering realm, so it's only natural that I be the first ranked," Wang Feng said as he looked towards the other inherent disciples. "What? Do you all disagree with me as well?" The room turned silent. The other inherited disciples didn't say anything. Even Longzun kept quiet because their ranks were decided depending on their cultivation realms. Wang Feng was not wrong in saying what he just said. Luxin let out a slight laugh before saying, "Only when you defeat Gongru would I accept you as the first ranker." Wang Feng looked at her with cold eyes before suddenly pointing a finger towards her. Qi instantly gathered in his finger as he said, "Do I look like I care about your approval? Never mention that name in front of me." "Wang Feng, do you not fear the Lu family anymore?" someone said from the sideline. Longzun, who had been silent till now, finally opened his mouth. He doesn't care about Luxin to the point of standing up for her, but he was worried about a fight breaking out. He thought bringing up the Lu family might scare him. But he was wrong, because when Wang Feng heard this it only angered him further. He suddenly gathered even more power to his finger before shooting it towards Luxin. He looked at her with hatred in his eyes. "So what if she has the Lu family? I have a backer too, so why would I be afraid of them like before?" A ray of extremely hot fire left a trail in the air as it headed towards Luxin. Right as it arrived at her seat, it exploded into a scorching wave of fire that threatened to consume everything in the room. Luxin knew that the attack would blow the whole pavilion apart, but she didn't show fear as she called out the small beast's name. K. Boom! An explosion occurred, destroying the whole top floor of the pavilion before settling down. The flames slowly died down, only to reveal that surrounding the body of everyone in the room was a beautiful water barrier that protected them from the flame that had just exploded. The small fox had disappeared from Luxin's lap and appeared right in front of Wang Feng. It opened its small mouth while a projection of a big mouth appeared around Wang Feng. It bit down with force, intending to tear him apart. Peng! Wang Lin was launched out of the pavilion as the whole room collapsed from the impact. The small fox felt a recoil from its bite, so it knew that its attack was blocked. It jumped forward to look properly at Wang Feng, who landed not far away. Getting a good look at him, the beast realized that covering the whole right arm of Wang Feng was a red armor that was glowing with force. The small beast felt threatened and so gathered a massive amount of water qi in its body that went out of its body to cover it in thick layers of qi that resembled armor. It jumped towards Wang Feng once more, this time fully armed. Reaching him, it delivered a blow with its claw that left a huge scar across the ground. Peng! Wang Feng blocked the attack, which blasted him even farther away. However, he stood his ground and gathered qi in his armored arm before firing a powerful beam that struck the armored fox, pushing it back slightly. "Impressive," Wang Feng said after not seeing any damage to the fox. Peng! Peng! The whole area surrounding the peach blossom tree began to be covered in marks as the beast and cultivator continued fighting. Looking from afar, Longzun asked Luxin what was on his mind. "Do you think your spirit beast can take him down?" "Don't worry. He overestimated himself. If he had battled K fully armored, he might have stood a chance." But now, Luxin said as she took out a small talisman before crushing it soon after. Armored Xaru from the side began to think, "It's something only cultivators at the soul-wandering stage can do." While it's true that their strength increases the more armor that they have, however, Xaru didn't think that it would go as smooth as they wished. He looked at the man and beast fight from afar with a thoughtful expression. Boom! "Hey, is that the best that you can do?" Wang Feng said with blood coming from his mouth. He retrieved an item from his storage bag that glowed with power. He lunged himself towards the spirit beast as he let out a menacing smile. He planned to finish this before taking even more damage. The small fox, feeling a threat, gathered a large amount of energy in its mouth before releasing it in a beam of highly concentrated water qi that obliterated everything in its path before landing on Wang Feng's figure. As the attack landed on him, Wang Feng disappeared from his location before appearing across the beast. He tossed the small item in his hand, revealing it to be a scroll glowing with inscription runes. The scroll opened up while it was being thrown and released a magmatic force towards the small fox before swallowing it entirely. Everything happened so fast that those inherent disciples watching couldn't see what happened clearly. Luxin, Lin Luan, the twin brothers and Xun Long were baffled at the sudden quietness on the battlefield. A second later Wang Feng appeared before them. He was battered with a few patches of blood on his robe, yet he had on a huge smile on his face. Luxin looking at him with a cold expression. "What did you do?" Wang Feng looked at all the inherent disciples before he lifted his hand to reveal a scroll with inscriptions. "From now on it's mine. If you want it back then come get it," he said before continuing. "Now let's continue where we left off." Boom. Another pressure descended upon everybody in the room, but this time without the small beast to intervene. All the inherent disciples found it difficult to stand as they were forced to their knees. All of them were at the peak of the gold core realm, yet they were powerless against him. Wang Feng stopped Luxin, feeling that pressure once again started to get worried. She was not worried about herself but rather for Bai Qian, her attendant. Bai Qian being the only cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm, there felt her chi going haywire and out of control. It was taking all of her strength to keep herself together. "And why should I listen to you?" Wang Feng said as he increased the pressure even more. Bai Qian's body started glowing. Her liquid sea of chi within her danshan was ready to burst open. 19. Xaru's strength. All of a sudden a small burst of chi was sent out to disturb the pressure descending upon everyone. The whole place stood still. Wang Feng looked towards the one who disrupted his pressure with cold eyes. Standing with presence was a young man in a black robe and sharp eyes. Coming from his body was wisps of chi that radiate soul-wandering realm. "You, who are you?" Wang Feng hadn't noticed the young man at first. When he first came there he had thought him to be some random servant, so he had not bothered to look at him properly. "My name is Xaru," Wang Feng heard the young man say, and thinking of the name, he immediately linked it to the Sect master's son that had returned recently. "So it's you. What are you doing interfering in my business?" Not the least bothered, Wang Feng showed him a cold look. His energy skyrocketed and his body became covered in flames. He pointed a finger towards Xaru. With his aura changing he called out, "Skystride arrow." A massive amount of chi was gathered into his finger and released at an alarming speed that took the shape of a large flaming arrow that arrived at Xaru's face instantly. Boom. Wind was blown in all directions as all those close to Xaru were blown away by the attack. The pavilion that was on its last legs had collapsed completely. "Brother Xaru," landing not far away from the pavilion, Elong shouted with worry. That attack was too fast to anyone to react. "Don't worry. I am fine," answered a voice behind him. Turning around he saw the same young man in a black robe with no scratch whatsoever on his being. Xaru had on a cold expression as he shifted his attention towards Wang Feng. He didn't like how he was attacked out of nowhere. "Wait here," he said as he started walking towards Wang Feng with a steady pace. From his body appeared a pressure book. A pressure so immense descended upon the whole field. His aura exuded off his body and the floor around him started to deepen. Impossible looking at Xaru walking towards him from afar. Wang Feng had a surprised look on his face. Dodging an attack that close should not be possible. Even he wouldn't be able to do it, and yet this young man was able to do it. Storing the scroll in his storage bag, he launched himself towards Xaru at lightning speed as his right arm began to be covered in armor again. He was prepared to fight full force against this person if need be. Reaching a couple of meters from Xaru, he suddenly started to get slower. He felt pressure surround his body like he was in water, completely shattering his momentum. Being all too familiar with pressure, he stopped his movement and released a burst of chi in all directions before sprinting towards Xaru again. He had done as intended, but he noticed that the pressure was still there, and the closer he was to him the slower he becomes. 5 meters away and he couldn't sprint towards Xaru anymore. His breathing became more heavy and he felt like a boulder was placed on his shoulders. Heavy and almost out of breath, he was having difficulties walking up to him, but he still persisted and walked steadily through the pressure. 3 meters away and his body became completely immobilized. It was glued to the ground. He couldn't bring his leg up anymore. His breathing became ragged and he couldn't move anymore. He noticed that as Xaru walks up to him, the pressure continued to increase. With each walk, the pressure placed upon Wang Feng would go up slightly and his breathing would become even more unstable. 6 feet away and Wang Feng's knee finally buckled. He was forced to get on his hands and knees. He felt the air stick to him like wool and he looked up at Xaru, who was standing right in front of him. You asked what I was doing interfering in your business, right? Taking one step forward, Xaru asked. Wang Feng felt the increase in the pressure and felt even more suffocated as he couldn't hold his head up anymore. He could barely hold himself up. I'll tell you, Xaru said as he looked down upon Wang Feng. Remembering the past, he stepped forward one more time. I don't like to see the weak suffer. Feeling an increase in the pressure once again, Wang Feng couldn't hold on any longer and hit the ground with force. Blood was coming out of his mouth and he drifted into unconsciousness. The pressure had become too much for him to bear. Xaru looked at him and didn't show a shed of sympathy as he raised his leg for another step. That's enough. A soft voice called out from the side, and along with the voice was a force strong enough to disrupt the pressure surrounding the area. A beautiful woman in a white dress appeared before him. She was floating a few feet off the ground and she had Luxin walking by her side. Severely injuring or killing an inherent disciple could get you in a lot of trouble, even if you are the sect master's son. And you are? Xaru asked curiously, even though he had already guessed that the lady was most probably related to Luxin judging from the way they looked. Senior brother, this is my sister Li Yung. She is an inner sect elder, Luxin from the side said as she walked up to him. She walked up to Wang Feng, who was on the ground, and took his storage bag. Looking through it, she took out a scroll with inscription runes and handed it to the lady. It's this. The lady took the scroll from Luxin. Tapping the runes on the scroll, she destroyed them and handed the scroll back to Luxin. Well, for now I'll take this one to the sect's infirmary. You can take care of the rest, right? The lady, Li Yung said as she floated towards Wang Feng. Reaching her hand out, Wang Feng was directly lifted from the dirt and floated by her side. She took out a flying sword and stepped on it while pouring chi into it before flying off into the distance with Wang Feng by her side. Looking at her from afar, Xaru wondered how he would fare against her if they fought, but he shook his head as he put that thought to the back of his mind. Forgive me, senior brother. It's my fault that this happened. Looking towards his right, Xaru saw Luxin with a small smile. It doesn't matter, he was rude, Xaru said as he thought back to the way Wang Feng behaved. Right, Luxin said as she looked down. She blamed herself. She had wanted to check out the strength of this newcomer, but she didn't think that Wang Feng would show up, and in the next realm for that matter. Brother Yi Long said from afar as he along with the twins and Lin Luan started to gather towards Xaru and Luxin. Westmount Valley. Elias Raven drifted through the trees and arrived at the cave entrance with no difficulty. Looking around the place, she noticed that there were footprints around the whole floor, human footprints that disappeared not far from the cave entrance. Elias Raven worried a little. She believed that the array would be enough to keep this place secret, but she neglected to think about the possibility of this place being known by others beforehand. 20. Understanding. The fog was still lingering in the air, which means that the array was not destroyed. Looking around the whole array formation, she heaved a sigh of relief after finding out that all of the array were in the right places. She calmed down as she began to think. Putting her hand under her chin, she immediately ruled out the possibility of it being an outer sect disciple. They wouldn't come here to dangerous places, and since the footprints disappeared after just a few meters from the cave, she knew that the culprit had to be able to use a flying sword, and only Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and above can do that. She thought, since the array is in place, no one above the soul wounding real was here, but I can't rule out the possibility of them just not breaking the array. She hoped that she was just overthinking things because she hates trouble. Going inside the cave, she had on a cautious face as she walked under the luminous stones. Arriving at end of the cave, she looked towards the pool, which was giving off a large amount of chi. It was the same as last before with no abnormalities. After coming closer, and she confirmed that nothing was different about the pool. Only then was her mind was at ease. She sat down next to the pool and closed her eyes. Looking inside her dantian, which was filled with chi, she began to focus on a large amount of chi in her dantian to gather them together. Condensing them together, she saw them turn into droplets of water. The drops of water were not water, but in fact just pure chi, and only when she turns her entire sea of chi into liquid would she have broken through. She had just used 1/10 of her chi to forge those small droplets of liquid chi, so her chi lowered a bit. Circulating her chi inside her body, she began gathering chi from the surroundings outside to refill her sea of chi. The aura around the pool chunked as the chi converged towards Elias Raven, and 2 minutes later her danshan was filled with chi again. Stopping her chi circulation, she began to once again turn her chi into liquid. This time using all of her chi from her danshan, she condensed them into drops of liquid chi that joined the first group of liquid chi to get even bigger. 10 minutes later and her danshan was empty of chi, but she had made a little progress. Floating above her empty sea of chi was a small sphere of liquid chi that was gathered from her normal chi. Opening her eyes, Elias Raven felt drained as she began to stand up. Walking towards the pool in the cave, she stopped right before it. Taking her robe off, she jumped into the pool. With only her inner garment, she noticed a difference this time in the water. Her body was moving freely without it even being strengthened by her chi. She naturally assumed this was because of the bone-strengthening pills that she took before. Sinking to the bottom of the pool, she closed her eyes and began absorbing chi again. Taking no more than 30 minutes, her danshan became filled again. She gathered all the chi inside of her danshan again to form drops of liquid chi that joined the others. 5 minutes later, after all of her chi had turned into liquid chi, she continued her cycle of absorbing chi in the water to fill up her danshan and then condensing all that chi together to form liquid chi. Levitation Sect. Deep underground under the Sect Master's palace was a room decorated to the utmost extent with all sorts of stylish stuffs. At the center of the room was an old man sitting down meditating. Behind the old man was a cracked floating sphere pulsating with power. The old man was meditating silently with no fluctuation in the chi surrounding him. It was as if he was not cultivating at all. Opening his eyes, he looked towards the door to the room. Waving his hand, the door opened to reveal a shadow bowing down at the door. "How did it go, Shu? Do you have it?" the old man asked. "Yes, Grandmaster, the last item has been collected," the shadow, not looking up, answered as he took out a storage bag before tossing it to the old man. Catching the storage bag, the old man looked through its content before saying, "Perfect, little Han was just asking about it." The old man smiled a little as with this the formation would be complete. Looking towards the shadow, he noticed that the shadow wasn't retreating, so he asked, "Do you have anything else to report?" "Yes, I have confirmed that Lukin will be arriving at the Sect competition." "Lukin, huh? Okay, you are dismissed." The old man looked thoughtful as he repeats the name. The shadow by the door became consumed with darkness before disappearing instantly. Waving his hand, the old man closed the door and got back to meditating silently, his thoughts a mystery. 6 hours later, Westmount Valley. Inside the pool at the end of the cave, Elias Raven opened her eyes. She moved her body with ease as she propelled herself towards the top of the pool. Jumping out of the pool, she landed on the ground. Remembering something, she called out, "System, Elias Raven." Special Physique, Brute Chi Physique. Chi Gathering Realm 9 Stage. Experience points, 100%/10%. System Coin: 280. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Root: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Mutated Spirit Root: Mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall/Refine Yin Chi, Surge. Market. Looking at her experience points, she noticed that it had changed from its regular numbers to percentages, and judging from how it's 10 out of 100, she assumed it's corresponding to the amount of liquid chi in her danshan. If she kept it up, then in about a week she would have broken through to the next realm. Her thoughts went back to why she called out the system. She had just remembered her mutated elemental chi, and since she had system coins, she could buy more formless water talisman to see if she could increase their percentage. But that would be for the future, as her top priority right now was to break through. Drying herself of the water, she put her robe back on before heading out of the cave. 21. Bizarre. 3 days later, Westmount Valley. Elias Raven was sitting by the side of the pool, lost in though. The system had said that new functions would be unlocked when she breaks through to new realms, meaning that the system can't process without her. But the opposite is also true. She had read a book or two where in the end the system turns out to be the main villain, but at her current point she doubts that she needed to worry about that. Her realm was progressing fast, but she had attributed that to her special physique, which made her wonder how she got it in the first place. It's not like the physique had anything to do with her system or herself from Earth. Physique means your body composition, which would mean that it was either from her family, random mutation, or a higher power. And speaking of her family, She had no recollection of her mother. When she had arrived to this world she was always with her father and the memories of her mother were fuzzy. She would have to ask her further about her mother when she had the chance. Raising her hand she gathered her brute chi into her hand. She had noticed the 4 properties that this energy has. The first is that it doesn't combine with anything else, and would just destroy said thing if tried. Second, the brute chi in her dantian would increase as her realm increases. Thirdly is that it blocks attacks depending on the amount of chi she puts in her shield surrounding her body. And 4, she can use the brute chi for any technique in her arsenal which increases their damage considerably. Thinking of ways to make it even more useful, she had thought of filling up her dantian with just brute chi and trying to liquefy it to turn it into liquid chi. But she had determined that it wouldn't work based on the fact that it's chaotic. Trying to turn it into something else doesn't work, and even if it was possible it would take years upon years just to fill up her dantian with just liquid brute chi. Luckily she was able to have this much freedom in the sect. From what she has seen, the sect doesn't consider chi-gathering realm cultivators that important and they only bother with those at the peak of the realm or those from special families. She had noticed that they encourage outer sect disciples to cultivate but they don't do anything like giving rewards to help with their growth progress. She assumed that only the inner sect disciples would get that privilege. System: Elias Raven. Special physique: Brute Chi physique. Chi gathering realm 9 stage. Experience points: 100%/43%. System coin: 280. Taoist Gaka wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual root: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root: mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods: basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall/refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash. Market: going through the system market she looked for anything that might help develop something that was on her minutes since she had gotten the system. An army, or more specifically subordinates. She had long realized that having underlings make things easier sometimes. The system is the perfect equipment for creating such things. But the only thing remotely close to something like that in the system market is a single pill. Chi realm origin essence. Consuming it makes any normal person a peak chi gathering realm cultivator. But they can't ever cultivate past that realm. 900, system coin. The cost is high and there are downsides to consuming the pill. She obviously hadn't considered buying something like that. She could only put the thought at the back of her mind. Getting up from her seated position she looked at the center of the pool where the lotus flower was. She had been avoiding getting in contact with it because she assumed that the source of all this chi from the pool was this flower, and plucking it might cause some unnecessary things. Walking out of the cave she looked towards sky and the sun was still up. Today she had finished her practice early as she wanted to thoroughly check the whole valley. For the past few days that she had been here, she had not encountered a single spirit beast. Her last encounter was with that black snake, and judging by the fact that it was a rank 2 spirit beast which was equivalent to Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, she had assumed that it went on a killing spree, devouring almost every rank 1 spirit beast around, or the rest was scared away to other areas. Leisurely jumping through the trees, Elias Raven was wondering why such a bizarre thing like that had happened in such a low-grade area which should only have rank 1 spirit beasts. Looking from tree to tree into hidden areas all around the valley, she had not seen a single creature in the forest of trees. Going by the waterfall she checked the whole stream up the fall but to no avail. The too was empty with not even a single aquatic life. Seeing no spirit beast she wasn't all that worried, as she already had assumptions. She could only go back to the sect after collecting the flowers for her mission. Lately she's been collecting them and stacking up a little amount of sect contribution points just to not seem suspicious. 22 gold. Returning to the sect, Elias Raven went straight towards the outer sect hall. She walked a little past the mission board before reaching a door with a mission sign. Opening it she was greeted with a small room without anything but a counter with a young boy behind it. The room was small and quiet. The boy had his head on the counter and promptly got up when he heard the door open. Seeing someone familiar he went back to laying his head on the counter and asked, "What mission did you complete this time?" Elias Raven looked up at the boy. He looked to be about 12 years old, but he was an inner sect disciple that had been put in this room for whatever reason. "It's the same mission, Senior Brother Lee. Elias Raven said as she takes out the flower for the mission to hand to him. Again, why are you coming here every day for so little sect contribution? I just like picking flowers. Elias Raven kept it simple as she answered his question. Receiving the item, he stored the flower in his storage bag before taking out a brush. He stretched his hand out to Elias Raven, who gave him a small golden pendant with the number 6. Taping his brush on it, he was able to add the required amount of sect contributions on the pendant, changing the number to 9. You should join those group missions. The rewards are higher. Handing the pendant and a single spirit stone to Elias Raven, the young man encouraged her to do joint missions. I will think about it, Elias Raven answered as she got ready to leave the room. But of course what was on her mind was, I will not be joining any form of group missions. She does not trust random strangers with her life, so she wouldn't take that route. Leaving the small room, Elias Raven slowly walked towards the innermost part of the hall. She was heading to the outer disciple shop on the far end of the hall. As she walks past all the different rooms, she thought back to when she first came here. She had not realized how many different places were in this building. Come to think of it, I still don't know who that girl Yu Yan is. Remembering that girl in pink who disappeared instantly, she still couldn't guess anything from their encounter. Reaching her destination, Elias Raven opened the door right away. In the room were the same shelves with items and a counter in the middle. Sitting behind that counter is Meow. Dressed in her jewelry robe, she had on a serious expression while focusing on an item in her hand. Momentarily, without looking up, Meow said in a strong tone, "You're late." "Who's late?" Elias Raven walked in towards the counter and asked with a curious voice. Meow, hearing a female voice answering her, was brought back from her dazed look as she looked up to meet Elias Raven's gaze. "Oh, sorry about that. I was too focused on an item from one of my previous customers." Laying the item, a coin, on the counter, she stood up and looked at Elias Raven with their friendly smile. "Customers?" Elias Raven asked, thinking back. "Yes, but forget about that. Now you were on my minutes since that day. I had forgotten to ask for your name. Can you tell me now?" "Oh, Elias Raven," she said as she too realized that she hadn't been asked that moment. Writing down the name on a tablet, Meow replied with a smile. "Elias Raven, do you need my help with anything at all?" Remembering back to when Meow had said to come to her if she ever needed help, Elias Raven shook her head and said, "No, I came to buy a sword again. The last one was destroyed." Coming up with a believable excuse, Elias Raven wanted to buy another sword to add to her stock. She thought that adding more was for the best, since they would just get destroyed anyways. Hearing that Elias Raven's sword was destroyed, Meow was not shocked, as mortal swords with barely any chi easily get destroyed in a lot of way by non-human strength, thus making them not suitable for cultivators. Not looking at Elias Raven for confirmation on what kind of sword that she wants, Meow started walking towards one of the shelves with a sword. "I have the perfect one for you, although it's a bit expensive." Reaching her hand into the barrier around the sword, she drew it out, handed it to Elias Raven. "This one is a poorly made low-grade sword, but it should satisfy you for a long time." Talking with confidence, Meow was sure Elias Raven would like this weapon. Looking at the sword that shines with luster, Elias Raven became tempted but quickly regained her focus as she handed the sword back. "I want a normal sword, but you didn't even hear the price. It's only 16 spirit stones," Meow said while holding up 2 fingers. "It is too expensive. I only have a couple spirit stones with me." Elias Raven thought that lack of money is a reasonable answer to give from a new disciple. "I can lend you some if you don't have enough for it. I don't borrow money. It's something I don't do, so I'll just take a normal sword. Besides, I won't be using it for anything big, just cutting flowers," Elias Raven said with a slight smile on her face. "Okay." Finally relenting, Meow didn't push forward with the low-grade sword. She had wanted to make it easier for Ming Lin, but if it was not something that Elias Raven wanted, then she could not force it. Thinking for a minute, she retrieved a sword from her storage bag. Other than the color of the sword being gold, it looked just like any other sword made by mortals. "What is it?" Reaching for the sword, Elias Raven realized that it was heavy and glowing gold. It gave her the feeling of being at a spotlight. "It is something that I had before joining the sect. I had it made gold to match my fashion, but it ended up being useless, so I'll sell it to you for 3 spirit stones," Meow said with a grin as she gets to sell something that is essentially nothing. Storing the sword in her storage bag, Elias Raven readily headed to the door as she had gotten what she came here for. "See you next time." Elias Raven heard from behind her, waving her hand. She left the room with her mood slightly risen. 23. Breakthrough. 4 days later, Westmount Valley. Early morning. A young girl dressed in a black robe was walking through the trees. She was admiring the now flourishing trees after a few days of no activity throughout the forest. Elias Raven was leisurely walking towards the cave entrance. Lightning was occasionally coming from her feet as she walked, and yet she seemed relaxed. She was currently looking at her system status with a happy smile. Elias Raven. Special physique. Brute Chi physique. Chi gathering realm 9 stage. Experience points, 100%/89%. System coin: 280. Taoist Gaka wheel, unavailable. Spiritual root: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root: mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods: basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall/refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash. Market. She was almost there with her experience, and it was only a matter of time before she reached the phase of the foundation establishment. Right now she is focusing on her leg, which was occasionally tingling. She was running lightning through it as a fair of training. She stopped her chi flow and blew a small breath out. Phew. She had started to involve her techniques in her daily routine. She wanted to see if she could keep the Thunderbolt Flash technique always active like the others, but that proved to be difficult as she couldn't keep it from going haywire and flashing everywhere. She had been using her refined chi technique for the last 3 days, and she had noticed a small improvement in her chi movement, which was already being boosted by her focused chi control. She reached the cave entrance while lost in thought. Small clouds of fog covered the area and kept any unwanted trespassers away. Taking out a small glowing talisman in her storage bag, she was easily able to pass the lingering fog ahead. Walking in a carefree way, Elias Raven reached the pool with a smile on her face. She was in a good mood because today would be the day that she would reach the foundation establishment stage. She would be able to fly now. She already envied those that could fly on swords in the sky, and her only time flying was with that inner Sect disciple. At the time she was more curious than happy. Not taking her clothes off, Elias Raven jumped into the pool and got into the right position to gather chi. She stopped her momentary excitement and closed her eyes to look inside her dantian. Her dantian was full of chi already, so she began to condense them into large drops of liquid chi in her dantian. The drops would combine with the sea of liquid chi that discovered a large portion of the dantian. Her efficiency has improved dramatically after she started using those techniques, and it only took her 4 minutes to condense them as she readily absorbed the surrounding chi from the pool. She easily became focused on the cycle that she had been doing for the last few days that she didn't notice the passage of time. 3 hours later, Elias Raven was awakened from her dazed cultivation to suddenly feeling nothing. She could feel that there was no chi surrounding her and felt little wind blowing around her body. Opening her eyes, she was left shell-shocked. Her surroundings were empty and there was no water in sight. She was sitting on a hard floor that looked like it did not have any traces of water on it. Standing up and looking around, she saw that at the center of the pool, or what used to be a pool, was the lotus flower. It was withering and slowly turning into dust. Elias Raven was baffled. What exactly had happened? It's dying. Did she absorb too much chi? But it didn't show any signs that it was dying. Random thoughts were currently flying in her mind as she began to think. But Elias Raven could not come to any conclusions as to why that had happened. Perplexed, she called out, "System, Elias Raven." Special physique, brute chi physique. Chi gathering realm 9 stage. Experience points, 100%, 96%. System coin: 280. Taoist Gaka wheel, unavailable. Spiritual root: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root: mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods: basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall/refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash. Market: their system is not showing any weird changes, so it's not because of me. Meaning the plant dying was either from outside interference or too much chi absorption, or maybe it just dies after a certain period of time. Elias Raven began thinking after looking through her system. She had been worried that her special physique might have been the problem, but it seems not. It's unlikely for this to be outside interference, so Elias Raven ruled it out since no one or thing other than her is here. Dying of age is reasonable, but she doubts that it was that. The pool running dry was the most reasonable option since she had been using it every single day since she saw it. Though she doesn't know if she's right or not, looking at her system menu, she was really disappointed. It couldn't have waited to disappear after her breakthrough, she sighed. Sitting down on the floor, she began to wonder. It would probably take a whole week to fill up her dungeon to completion without the pool, and she didn't want to wait for that. She came expecting for a breakthrough, so she was not leaving without it. Making up her mind, she took out a small glowing pill. It was one of her chi-gathering pills that she had planned to use after her breakthrough. Popping it inside her mouth, she closed her eyes and began to circulate her chi. Focusing on her surroundings, she began to gather more chi, or rather more chi began to gather around her position. Outside of her cave in the whole valley, chi slowly began moving towards her direction. It was not as readily available as the pool, but it was more than enough for just a handful of drops of liquid chi. Her hair began blowing in the air and her body became the center of a small cyclone of chi. At 98%, her dungeon started to solidify and her dungeon began to follow its instinct, gathering more and more chi from her surrounding to reach a new height. At 99%, her internal energy fluctuations reached a level where her body could not contain it any longer. Pulses of energy were washing away anything from 3 meters away from her. At 100%, Elias Raven felt her dungeon harden as every drop of chi became liquid. Only then did she open her eyes. 24. Foundation Establishment Realm. Large amounts chi was swirling around Elias Raven when she opened her eyes. She felt her body light and her vision improving, but most importantly of all, she could feel power coursing through her whole being. Her heart was palpitating with excitement and joy as her dungeon was returning to normal. She knew that she'd broken through without a problem. Calming down, she noticed that the last amount of chi surrounding her was beginning to fade, and she closed her eyes to concentrate into her dungeon. The large body of liquid chi in her dungeon had shrunken down to a third of her dungeon's size. It was smaller than before, and yet it pulsed with more power than before. Her brute chi was quietly situated in her dungeon. It had doubled its size and remained floating in the air. Focusing her mind elsewhere, she could feel chi coursing through her body, with some clustered around her scars on her back and leg. The wounds were already healed, but had scars left. Her chi was trying to slowly mend the areas. Elias Raven smiled slightly. She was already seeing one of the benefits of being a Foundation Establishment cultivator: self-recovery. Chi-gathering cultivators can't do that. It was one of the reasons that they aren't considered useful until they reach Foundation Establishment. Stopping her chi circulation, she opened her eyes to system messages popping up. Congratulations for reaching a new realm. You have received rewards for your achievement. You have received Foundation Establishment Pill X1, Intermediate System Pack. The system has updated. The Alchemist and Blacksmith section has been unlocked. Looking through the system messages, Elias Raven pondered as she puts her hand under her chin. She doesn't know much about alchemist and blacksmith, but she knows that they are really useful professions. As much as she knows their importance, she didn't like the thought of doing them since she has the system. She could just get the pills by buying them from the market or by getting them as rewards. She put the thought at the back of her minutes since it was a win-win situation for her. Looking ahead, she saw that appearing in front of her was the 2 floating items of her achievement. The Foundation Establishment Pill which she has received looked to be more of a trophy than meaningful since she was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator. It wouldn't make sense for the system to consider that a reward. But she still took it as it might be useful for something else later. Turning her attention to the important one, she smiled. This was her first intermediate system package, so she was curious as to what it holds. Reaching out and grabbing the package, she was immediately met with the prompt, "Do you wish to open the package?" Yes. It glowed bright before shattering to show the contents in it. The light disappeared to reveal 4 items appearing in front of her. You have received 1,210 system coins, 250 spirit stones, concealment talisman, medium-grade axe, rattle serpent egg, 5 beast forage. Elias Raven raised her eyebrows at the system message. She didn't think in this direction, but it didn't matter. As the light faded, what appeared before her were an axe, talisman, egg and a weird plant. She had expected the increase in the system coins and spirit stones, but she had not expected them to be this much. What got her raising her eyebrows was the egg that appeared. She was no expert in handling eggs, so she was slightly concerned about it. She could only shook her head, as what happens in the future would be seen in the future. Reaching her hand out to touch it, she was surprised. Rattle serpent egg. Inside is a spirit beast with a rank 2 bloodline. Once hatched, it quickly grows to the peak of a rank 2 spirit beast, where it can no longer go any further. Below the egg was a small description. The contents weren't what shocked her. The reason she was given a shock was because the system normally doesn't show descriptions. Only when they are in the system market would she see their description. The only exception to that was books and techniques, so she became curious. Trying to touch the axe, she was given a small description again. The system had said that it had updated, but she had just assumed that it had just unlocked the alchemist and blacksmith section. She began to think of what items she had, and thinking quick, she took out a flower that was glowing slightly. It was one of the 4 flowers that were by the pool. As she held it in her hand, she waited for a small description to pop up, but nothing happened, which left her disappointed. It seems that the description only works on system items. But she had expected this, as it would be too much if she could know about anything that she came into contact with. Snapping out of her thoughts, she began to get up. She was still under the dry pool, so she jumped towards the surface before landing gracefully. She looked around before heading towards the outside. It was too bad that she would be leaving this place and the most likely never coming back. The pool was gone, and she doubts that she could get any more uses from here. Reaching the entrance, she noticed that the sun was still up. It seems that not much time had passed since her arrival here, and the fog was still lingering around the entrance. Coming out of the cave, she took the soul-confusing array surrounding the entrance. Since she was done with the cave, she stored the array inside her storage bag for further use before turning to leave. She still had stuffs to do, one of which is learning the formless cultivation method, which needed her to be a foundation establishment cultivator. As she walked through the trees lost in thought, she suddenly felt a chill down her back. Boom. 25. Strategic. Jumping to the side, Elias Raven heard a loud explosion coming from where she was originally standing. Looking at the spot, she saw a glowing arrow stuck to the ground. It tore a small chunk of the ground and looked unmovable. Turning her head back towards the cave, she looked up. Up 30 meters up on the small mountain that the cave was situated at was a cliff. The arrow had been fired from that cliff. 6 individuals were standing on the cliff looking down upon her. They were all dressed in a long black robe that covered their faces. All of them were giving off the aura of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and it seems like all 6 of them were cultivators at the beginning stages. One by one they all raised their hands from their robe, revealing a bow, and not uttering a single word they gathered chi into their hand before firing an arrow towards her. Elias Raven was given a shock as the arrows arrived in front of her almost instantaneously, giving her no room to dodge. Peng! The arrows had traveled faster than the one before, so the ground cracked more under their impact and debris and dust was scattered around the area. When the dust settled, Elias Raven was revealed under the smoke and dust to be completely unscathed. She was in the middle of a small hole, and covering her left arm was her brute chi. The arrows were nowhere to be seen. She grimaced in pain. The arrows were stronger than she had expected. She had thought that a single arm was all that she needed, but it appears that she had underestimated the enemy. Her arm was almost paralyzed from the impact just now. She would have to be careful of those arrows from now on. Looking up at the attackers, she dashed towards them with her newfound speed while taking out a sword emitting very little chi. The robed figures, seeing their attack successfully blocked, didn't show any responses and gathered more chi into their arrows. They fired once more at Elias Raven, who in response started sprinting in a zigzag pattern, dodging all of their arrows. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding ground was getting ravaged worse and worse with each explosion from their arrows, and Elias Raven was making use of the debris and smoke to get closer without sustaining any damage. She looked at them with thoughts running through her head. She was getting closer to them, and yet they didn't seem responsive as they fired rapid arrows towards her, one of which almost hitting her. She arrived a few meters away from the cliff before throwing her sword high up on the cliff wall. Gathering brute chi into her legs, she jumped as high as she could. Her body elevated from the force of the jump, and she found herself high up in the air. She had jumped 20 meters in the air before gravity started to work on her again. The cliff had been too high for her to jump on, but she was not surprised by that, as her aim was not the cliff but the sword that she had thrown before. Using it as a springboard, she jumped further up the cliff to see the 6 robed attackers. 2 of them were already far in the back, gathering a large amount of chi into their bows. She had determined them to be a little dangerous, so she gathered brute chi in her hand, ready for any surprise attack. The 4 robed figures in the front had swords in their hand and were waiting for her arrival. Their swords glowed red and they attacked at the same time. Their moves were simultaneous, making her feel more uncomfortable. 4 cross-shaped crescent slashes came headed her way. Surge. As she landed on the ground, she waved her hand and her brute chi surged outward. It covered a wide area and clashed against their red crescent slashes. Boom. The slashes were powerful, yet the brute chi easily tore through the combined attacks and landed on the 4 robed figures. They were sent flying further back, where 2 massive arrows came hurtling her way. Elias Raven couldn't possibly block them, otherwise she would be blown back down the cliff, so with limited options she chose to jump high into the air, barely dodging the arrows. While in the air, she took out an axe before looking towards the enemy. The 4 robed sword wielders had been blown back into the 2 archers, causing them to fall to the ground. The blast had ripped their robes, finally revealing their faces. And yet they didn't seem all that bothered about it, like it didn't matter. They went back to grabbing their swords and bows before getting up again. Elias Raven looking carefully at their facial features before finally understanding her circumstance. As she landed on the ground, she held her stance before raising the axe in the air. Brute chi gathered in it as she swung down with great power, shattering the stones on the ground and sending a suffocating chi force towards them. Boom. A few seconds later, the explosion cleared to reveal a huge slash across the ground. Elias Raven raised an eyebrow as the slash seems to have something else in it. Looking down at her axe, she was surprised to see only a single crack on it. She had expected to only see the handle. It seems that it wasn't a medium-grade item for nothing. Looking at the result of her attack, she could only see the small pieces of wood left of her enemies. Holding her axe over her head, she let out an expression of satisfaction as she walked up to check up on them. 26. Formless cultivation method. Just as I thought, Elias Raven thought while looking down at the floor. She heaved a sigh of relief once she realized that she hadn't killed any real person. Down in front of her were the gathered remains of her enemies. Wooden limbs and body parts were scattered around her, making it clear what she was fighting against this whole time. She had been fighting puppets, not real peoples. So it's all of them. I was expecting at least one of them to be the mastermind, Elias Raven thought back. She had her suspicions a few minutes earlier when she saw their synchronizing movements. But the fact that all of them were Foundation Establishment stage puppets just gave her more headache to deal with, because it means that their backgrounds were not simple. She couldn't guess as to how hard it was to create puppets of this caliber, but she assumed that no Foundation Establishment stage cultivator was capable of doing it. After checking all the wooden parts and not finding anything useful, she decided to leave right away, as she expected for an even higher level puppet to come survey this area because of what happened. Turning her back to the destroyed puppets, she jumped down the cliff and started sprinting towards the sect. This time choosing a different route and going at a steady pace, careful of any potential dangers. Levitation Sect. In a sect quarters, in a room darkly lit by candles, a man in a black robe was sitting crossed-legged in the middle of the room. If Elias Raven were, she would be shocked, because the man was none other than the one that was at the innermost hall of the outer sect mountain. All around the room was rows of humanoid puppets that were unfinished, and across the man was a giant that looked to be twice his size, with a gaping hole through its stomach. It was a red giant that had a strong threatening aura coming from its gaping hole. It was glowing red and burning, yet the giant stood there motionless with a blank expression, as if not alive. What? The man sitting across was suddenly startled awake from his cultivation and opened his eyes with a surprised look before stopping his unique cultivation. The man had asked nobody in particular as he tried to figure out what he just felt. Those 6 stationary puppets checking his spiritual consciousness. He realized that his connection with the 6 puppets were erased, meaning they had been destroyed or were taken by force. He was surprised because he had ordered them to not engage anyone above their realm. Their only job was to observe and report any unusual activity at the valley. Their cloaks were unique low-grade equipment that hide them from the spiritual sense of higher-staged cultivators. After some calculations he was sure that all those 6 puppets were destroyed. Since they were puppets created with his clear green wood, he was sure no cultivator under the nascent soul stage would be able to refine it by force, and he heavily doubts that any random nascent soul cultivator would go out of their way to refine some low-grade puppets. They may have been discovered by one of the sect elders, so I shouldn't be too surprised. It doesn't matter anyway, since those were only stationary Foundation establishment puppets. The man looked in front of him towards the giant before going back to his usual cultivation. Right now, if I could just finish this puppet, then all would be worth it. I wouldn't have to worry about those elders and wouldn't be so limited with my movements. The man thought and began focusing on the giant's body. White sparks flew around as he began imbuing the giant with his spiritual chi. The hole in the giant began glowing again while releasing terrifying power. Outer Sect core altars. After arriving to the Sect, Elias Raven went straight to her cave. She was exhausted mentally from today, so she wanted to relax a little. Closing the cave behind her, she sat down and began meditating. No chi was swirling around her and no noise was coming from her body. She was genuinely meditating, freeing her mind of all worries and entering a subtle trance. After 2 hours of just meditating, she opened her eyes. Taking out her storage bag, she began to think ahead. Inside were the chi-gathering pills, the concealment talisman and the beast forage, which actually might come in handy later on. Her actual objective for now was the glowing book floating in the storage space, the Formless cultivation method. Taking out the book, she was given a prompt immediately. Do you wish to learn the Formless cultivation method? Yes. Replying immediately, Elias Raven felt the book in her hand dissipate into light before suddenly becoming aware of more in her head. Knowledge of certain things became alive in her mind, from knowing how to lower her presence in a crowd to knowing how to erase her existence from all under the heavens. Her heart beat faster while she had a gleeful smile on her face after realizing the usefulness of this cultivation method that seemingly has 3 stages. She could cultivate the first method right now, but the other methods need her to reach higher heights of power. System: Elias Raven. Special physique: brute chi physique. Foundation establishment stage early. Experience points: 3%. System coin: 1490. Taoist Gaka wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual root: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root: mud. Comprehension 9%. Erosion. Comprehension 9%. Cultivation methods: basic chi gathering, focused chi control, waterfall / refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash. Formless cultivation method. Market. Calling out the system, Elias Raven saw a new added section on the cultivation techniques section. Focusing her mind to it, she was able to see a description under the cultivation method. Formless cultivation method. Form 1, form concealing. Form 2, locked. Form 3, locked. From the information that she just received, cultivating the first method gives her the ability to conceal herself into anything that has form. It's like hiding in the shadow of something, except in this case she overlaps her existence with said object to not be traced. It's a very useful ability for stealth, and could be used for hiding from enemies in the near future. Looking below Form 1, she saw that Form 2 and 3 were locked. She naturally knew that she had to reach a higher realm to unlock them. Even though it says locked, Elias Raven knew a little about the second form, a sneak peek if you may, as if to encourage her to reach higher realms. But knowing about it and utilizing it are 2 completely different things, so she calmed down and decided to take a break in the form of sleep. 27. Arrival. Levitation Sect. Outer Sect Hall. The Outer Sect Hall was bustling with activity as always, with different Outer Sect disciples going about their business. The hall was big with multiple rooms that each serve a different purpose, and in one of these rooms was Elias Raven sitting down and shuffling through books. Today, Elias Raven had decided to go to the library to read upon spirit beast and puppets and any related techniques. Now that she had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, she is easily able to comprehend things more, as she was already on her 3rd book. For some reason the old man was not here today. There was only a sign by the counter with the rules of the library on it. At the door of the library was an array which she assumed to react for those that break the rule upon leaving the library. She decided to read the books here, as one of the rule was to only take 2 books out. She didn't want to test the array by taking more books than necessary. The old man seemed way too mysterious to her. Closing the third book, she sighed a little upon learning more information about puppets. The time and resources that goes into creating Foundation Establishment realm puppets is a lot, and to just leave 6 such puppets lying around like they didn't matter is what was bothering her. She was glad that she got out of the valley fast. Now she doesn't plan on going there anymore. Not unless she was confident with herself. Taking the only books about beast eggs and raising spirits beasts, she decided that she had learnt enough for today. Getting out the door, she felt the array lit before going back to normal. Since she had what she needed, she left the outer sect hall, which seemed to be bustling even more than ever. Reaching her cave, Elias Raven decided to meditate a little to digest what she had just read. 2 hours later she woke up and decided to go back to something that she had put aside for a while now, her mutated elemental chi. It says mutated, but Elias Raven highly doubt that it meant that her spirit root itself would mutate. She could assume that it means that her spiritual chi would have the properties of mud and erosion, which are both combination of earth and water. Of course, seeing the mutation, she naturally assumed that if she was to put herself in a situation where she could perceive the state in between fire and wind, that she would have a different property added towards her overall elements. However, she still does not know of a scenario where that might happen, but all that was for the future, as today she wants to bring up her percentage with the mud and the erosion to see what would really happen. Leaving the cave, she started heading towards a small area by the side of her cave. It was a small stream of water that was flowing through the mountain. Every time that she leaves her cave, she would always notice it by the side, but since she didn't care for it, she would just leave it alone. Yet now it is a use. Arriving at the stream, she opened her system. Browsing through her system market, she was given a small surprise to suddenly notice a few new items on the list. She had not looked through her system market after the system update, but it was still within her expectation that something like this would happen, so she was not overly surprised. Buying 8 formless water talisman, she casually spent 400 system coins so she wouldn't have to open the system market over and over again. 8 glowing talisman appeared in front of her. She took one in her hand while she sent the rest into the inventory with her thought. Not taking off her clothes, she jumped into the stream while crushing the talisman, once again entering the stage of formlessness. Elsewhere, approximately 20 miles away from the levitation sect, was a large venue with rows of seats where powerful cultivators currently reside. A stage was erected at the center of the venue with a big barrier surrounding the stage. At the highest point of the venue were 2 seats that were designed extravagantly. Currently no one was occupying these seats, while half the surrounding seats were fully packed with all sorts of cultivators. Half of the venue was full, yet quite at the same time. Sitting on the left side of the 2 seats was Long Yi and Xaru, the advisor and the son of the sect master of the levitation sect. They too were quite like everyone else and seemed to be waiting for something. Even though everyone seemed to be quietly waiting for something, most of them were having conversations between themselves under the veil of their spiritual consciousness, an ability that all cultivators inherently get after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. One such conversation was taking place between a grey-robed old man and a blue-robed man. The blue-robed man was sitting with an anticipating look in his eyes, while the grey-robed old man looked stoic with a bored expression. "What's taking so long?" said the blue-robed man with a little annoyance. "Haven't you been to one of these before? It always takes time." The grey-robed old man had his eyes closed while he answered, "I know, but I can't wait to see what Shenna has to show after all my efforts," the blue-robed man said with a huge smile. He was proud of himself for having done so much for his disciple. If he can make it to the top 20, then it was worth it. "Yes," the blue-robed man said while thinking about all the disciples participating in the competition. "I heard that Gongru, the first-ranked inherent disciple, broke through to the soul-wandering realm a week ago. It's amazing that we're having so many disciples surpass us," the blue-robed man said as he thought about the current news. Yes, the previous generation did not reach that realm before being appointed as sect elders. The grey-robed old man thought back to the past as he answered. As these two were getting absorbed in their conversation, their surrounding cultivators suddenly began to spread their consciousness outside the venue towards a certain direction. Noticing this action, they too spread their consciousness in that direction. 5 miles away from the venue was a flying ship that was adorned with multiple wings and spectacular arrays at the bottom of the ship. The ship was moving fast. having traveled 2 miles in the second that it came into view as it began to descend before landing a few meters away from the venue. 28 strong gathering. Currently on the upper deck of the ship, rows of sect elders were standing behind their sect leader, who had a serene expression on his face. There were many elders mingling in their finest attire as this was an important occasion. The sect master was no exception, as he had on a red robe that shimmered with power. He spread his spiritual consciousness around the whole ship before he flung his hand into the sky. A small burst of flame gathered above the ship to form a large flaming bird. Its whole body was covered in flames and it released threatening heat as it flapped its wings. Jumping atop the bird, he looked down upon those on the ship before speaking with a chi-amplified voice. Take your disciples to their respective areas before taking your seats. Not uttering more than needed, he flew up with the flaming bird into the sky, his spiritual consciousness spreading even further, revealing a path through the clouds. After traveling for nearly 2 minutes in the cloudy air, he finally reached his destination, where atop a small floating cloud was a carriage. The carriage had 2 small spirit beasts mounting the carriage. After looking at them closely, he noticed that they were both rank 4 spirit beasts that seemed to be of the same bloodline. They were Xaru birds. They were beasts known for their speed more than anything. Arriving a few meters away from the carriage, the sect master suddenly felt a spiritual consciousness emerging from the carriage heading his way. As he was sure of who it was, he didn't bother to bring up any defense before letting it wash over him. It's been a good while since I've seen that face of yours, Li Rua. Hearing a familiar voice, the sect master smiled slightly before asking back. That's the first thing you say to an old friend, Xaru. You haven't changed one bit, the raging flame sect master said as he shook his head. The door to the carriage opened to reveal the face of the sect master of the levitation sect. Ha, it's good to see you doing well. Come in, we have much to discuss. His smiling face turned solemn as he invites his friend over. Levitation sect underground room. In a large, dimly lit room with a deep, serene atmosphere, multiple strong beings were having a discussion. Surrounding a table with a large glowing disc was 7 individuals that appeared to have glowing orbs behind their back. 3 of these individuals were the first 3 grand elders of the levitation sect, while the other 4 were all individuals of similar level. Where shall we begin? The first grand elder said. He had a grey robe on, while floating behind his back is a blue sphere of chi that had a slight crack in it. You are not going to wait for your 4th grand elder, said a man in all white with a few red lines. Floating behind him was a red sphere of chi that would occasionally vibrate. No, she is supervising the formation. As you may know, we have traitors in our midst, the first elder said. Let's talk about this formation of yours first. Are you sure it will work? Sitting next to the man in white was a young woman with red eyes. Floating behind her is a red sphere of chi that seemed unstable, occasionally releasing burst of heavy chi. I'll have you know that our little Han is a genius unlike anyone in this room. Show some respect. Adorning his bright red robe with a glowing red sphere behind his back, the second grand elder smirked while releasing a sudden burst of red chi towards the woman. Caught completely off guard, the woman was hit with the burst of red chi that made her disoriented for a second. Feng Li, don't you have any dignity? Regaining herself, the woman asked with a face full of fury. The sphere behind her started shaking violently and released massive amounts of chi that threatened to destroy the surroundings. The room temperature suddenly increased as only fire chi was released from the sphere of chi, and everyone's attention was brought to the woman. Control yourself, Duo Sung, said the man in white. He released his spiritual consciousness and began to forcefully wrap around the sphere behind her, containing the massive amount of chi being released from it. The woman, Duo Sung, realizing her mistake, closed her eyes before forcing on her dantian. Was it a wise decision to bring her here? I doubt this newborn will be useful, the second Grand Master, Feng Li said as he inspects the lingering chi in the air as if he was not responsible for what just happened. She is very useful. Our trump card, if you may, so I wouldn't underestimate her, a gray-haired old woman said. Her eyes were closed and behind her was a red glowing sphere that faded in and out of existence. Looking towards the first Grand Elder, the old woman asked a question on her mind. Shang Li, it's time you tell us why you want us to do this competition when we have bigger things at our hand. Showing a slight smile at being called a name he had almost forgotten, First Grand Elder Shang Li looked towards the old woman before looking at the disc on the table. Currently inside the disc was an image of a venue along with a ship next to it. Small specks of peoples were moving from the ship to the venue as if ants. You'll see very soon. The answer will be revealed in the competition. 29. First stage. Venue. At the venue, the seats were packed with cultivators all radiating powerful aura, most of which were from the gold core realm. In the middle of the venue was the stage. One side of the stage was filled with levitation sect disciples while the other side was filled with raging flame sect disciples. There was a divide, yet there was no intense looming atmosphere around the place, as the two sides both were quite unorganized, as if not about to have a bout. Standing on the levitation sect's side was Wang Feng, adorned in a black robe. He was standing next to Lu Xun, who had on her shoulder her fox spirit beast K. Next to her were Yilong, the twins Han Taniu and Han Yan, and Lin Luan, who still had the same cold expression from that day. Standing not far from them was a man, wearing a full black robe with a sword strapped to his back. He looked completely lost in his own world, seemingly not paying attention to anyone. Qi was wantonly coming off his body as if he had endless amounts, making his surroundings vacant with no one willing to be close to him. He was Gong Wuo. Having been training all this time, through hard work he had finally broken through to the soul-wandering realm. I would like to welcome our guests from afar. I am Lu Yung, and I will be the organizer of this first round. Now all combatants listen, a soft voice announced out loud. Floating a few feet off the floor, Lu Yung had a cold expression on her face as she was a little annoyed. They just had to pick her to be the organizer of this first stage. The rules are simple. Each sect's disciples is to guard a construct after entering my stage, while the other sect's disciples also have to do the same. Whichever team destroys the opposing team's construct will be the winners of this first stage. The 10 disciples that contribute the most will be exempt from participating in the coming stages until the last one. Looking at the disciples from the levitation sect, primarily at Feng Chen, she added, and the 10 disciples that contributed the least will be eliminated. What? Small discussions started brewing between the quiet disciples. It would seem that everyone had no choice but to cooperate in this first stage. Suddenly, at the front of the raging flame disciples, a man in all red that had red eyes suddenly asked, "What are these constructs?" Asking a question on Miss Disciple's mind. It could be anything, but when you see it you will know. Replying with an ambiguous statement, Lu Yung closed her eyes and raised her hands slowly. Spreading her spiritual consciousness, she was able to identify everyone on the stage. She flicked her finger, taking out 40 jade coins from her storage bag, spreading them throughout the stage. Into every disciple's hand she said, "Each of you will be given a jade coin. Make sure that you keep it on you at all times." Under the crowd's gaze the stage started lighting up to reveal inscriptions on the floor. The lights reached out to engulf both Lu Yung and the roughly 50 disciples, leaving the stage entirely empty. Unknown place. Zheng, zheng. Hearing a noise again and again, Lu Xun was woken up, feeling heavy wind current against her face, making her open her eyes in shock. She realized that she was falling and quickly turned herself around before getting into the right position to balance herself. She began to gather chi to her leg, which formed a small halo around her leg, making her fall as light as a feather. Free from the air's currents, she looked over her shoulder before saying, "Thanks, Guo." The small fox beast happily looked at her before withdrawing its spiritual consciousness before closing its eyes. Knowing that her spirit beast is not much of a talker, Lu Xun started assessing her surroundings. Looking around, she saw that all the inner sect disciples from the levitation sect were falling a few dozen meters below her. She couldn't see Gongru, but she could see all the other inherent disciples falling from the same height as her, each of them taking measures to make sure to land safely. Looking far into the distance, she realized that the raging flame sect disciples were falling at another location into a sandy desert which was a few miles from the forest. So we were separated. From the start, Lu Xun thought, as she knew that it must be for them to come up with plans to make the competition more interesting. After falling for roughly 1 minute, Mu Lin's feet touched the ground before she started rushing towards a specific location. When she was falling, she had noticed that there was a large glowing orb in the middle of the forest. The orb had to be the thing that they had to protect, and she would assume everyone to know that since it was the only thing that they had seen in the sky. After sprinting through the trees for a few minutes, she finally saw it up close. It looked to be a huge glowing sphere of light. Judging from how much chi it was releasing, she assumed that it was an important thing to this whole dimension. Maybe breaking it ejects everyone from this dimension. Slightly surprised, she looked down next to the sphere and to see someone sitting next to it. Xaru. So he's the first to arrive here. Arriving at the sphere, she stopped a few feet from Xaru before asking, Xaru, I am surprised to see you here. This isn't normally you. You would have gone to the other team's base as soon as you can. Sitting cross-legged, Xaru opened his eyes before speaking towards her. This is a team competition, not a solo one, so I don't have that luxury. Yes, if you don't contribute to the team, even you would be eliminated. That aside, we have to wait for the others to come before coming up with a plan, Lu Xun said as she looked around before sitting down with Kuo in her lap. I already have a plan, you just have to follow it to win. Looking at Xinlu, Xaru didn't wait for her reply before continuing. I'll guard the base here, while you, Feng Chen and the rest go and destroy their base. Judging by how Feng Chen is behaving, I don't think that he is to be trusted, so don't rely on him. I will be the backup if all else fails. You don't have to tell me, I get it. By the way, do you know why we were given these jade coins? Taking out the jade coin that they were given, Lu Xun asked a question that had been on her mind. I thought that you would know since your sister was the one who gave it to us, but I don't think its purpose is anything bad, maybe to protect us in a critical situation, Gong Yuo said as he suddenly noticed something. He raised his head and looked up into the distance before saying, they're here. 30. On a loose, across a sandy desert, footprints were scattered across the field. Boulders filled half of the desert and there was little to no vegetation in the sand. Near the center of the desert, standing on a tall boulder, was a man in all red with red eyes. Surrounding him were 4 peoples that all looked to be looking at something. Across from them, embedded inside a small boulder, was a glowing white sphere that seemed to be releasing endless chi. That must be it, said the man in red, taking out a talisman from his storage bag. He crushed it, signaling for the others to come together. Do we really have to work with those wimps just to clear this stage, said a soft voice. Sitting down next to the man while swinging her legs, a young girl wearing a pink robe said as she looked towards the man in red. We will have to. Working together is the point of this stage, the man said as he looked on into the distance. Hearing him, the girl knew that she couldn't refute him. She looked down with an amused expression while thinking about something. What's taking them so long, Dong Yi? Suddenly a deep voice called out from between them. A tall man with broad shoulders and an intimidating aura around his body was standing next to the two. Overshadowing them, he was standing at almost 2 meters tall with a giant axe laying on his side. Hearing him, the man in red looked at a certain direction as he noticed someone coming through his spiritual consciousness before replying. Why are you always in a rush, Wu Pan? This desert is wide. It's not surprising that it would take some time for them. Huh? You talk as if you can go across this whole desert in seconds, said a young man in a red and black robe. He was sitting down with his eyes closed and legs crossed together with a youthful look on him. It seems that you still haven't understood the difference between the Gold Core Realm and the Soul Wandering Realm, Tao Tao, said the man in red. Don't be so smug, Dong Yi. In a few days I'll be breaking through, then it wouldn't be just you and that are in that realm, the young man said with an annoyed expression before he stood up and suddenly noticed something through his spiritual consciousness. The tall man also looked towards a certain direction before saying, finally. The girl in pink also got up from her seated position while saying, we had them group up together for the search just in case there were spirit beast, but it doesn't seem like that was necessary. A few dozen meters in the distance was a group of 20 raging flame sect disciples were running towards them with panicked expressions. The man in red looked towards them before suddenly feeling something moving fast through his spiritual consciousness towards them. Protect the base, the man said before suddenly launching himself towards the group of 20 disciples that were running towards them. What? The young man and the tall man both said together as they looked at the man in red, who left behind a big hole on the boulder, causing it to start collapsing. Moving across the whole field in one leap, the man in red arrived before the group before suddenly waving his hand and conjuring up a barrier around them. Boom! A huge explosion was suddenly heard as something huge impacted the barrier that was put up. The disciples in the barrier looked terribly frightened as though they had been just seen their life flash before their eyes. The man in red, Dong Yi, landed on the ground before he looked behind the disciples. Standing not too far from them was a man wearing a black robe with a slight smirk on his face. Strong chi was being released from him, making it clear that he was a soul wandering realm cultivator. It's him, Dong Yi said as he recalled back to when they were at the stage, He remembered this person along with another man. They both were the only soul-wandering realm disciples of the Levitation Sect, so he made sure to keep an eye out for them. Spreading his spiritual consciousness as far as possible, Dong Yi tried to figure out if this was a possible setup, but he couldn't feel anything from his spiritual consciousness. Why is he here? Are there more of them? He couldn't have come here without any support, right? You don't have to worry about the others. They're not here. It's just me. Wang Feng looked towards Dong Yi with a grin. As he had said, there was no one else besides him. Is he confident that he can take us all on? Dong Yi thought as he began walking towards Wang Feng. Qi gathered around both his arms before forming an armor made of fire around his arm. Gathering his spiritual consciousness, he sent a small message into the ears of the raging flame disciples. Get out of here. The others are at that location. Make sure you guard it well. Leaping at Wang Feng, Dong Yi gathered Qi into his hand before he clapped together with his hands towards Wang Feng. Peng! A wave of fire was released from the clap that headed towards Wang Feng. The color of the air turned red as the heat being produced became apparent. The fire was extremely hot and would be able to melt anyone in the Gold Core realm had they been the target of the clap, but Wang Feng was not phased as he too covered his hands with flaming armor before pointing a finger towards Dong Yi. A beam of light was shot out from his fingertip towards the fire. The beam was fast approaching and left a white line in the air as it plunged into the flames. Boom! The beam of light and the flame collided to create a massive wave of flames that dissipated just as suddenly as it had appeared. Seeing that the opponent was able to counter his attack so readily, Dong Yi started gathering more qi across his body. The qi, mostly fire qi, went out of his body to cover him in thick layers of qi that started to resemble armor. Wang Feng looked at the process and also started gathering qi around his body, before he too became fully covered in a red armor from head to toe. Feeling surging waves of strength in the armor, Wang Feng clenched his fist before gathering fire qi into his fist. He punched the air towards Dong Yi and released a small shock wave across the field before lunging himself towards Dong Yi. Boom! Black fiery smoke filled the surrounding air with small clusters of flames falling on the sand. A figure jumped out of the smoke, landing a few meters away. Clang! Wang Feng looked at his left arm that had its armor peeled off. His hand was bleeding and a sharp cut had formed across his wrist to his forearm. It seems that I still need practice, Wang Feng thought as from the corner of his eyes he could see the thick layer of black smoke settling down around the area. Walking from it was an armored Dong Yi who looked unscathed. He walked with heavy steps and flaming eyes, intending on finishing this battle fast. Wang Feng, understanding the severity of the situation, took out a long spear from his storage bag before pointing it towards Dong Yi. Gathering qi into the spear, he loudly called out, "Blazing spear!" Flames covered his spear, with the spearhead beginning to rotate like a drill while sending out blazing waves of heat in the surroundings. Bringing his right leg behind him, he sprinted through the field, leaving behind a small crater in the sand. He arrived in front of Dong Yi and thrusted his spear with a large force that left behind a small trail of fire in the air as it collided with its target. Boom! A large explosion was made in the sand to reveal Wang Feng standing in a big crater. The crater was filled with flames that made the whole place feel like a furnace. The sand looked unnatural under the fiery atmosphere as the flames sizzled with noise. Wang Feng, having used one of his most destructive attacks, was half spent and retreated his armor around his body to conserve energy. He thought back to a moment ago before spreading his spiritual consciousness. Wang Feng said in surprise as he looked ahead in a certain direction. Tap, tap. The sound of heavy footsteps was heard as a man in a red robe was revealed a few meters away from the crater. Wang Feng said as he thought back to how his attack was received. He was not shocked that his opponent was alive, more so that he was unscathed. He had been using a technique and yet it was intercepted without any techniques involved. "Ha, your strength is impressive. I was planning on not moving an inch and yet I was forced back," Dong Yi said as he walked up while flinging his arms. At the last second he had discarded his armor around his body before focusing it onto his arms to counteract the spear technique. After doing so his arms felt really sore. Wang Feng clenched his teeth at the thought. He had used his strongest technique along with a medium-rank weapon and yet the result was not what he had expected. "Is that it?" Wang Feng was brought back from his thoughts as he looked towards Dong Yi. "Is that it?" Dong Yi asked once again as he looked at Wang Feng. If this was all, then Dong Yi was confused as to how he could come here with such confidence. It seems I need to rephrase myself. Brilliance crystal, Dong Yi said as he raised his right arm, gathering a large amount of qi into his hand. He formed a large spike that released dangerous energy as it hovered in between the two. Since you actually tried to kill my fellow sect disciples, you can be our test as to what happens when you die here, Dong Yi said with a cold expression as he waved his hand. The hovering spike was suddenly filled with a blinding light as in the next instant it disappeared. Guangfeng felt an overwhelming fear and suddenly screamed. His body was being engulfed with a foreign energy and he felt his very soul burning. You probably wouldn't feel true fear if I just destroy your body, but seeing as you have a more compact soul, this will do, Dong Yi said as he looked towards the screaming Wang Feng, who was scrambling across the sandy desert as his scream echoed through the sky. Gah! He screamed and screamed until he felt his very being collapse before his will began sinking into unconsciousness. 31. Child prodigy. Meanwhile, at the venue, across the seats gasps of shock and surprise were being uttered as everyone looked towards the stage that had a projection of what was currently happening in the desert. A sect elder of the Levitation sect, an old man wearing all black, suddenly became furious at what was happening at the stage. He released massive chi around his body and jumped from his seat towards the stage. Peng! He came with force as he collided with the barrier surrounding the stage. Stop this madness now, Lu Yung, the old man said as he banged on the barrier with his hands. Not receiving an answer, he started gathering chi. He intended to release the full power of a cultivator at the peak of the soul-wandering realm. Enough, Elder Wang, you are making a scene. Suddenly a voice was heard through the sky, making everyone at the venue look up. Slowly levitating towards the venue, both sect masters from the Levitation sect and Raging Flame sect descended upon the crowd next to their respective seats. How can you say that, Sect Master Xaru, you would let one of your inherent disciples die like this? The old man said in anger as he pointed at the barrier that currently holds his disciple. He starting screaming at the barrier. Lu Yung, is this not a competition between sects? Why are they killing each other? A soft voice replied from the stage. This whole ordeal started with you disciple attacking first, so shouldn't he take responsibility? Hearing this made the old man even more angry as he began releasing large amounts of chi into his surroundings, preparing to use a technique. Enough! Suddenly a voice reverberated across the whole venue, shaking everyone into their core. The atmosphere changed and a looming pressure began to be felt by everyone. A massive hole opened up in the sky before a massive face formed from within it. Seeing that face, all Levitation sect members got up before bowing their heads. We greet you, First Grand Elder, the old man muttered as he looked towards the stage. Standing on the stage was a girl in white, bowing towards him, and looking towards her right he saw a woman standing crossed-armed, gazing deep into his eyes. Taking his eyes off the stage, he looked at the whole venue before looking towards Elder Wang, who was also bowing down. Enough of your childish behavior. You are a sect elder. Act with dignity. You didn't think that we had already foreseen something like this? What do you think the purpose of the jade coins were? Proceed with the competitions, said the First Grand Elder as he slowly dissipated from the hole before it closed up in the sky, taking along with it the pressure that descended upon everyone there. The stage. Thud. Dong Yi signed a little, seeing Wang Feng drop to the ground. He does not like mindlessly killing, but he does not like what this person was doing. Besides, he wanted to see the results. And he was not disappointed as right after Wang Feng dropped to the ground a green light suddenly emerged from his body, enveloping him and causing the whole place to be brightly lit in green. Ark! Looking at the sudden bright light, Dong Yi felt a slight pain to his eyes before covering his face with his hand. A second later he noticed that the light was dimming down and disappeared along with the body of Wang Feng. So I was right in thinking that you are protected after coming here, or at the very least you don't die, Dong Yi thought as he looked at the small hole in the sand where Wang Feng used to be at. But he didn't fully trust those thoughts of his, as the green light might just be a sign that you are being taken back to the stage. Looking at where he left the others, he spread his spiritual consciousness to check up on their situation before looking at the A-specific area next to the forest in the distance. Senior brother Shin had better make this worth it, Dong Yi thought as he started walking back towards his group. A few miles in the sky was, across a few meters in length, was a large floating stage that was obscured by the clouds in the sky, and sitting atop that stage was Li Yung, who had her eyes closed. Suddenly a burst of green light came at the edge of the stage before revealing Wang Feng lying on the floor. At the moment, Lu Yung's thoughts seemed to be elsewhere as she was sitting cross-legged on the floor where Qi was constantly swerving around her. Her consciousness was spread afar, covering the few dozen miles of this whole dimension, making her know what was going on at all times. Currently she was gazing on the forest, and she was able to see the whole forest in all its beauty. She was able to notice things to the minute detail as nothing could escape from her gaze. She focused on the center of the forest and watched as the small little group of Sect disciples that seemed to be sitting down unmoving suddenly started to move and spread out. At the center of the forest was the glowing sphere that still seemed to release endless energy. A group of 25 peoples were sitting next to it and preparing for the plan that was about to commence. "Let's go." Standing up, Lu Xun commanded for the others to follow her as she walked towards the desert with her K atop her shoulder. Following her was the twins and Lin Luan along with 10 other inner Sect disciples, some of which seemed to be the most confident among them. Standing at the center of the inner Sect disciples was a young boy that seemed to be about 12 years old. He had a carefree expression on his face as he walked along with the others. But had Elias Raven been there, she would have had a face full of shock, as this was her senior brother Li that was stationed at room next to the mission board. Gong Yuo remained seated along with Long Xun and the 10 remaining inner Sect disciples, as they prepare themselves for any upcoming battles. Had it not been for the fox spirit beast on Lu Xun's shoulder and the little prodigy, Gong Ru would not have trusted this group with the success of this plan. However, he does not believe that they have the fighting force capable of overwhelming the raging flame Sect disciples, and yet he was not worried for their safety as he would be watching over them. Sprinting a few minutes out of the forest, Lu Xun and the others were able to finally reach the edge of the forest where all that was in front of them was sand. The whole desert seemed to be an endless sea of sand and dust, with no end in sight as it spread out before her, and with her spiritual consciousness she could only cover about 1/10 of the desert. Lu Xun sighed at the thought of her strength. Had she been a soul-wandering realm cultivator, she might have been able to cover at least 3 times more of the desert. Shaking her head, she put the thought at the back of her mind as she looked over her shoulder. Kay would be fighting all 3 of the soul-wandering realm cultivators on the enemy's side, but she should be okay with Gong Yuo's arrows. "So I am counting on you 4 to make it count," she said as she looked at the twins and Lin Luan, who nodded their heads. Turning her head to the back, she looked at the young boy with an expectant smile on her face. "We are expecting a lot out of you, Lin Hua. As the first ranker of the inner Sect disciples, your strength will come in handy." The surrounding disciples all nodded their heads, remembering what they had seen of Lin Hua, the child prodigy. He was the youngest disciple to reach the Gold Core realm, and that opinion was shared by all across the Yuan kingdom with its vast majority of cultivators from its 9 sects. But it was more than that. He was amongst the few in the sect with a heavenly physique. "I'll make sure to not disappoint you, senior sister Lu," the boy named Lin Hua said as he nodded his head confidently. "But I think that senior brother Ren could do better than me," he added. "Ren Ming," Lu Xun said with raised eyebrows as she looked towards the very back of the inner Sect disciples. Standing at the back of the Sect disciples was a man clothed in a black robe that had a smile on his face. He was giving off a friendly disposition to anyone who looked at him. Releasing her spiritual consciousness towards him, Lu Xun didn't notice any abnormalities or unique things about him, so she furrowed her brows in confusion. He was just a cultivator on the edge of breaking through to the Gold Core realm, which was not that much different from the others. "If Lin Hua respects you, then you must be a good fighter. You will be leading the inner Sect disciples then," Lu Xun said as she looked at the man. "I will do my best," Ren Ming said as he clasped his hands in respect. Lu Xun looked at the man before nodding her head and leading the group, while in her head she was thinking, unlike his sister Lin Luan, Lin Hua was gifted from the beginning with talent. He could have been an inherent disciple had the Lin family allowed it, so perhaps this Ren Ming would have been the first rank ahead that had happened, Lu Xun thought as she continuously spreads her spiritual consciousness into the distance. It didn't matter much to her because the more strong disciples that they have, the higher of success that this plan of her will be. 32. Fights. As he stepped out onto the big boulder that the others seemed to have found for themselves, Dong Yi began look towards the other boulders, making sure that the inner Sect disciples were unharmed. "Did you kill him?" the young man, Tao Tao said as he stood up from his cross-legged position. "He didn't die," said the girl in pink as she continues to swing her legs on the edge. Taking out a small jade coin, she said with a chuckle, "Seems that there really was good use for these." Dong Yi nodded before thinking back to when he and the others received the jade coins. The coin didn't seem to have any unique features. Right as when he had gotten it, he enveloped it with his spiritual consciousness to scan for any arrays or formations that might have been hidden from the naked eye. But the only thing he noticed about it was the large amount of chi in the coin that made it difficult to look inside of it. To be able to put so much chi into such a small coin, he thought for a second before shaking his head. "In any case, it is not simple if it was able to recover someone from my brilliance crystal art," Dong Yi said as he suddenly felt something. He looked far towards the forest at the edge of the desert. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to perceive what was happening. The others also noticed something in the distance, all not failing to act the same as each of them held the same expression. Something blinding was moving towards them at an extremely fast speed, speeds that even Dong Yi couldn't reach. Standing up with a surprised look on his face, he released his spiritual consciousness to see what was really headed toward them. It was bright, but his spiritual consciousness was able to make out the figure of a small fox that was fully covered on all sides by an armor of blue spiritual chi. This fox was only 8 inches long, and its appearance seemed to belong to the snow fox race, which are a rare breed of fox spirit beast known for their cold attitude and fast speed. "Damn it," Dong Yi uttered as he remembered that this was the same fox that was on an inherent of the levitation sect. He knew that standing here and not stopping it until it was upon them would pose a risk, so Dong Yi jumped out with his maximum speed, intending to stop it before it comes any closer. The others once again received the same treatment from a few minutes ago as the large boulder under their feet was suddenly crushed to pieces, making all of them jump for safety. Not bothering with anything, Dong Yi's body began to be enveloped by a large blazing chi that put together layers upon layer of chi to form an armor onto him. Swiping his storage bag, he took out a red sword that glowed with an aura of heat, its red glow indicating its affinity with the fire element as it fit perfectly with his armor. Seeing the snow fox right upon him, he raised his sword in midair and called out, "Brilliance crystal art, bloom." A vibrant red crystal came into existence behind him before splitting into 5 different pieces that suddenly glowed brightly before disappearing. The snow fox that hadn't even reduced its speed found itself in between 5 shards of red crystal that appeared so suddenly before glowing. Boom! The shards of crystals had exploded, creating 5 giant clouds of fire that engulfed the fox in the middle. Landing on the ground with a heavy step, Dong Yi looked at the explosion that occurred a few dozen meters away. His gaze was cold as he knew that this whole thing might have been a trap to lure him out. He wanted to finish this battle quickly as to avoid that. Taking large strides towards the fire crater that the explosion had caused, he raised his sword once again as he called out, "Come out, I know that this was not enough to defeat you." However, no answer was heard as the fire burned in the crater, obscuring any views from outside. Just as he was about to spread his spiritual consciousness to check, Dong Yi suddenly felt something from his side before swinging full force into that direction. Clang! Feeling surprising resistance, he backed up to see what that was, only to realize that there was a pool of blue miasma in front of his eye. The miasma was chunking, and inside it was the snow fox that seemed to be releasing way more power than previously possible. Its eyes were glowing blue and its fur was radiating in the same color, its chi, wallowing around its body and steadily increasing over time, and its body, which was no more than 8 inches, was also growing more and more, slowly inching towards a meter long. Dong Yi couldn't help but take a step back, as this was something that he doesn't have confidence dealing with. Judging from the amount of chi that this fox was releasing, he realized that it must be in the next stage. This would be his first time fighting a rank 4 medium stage spirit beast. He gripped his sword and looked at the fox with determination. He has to face it, or else they just might lose because of him. If he could just hold out for senior brother Shin's plan, then it would be worth it. Noticing the stress that was put upon its opponent, the snow fox let out an ear-splitting shrill and with a burst of energy, shot out of the blue miasma with its claws open in an attempt to attack Dong Yi. Dong Yi quickly reacted, maneuvering his body to the side before using his sword to block the swift attack of the fox. Clang! The attack was blocked, but the power sent him tumbling across the sand as he got up, feeling heavy weight upon his arm. Yet the snow fox didn't give him any time as it continues to lunge towards him, shredding small chunks of his armor every time he receives a blow he couldn't block or dodge. Erg Dongyi uttered as he was blown further back again upon blocking with his sword. Steam was coming off the exposed parts of his body under the armor as right after he perspires, the heat around him would evaporate it. Getting up, he looked towards the fox that was slowly coming towards him. He is still able to dodge and block the attacks, but his strength was waning by the second and it's only a matter of time before he runs out of chi. Knowing the severity of the situation, he could only sigh and brace for more. Boom! Being flung once again, Dong Yi tumbled across the sand. He stood up with a big gash across his chest. His armor was no more, and his robe was torn to shreds, revealing his slim but robust body underneath. His body, hair and face were in a mess, but he still gave off a cold and determined aura. The fox, that seemed to be toying with him, released bursts of chi in waves, intending to make this its final attack. Gathering a large amount of water chi, it opened its mouth, about to unleash a devastating attack before it suddenly came to a halt, looking towards a specific direction. Dong Yi said as he looked up towards the same direction. A few meters away in the sky was a familiar figure levitating. Behind her was a pair of wings that shimmered with power. Dong Yi exclaimed as his heart leapt with joy and worry. The girl in pink nodded before turning towards the snow fox. Putting her hands together, she said out loud, "Darkness." A black mist spread out from between her hands, slowly spreading across the whole sky. The black mist seemed to have a will of its own as it didn't need her command before it suddenly descended onto the desert, casting everything in a 20-meter radius in total darkness. Being engulfed by the darkness, Dong Yi felt his senses almost shut off as his sight became blurry. He could only make out a few details in front of him, but everything around him was near pitch black. Seemingly not bothered by the darkness, he looked towards his right, where standing was the young girl. "I've come to save you. You can thank me later," the girl said with a laugh as she continues her playfulness even in this moment. Placing a glowing palm onto his shoulder, she said, "I'll be using our dual cultivation technique. You should be able to at least fight on even terms now," the girl said as all of a sudden her voice became hoarse. Having experienced the drawbacks before, she knew that she wouldn't be able to do much after this as her eyelids became heavy and her breathing became strained. The darkness surrounding the whole area was suddenly lifted as the girl found it hard to keep it in place. Gathering her remaining strength, she jumped back, trying to leave the battlefield. Looking at her, Dong Yi couldn't help but feel a little sadness in his heart. He didn't say anything as he already knew her situation. Instead, he started focusing on the unique chi that had been put inside his body. He felt like he had been taken out from a place of emptiness as suddenly his eyes glowed bright before he hissed in pain. Looking down, he saw the big wound across his chest begin to close slowly as he felt energy coursing through his body. His chi, which was on the course of depletion, was getting restored and growing stronger. New layers of chi started forming around his body, bringing back his armor. He felt strengthened, stronger than before, and his chi started rising way past what it once was before. Suddenly a high shrill voice was heard from across him as the fox came sprinting towards him. Its eyes were filled with annoyance as it appeared before him with its claws stretched out. Boom! Brilliance, crystal art, brilliance. A large chi was released all of a sudden, accompanied by the voice of a happy Dong Yi. His sword was raised in the air and his chi was frantically moving around his body. The snow fox, K, was suddenly blasted back by the force of the chi. Clutching deep into the sand, it looked towards him with a wide eye. It was shocked at the sudden change. Dong Yi's technique seemed to have only started as his whole body became bathed in fire chi. His realm, which seems to have had a sudden increase, became more stable, and behind him was a glaring light that resembled the brilliance of the sun. The fox, K, responded with opening its mouth and gathering a large amount of water chi into it before releasing a wide beam that was like a surging wave, consuming all in its path. Seeing the surging wave of water chi, Dong Yi raised his sword and slashed out. A large sword slash that made the atmosphere look red suddenly appeared. The slash was so hot that it appeared white upon being released from the sword as it threatened to burn all in its path. Dong Yi's sword slash clashed against the water wave. Sizzling sounds were heard as the water chi was split apart by the sword beam that didn't even lose its might. Not stopping, it engulfed K along with its surroundings, causing everything to be in flames. The fox screamed out in pain as a large blazing fire was suddenly created that engulfed its whole body. The fire continued to burn while the fox screamed out in agony, its heart bursting with newfound hatred for fire. Opening its eyes in anger, its whole body suddenly released a new strength as the fire was instantly put out before revealing a meter-long fox. Its body was blue, having turned to ice, freezing the whole 15 meters around it. Dong Yi raised his sword and slowly walked up to the frozen fox. Staring into its icy glare, he noticed that its eyes seemed to have a newfound hatred towards him. He thought for a second. He gathered bright red chi from his sword into his armor. His armor, which covered his whole body red, suddenly burst out with newfound power as flames started coming out from its back, forming a giant wing made from blazing flames. As he was about to call out the name of his technique, he suddenly heard a piercing noise. Shwa, boom. Not getting time to process the sound, he was hit with a powerful force that sent him flying in the opposite direction. What Dong Yi uttered as he found his footing before coming to a stop a few meters away. Looking at where he had been hit, he noticed an arrow deep inside his chest, inside his armor, as he suddenly began to feel pain coursing throughout his chest. Pulling the arrow out and throwing it on the ground, he had a grim expression as he looked towards the forest where the arrow had come from. A barely perceptible figure was floating above the forest, glowing in white light, appearing like a beacon of hope. 33. Higher stage. Elsewhere, a pink figure was rigidly running in the desert through the boulders with a heavily breathing. She didn't stop for a moment until she heard her name being called. Lui, turning towards the direction, she saw a young man jumping from boulder to boulder coming towards her with a worried expression. Tao, seeing someone she knew, she finally heaved a sigh of relief as she smiled and walked towards him. Having lost all her strength, the young girl, Lui, was worried that she might be ambushed, but with someone to protect her she could finally relax. "Why do you do things so recklessly? We all could have gone to help," the young man said with a slight anger on his face as he held her up before jumping atop a boulder. "We can't afford that. We have to protect the sphere. That was what senior brother Shin left us to do," the girl said as she remembered the instructions that they were specifically given after arriving at the desert. "Huh," the young man said as he suddenly stopped with a confused look on his face. "What's the matter?" the girl asked after seeing the perplexed look on his face. There's a crackle. The boulder below them suddenly cracked open and out came spinning blades of wind and metal aiming towards them. Before the girl had time to react, she felt her body being thrown back as she heard a loud explosion behind her. Boom. At the same time, at the center of the desert, standing on a boulder next to the sphere of light, a tall man was looking on into the distance with an excited expression on his face. Wu Pan had just witnessed Dong Yi's breakthrough with his spiritual consciousness and he watched on in enthusiasm. Having another one in that realm is sure to make us win this competition, he thought as he recalled the strength shown back to all of them. Looking around the whole desert, he focused his spiritual consciousness towards Tao, who was retrieving the other inherent disciple, Lui, swiping across her with his spiritual consciousness. Wu Pan couldn't help but purse his lips as he wondered why she even cultivated such a technique. He mused, "That technique is very strong, but I can't help but feel it is not worth it. The user gets no benefits while only causing damage to the body." Although he was lost in his thoughts, he didn't fail to realize that something had just happened. Spreading his spiritual consciousness again to confirm, he realized that it was somehow blocked from the direction of those two. Getting up and picking his axe, he was about to call to the others before he suddenly felt a small pressure descend upon the whole area. Releasing a burst of chi into the air, he broke it and started gathering chi towards his axe. He looked towards the distance. He noticed a small group of people sprinting towards them. The other disciples also got up seeing the crowd coming. They readied their weapons, and released their spiritual consciousness, preparing themselves for a possible fight. Looking closely towards them, he realized that it was about a dozen peoples with a girl in white running at the front. "Is that Wu Pan?" said, a little worried as he remembered reading the records about her. Frantically looking over her shoulder, only when he realized that she doesn't have her spirit beast did his worry dissipate a little. Knowing that he can't let them get close, Wu Pan held his axe up over his shoulder before he bellowed out with a deep voice. "Seng Mu and Young Li, you two protect the sphere, all the others are to engage in combat." Right as he said that, he jumped into the air before raising his axe into the air. He arrived a few dozen meters from the sphere and called out a powerful name as he slashed down with all his might into the ground right in front of the group of incoming enemy. Earth art, quake, boom. A loud sound resounded from the ground and a strong tremor quaked the area. Everyone firmly held their legs on the ground as the attack had created a large crater on the desert floor, making any further movement impossible. Huff. Wu Pan breathed out as he started gathering his chi. He was about to lunge towards the girl in the group before he heard a soft voice coming from the girl. Secret art, extremity fang, swish. Suddenly, a small black blade coated in black chi abruptly shot out from her hand before approaching within the distance. It moved fast as it appeared right before his face. Clang! Bringing up his axe to defend against the attack, he was met with the large force behind the attack as his whole body was blown back a few meters away from the others. Finding his balance in the air, he looked towards the others where they had already started clashing blades with each other. They were outnumbered and yet the enemy was not being overpowered by his own sect disciples. Because from the enemy side was a man that was single-handedly going against 4 disciples, while telling the others what to do. Gritting his teeth, he was about to jump back into the fray before he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "You should be looking towards me," a soft voice called out from behind him, making him suddenly turn around in anticipation for an attack. But nothing came as he looked around. Standing there was a woman attired in black robe with a sword in hand and a mysterious cold aura. "Damn it," he said as he charged towards her with his axe raised in the air, crashing it down. He was surprised to find it blocked by the girl with little difficulty. Looking at her sword, which was coated in a black substance, he yelled out before swinging from side to side, trying to find an opening through her sword. The girl merely stood there as she brushed aside his wild blows, and then she gripped her sword with both her hands as she struck back at him with the point of her sword. Boom! Instantly a powerful force was unleashed as the sword pierced through the air and made contact with him. Though he had managed to receive the blow with his axe again, he was blown back a few meters again. Tumbling across the floor, he dragged his axe across the sand, lessening the force of the tumble. "If I could just hold on for a little while," Wu Pan thought as he realized that he could not land a heavy enough blow to end this battle fast. L's ear, your weaker voice was heard from a battlefield as blood was being thrown with every movement that was made. The girl in pink, Lu, was standing far away from a bloodied battlefield as she stared, feeling guilt and hatred toward herself. She was forced to watch like a damsel in distress when she could have contributed significantly had she not decided too soon. Clang! Clang! Dozens of flying swords came flying through the air as their target revealed itself to be a bloodied figure that was maneuvering through them with ease. Tao Tao chuckled as he looked towards the young boy that was currently standing a few meters away from him. "You really are weak," he taunted again as he kept dodging through the flying swords. His left arm was mangled while the rest of his body was not far behind. He was hit hard by that sneak attack, but after having received that attack his opponent couldn't land another attack on him anymore. It prompted him to be cocky and arrogant again. After all, most of his techniques were all speed-based and he doesn't believe anyone in the same realm can outperform him in that category. The young boy felt a little irritated, having been spending the past few minutes not landing an attack on Tao Tao. Being belittled like this was a first, so he started gathering all his flying swords, fusing them together, forming into a big sickle with blades on all sides. Not bothering to call out the full technique name, he said "scythe," in which a blinding light came from the sickle before turning into a blood-red scythe that was releasing a dark aura. Flicking his hand towards Tao Tao, the boy had a cold expression on his face as he sent the scythe hurtling towards the bloodied Tao Tao, who surprisingly showed a smirk on his face before raising his able arm in the air to call out, "Secret heart, reflect." 34. "It's over." Knowing how terrifying the scythe was, the young boy panicked at its sudden appearance in front of him. Swish! Right as the young boy reacted, he felt heavy wind against his face before being met with a giant scythe that was releasing destructive energy. Boom! A huge explosion came about as the scythe came into contact with a thin barrier of chi that the boy had just been able to barely put up. The battlefield became filled with smoke as Tao Tao jumped back to resist the wind current from the explosion. "Damn you!" Cough cough. A small bruised and battened person came from the smoke as he cursed out loud with clear fury in his voice. Seeing this, Tao Tao smirked while laughing out loud. "You may be a child prodigy, but it seems that's only in terms of cultivation. In the end, you are still just a child. You don't even know how to defend against your own attack. He continued his taunt as he swept through the boy with his spiritual consciousness. Damn it, he thought after noticing the little amount of damage that the boy had received. Knowing that it wouldn't be too long before he is unable to fight, he started gathering the little amount of chi into his dantian towards his feet before calling out. Soaring steps, facing away from the young boy towards the girl in pink. His legs started glistening with chi as he dashed forward. Moving at incredible speeds, he was able to reach the girl instantly before picking her up. Turning his head towards the boy, he moved his mouth saying something inaudible before dashing into the distance again. "You!" the boy bellowed out as his eyes became filled with rage while anger overwhelmed his heart. Suddenly a massive pillar of dark chi was released from his body and he dashed off after them while releasing madden amounts of chi that turned the surrounding area to black. L's ear. Clang, clang. Sounds of blows filled the air as Dong Yi brandished his red sword and fired a white beam of fire chi onto the stationary fox. Clang. A huge explosion rocked the desert with sand flying around the place, and yet it all seemed meaningless as the fox was revealed unscathed. This, Dong Yi said as he looked at the fox trying to come up with something. Right after the fox had frozen itself, all attacks that reached it would not even dent it. It had made itself the most duration thing that Dong Yi had ever seen, so he was a little baffled. Swish, swish, blue arrows came flying from the distance, each of them aiming for the vital spots of Dong Yi's body. Clang, clang. Damn it, Dong Yi said as he slashed the arrows. He was frustrated with the situation. Turning his attention to the distance, he gathered chi before he started sprinting towards the forest. If no damage works on the fox, then it would be pointless to just sit there and wait for arrows to come flying his way. He decided to go for their base. Releasing his spiritual consciousness to cover the desert, he became a little worried after noticing that his spiritual consciousness seemed to be blocked by something around the center of the desert where the white sphere and his sect disciples were. Stopping for a second, he was about to rush for that area before he notified arrows already arriving near him. Clang, clang. Parrying them again, he noticed a little large force moving towards his location. It was the fox that had unfrozen itself as it appeared a few meters away from Dong Yi. It opened its mouth and shot out a beam of surging water chi. Dong Yi, seeing that the fox was not frozen anymore, gathered a large amount of chi into his sword, which began shining in a dark red flame. The fox was not frozen, so this might be his best shot at taking it down. Brilliance crystal art, sun's crystal. Slashing across the surging water chi, he released a huge red beam that stretched across the whole area before it headed towards the wave of water chi. The fox, seeing this, in return blasted another beam of chi that went and doubled the strength of the first one, making the confrontation of the two even more deadly. Boom. The collision between the two shook the whole area, as on one side was an overwhelming blue and the other a destructive force of red. Both couldn't overtake the other as their attack were in equal amount, causing a large amount of steam to rise up into the sky, filling the whole radius in smoke. "This is it," Dong Yi coldly said as he gathered even more chi into his sword before raising it into the air. He was about to call out a name before he heard a noise coming from his side. "Swish!" Dong Yi said as he turned around. In front of him was a clear white arrow that came from the midst of the steam as it was aimed straight for his head. It came with such force and suddenness that Dong Yi became stunned, but knowing the severity of the situation, he brought his sword down in an attempt to block the arrow. Boom! A tremendous loud explosion followed afterwards as chi exploded out with great force. It rumbled and shifted the air around as right afterwards came a surge of blue chi that submerged the whole area, destroying all those in sight. At the forest, Huff Gongron breathed out in exhaustion as he had just used almost all of his chi into that last shot, but with that, one of their strongest enemies was no more. Slowly floating down towards the others, he was met with Long Zun, who asked, "Are you all right?" Nodding his head, Gongron was about to say something when suddenly they heard a rumbling noise. Raising their head to the sky, Gongron noticed that there was thunder gathering to form a big spear that was radiating a threatening aura as it fell straight down towards them. Looking at its trajectory, Gongron jumped forward towards it before it could reach its target, the white sphere. Boom! A deafening sound was heard as lightning spread across the whole region, covering people and trees alike. "Oh! Not bad," a voice was heard from the sky as clouds formed together to make a young man with long red hair and eyes. Radiating waves of chi surged from his body and he looked towards the ground where the rest of Levitation Sect disciples was. They were in state of panic as they looked at the figure next to the white sphere. Lying prone on the ground was Gong Ron. His clothes were in tatters with multiple wounds all over his body. His head was bleeding profusely and he seemed to be barely conscious after taking that attack. "I was sure that it'd end in one strike," the man said as he smiled at the others on the ground. His voice was gentle but there was an underline of arrogance to it as he seemed to view everything with a surreal playfulness. Raising his hand up he gathered chi that condensed into his palm, before forming into a spear of lightning. He coldly looked at the white sphere and said, "This time I won't miss." Down on the ground Long Zun shuddered as he looked at the man throwing the spear. It was headed towards the white sphere that they should be guarding. He knew that it would be their last if it gets destroyed, so he willed all his strength before jumping in front of the attack. Boom! Crackle! A crack was heard as the white sphere fell apart with the shocked face of Long Zun in midair as a hole had opened up right at his stomach. The spear was met with little resistance as it had gone right through his body. Falling on the ground, Long Zun could only think it's over. Thud. 35 Darkened sky. Unknown location. Currently at the back of the Sect's mountains. At a completely restricted area of the Sect, hundreds of arrays seemed to overlap each other. They surrounded all surfaces as they swirl around the area to form a hazy atmosphere that seemed to be separating the inside and the outside of the restricted area. Anyone that tries to look at the inside would be greeted with blinding light, while any spiritual consciousness would just bounce back to its user. A few meters from the restricted area where spiritual consciousness was spread across as chi suddenly started gathering around, making the environment become quiet. Everything seemed to be under the control of something. As everything became still, the chi gathered around to form a small portal that seemed to be glowing in richness. 7 silhouettes became visible from the light as an old man with a cracked orb behind him led the others as they passed through the portal. At his right was a man in red that stepped forward before calmly calling out into the sky. "Little Han, you can open a path now." After saying that, the second Grand Elder stepped to the side and waited while the first Grand Elder looked towards the others that seemed to be inspecting this particular area in front of them. One of them, the man in white, looked towards him before saying, "I'm impressed. This is strong enough to even threaten my defense, and it seems that the one who built it is a nascent soul cultivator only at the early stage." At that, the man said as he looked to his left where a woman with red hair and eyes was standing. The first Grand Elder smiled a little before saying, "Yes, it's as you have said, but it's only after months of preparation was something like this achieved. Not to mention the resources." The old man thought with pride as movement finally came from the front. The swelling arrays stopped moving before opening a small gap in between each other, and a gush of chi was blown out through the gap that would make any soul-wandering cultivator think that it was a blessed land in there. And yet the 7 individuals at the receiving end of it didn't seem phased as they slowly walked into the gap. At the venue, as the sun rose up high and the breeze stirred the flimsy decor around the venue, the crowd began pouring into their seats, with each of them calmly anticipating the coming competition. Seated at the same seats, an old man in a grey robe was sitting next to a man in a blue robe who seems to be looking at the stage. The man in blue was beaming with excitement and smiling with a carefree demeanor. The old man adorned in grey seated next to him sighed while closing his eyes. He started to communicate something through his spiritual consciousness. "Aren't you being too happy right now?" "What do you mean?" Shino was able to place such a high rank, the man in blue replied as he looked towards the stage wherein was the ranking by the side. He was completely unaware of how his friend was perceiving him. The grey-robed old man shook his head as he looked at his fellow Taoist. It was unsightly to see someone smile so widely in a group of serious cultivators. He sighed and looked down at the stage. He thought back to the hazy figure of a young man full of vigor and hope. He started smiling slightly before focusing on the stage. She did well for a starter. Looking directly at the corner of the stage, the old man saw the organizer of the first competition, Lu Yung, standing by the ranking board that was still up. The blue-robed man muttered after he was finally brought back from his bliss as he stared at the old man in grey. "She did work hard. Her concentration and spiritual consciousness is really impressive, but I still don't know why they allowed her to be the organizer by herself. Testing her mental capacity is a good direction." If I remember correctly, she is only 40 years old. The fact that she was able to get this far this quick is a testament to the Liu family with their resource, not to mention that she has a special physique that drastically helps her cultivate, the old man said while stroking his beard-covered chin. The Grand Sect elders would have obviously wanted to see her capabilities, he thought. The blue-robed man nodded along as he thought for a moment. He perked up when he noticed that an equipment was being brought upstage. And it was not just him, almost all the elders from the levitation sect were looking at it closely. This equipment would be the entirety of the second competition between the two sects. It was the result of 40 outer sect elders working together to create it. It had no fault in it and was personally inspected by all the Raging Flame elders. And even they were as excited about it as the levitation sect elders. But most of them were watchful of this because the two sects had different standards for their own disciples. Seeing their disciples participate in a mental capacity test was something that they took seriously since the mind is so easily influenced. Seated at the top of the crowd were the sect masters. Having not taken much interest in the last competition, they were now slightly interested in this as this was of somewhat importance. Down on the stage were the disciples in line that would be participating in the event. The top 10 disciples were seated in the crowd, having been exempt from the following competitions, while the last 10 disciples were eliminated from the competitions. At the center of the stage was a large spiral crystal with swirling engravings. The crystal was glowing with a faint bluish glow and was standing about as tall as a person. It would be the stuff used to assess the mental capacity and aptitude of the disciples. Standing next to the large spiral crystal was a man, wearing a long robe that showcased some of the intricate engravings of the levitation sect. He stood proudly with an air of dignity. Raising his hand in the air, he began speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second stage competition. My name is Han Li and I will be the organizer of this event. I am coming forward as a representative of the 40 levitation sect elders that created this item before you." Looking towards the spiral crystal, he continues, "Today we stand on the edge of a new beginning. An opportunity for our two sects to unearth the hidden mental talents of our young geniuses." He looked at the disciples lined up on the side and continued, "The rules are simple. You walk up to the crystal and place your hand on it. You will all experience different things on different levels, but you will be graded accordingly, and the sect with the higher points will be the winner of this competition at the end. And now this event may start. Come up and place your hand on the crystal," he concludes as he takes a step back and folds his hands. Looking at the first disciple on the line, he waits for their response. The disciple, a member of the Raging Flame sect, was the first to come up to the crystal as he nervously approached before placing his palm onto it. At first, nothing unusual happened, but then suddenly the crystal started to emit a yellow light that slowly encased the disciple within it. It flickered out of existence, taking along the disciple with it. The bluish light around the crystal began to surge as it radiates an energy throughout the stage. Everyone present were focused as they watched the energy slowly turn into a screen that displayed the disciple in a black void. The screen had an hourglass timer on its side that was slowly going down. The disciple inside seemed to be confused as he looked around when he noticed bubbles were coming from his mouth and nose. Only a second later did he realize that he was in deep water. He tried to keep himself afloat as he desperately used his hands and feet to try and go somewhere, and yet it seemed useless. On the stage, some disciples were confused as to why he didn't use his chi, but the smart ones were already coming up with reasons as to why he couldn't. The audience looked at the disciple in the screen. He was obviously frightened and seemed confused, but after struggling like that for a few minutes, he suddenly lost the ability to keep himself up before slowly floating downward in the water, with the hourglass being only halfway down. The screen disappeared before the crystal began surging with chi again. A few seconds later the disciple was brought back standing in the same position that he once was. He took a deep breath and sighed in relief before looking around in confusion. His face was pale with a little bit of bitterness in the depth of his eyes. The organizer, Han Li, began speaking once more as he wrote down Du Su, 50 points. You managed to stay afloat for halfway through this first level. Okay, now. He was about to call on to the next one before he suddenly found something strange. Looking up at the sky, he realized that it had turned dark. Not just him, everyone was looking at the sky because as far as the eye can see the whole sky had turned dark. 36. Transparency. Boom. Darkness veiled the sky and heavy pressure descended from the heavens. The air tightened around the venue and everyone stood with heavy oppressive weight upon them. Hump. A soft voice was heard throughout as a large burst of light spread from the stage of the venue. The brilliant beam of light was propelled into the sky and came into contact with the dark sky, breaking through as it easily shattered like glass. The light spread out across the sky, illuminating the venue and dispersing the darkness that had encased the whole area, showing the clear sky in the air that had not been visible before. Everyone's gaze was at where the light had come from. They looked towards the corner of the stage where the first organizer Lu Yong was standing with shocked expressions, as all of them knew that no soul-wandering cultivator was able to do that. The venue became quiet as they all started making their own assumptions of her, with those that were perceptible knowing that she was not the cause of that light. Everyone suddenly started looking up with worried expressions. The darkness may have been lifted, but the pressure had still remained on everyone that was on the ground, a pressure that seemed to be building up in momentum as it made every individual's heart sink in. Crack. A cracking noise was heard in the sky as it began to open up, or rather to crack down, before slowly making a makeshift large gate that led into the void. Nothingness. Oppressive currents were weaving inside of it, threatening to destroy any spiritual activity, thus making it impossible for anyone to dare set foot inside. And yet within that nothingness seemed to be activity. A large carriage-like shuttle with no mount was slowly coming through the gate, with its size being hundreds of meters across as it brought its front through the gate. It was giving off a strong presence that seemed to be blocking off any spiritual consciousness from scanning it. A small door was opened from its front, wherein came a large group of cultivators that stormed out before forming two parallel lines in front of the door. Each of them were wearing armor from head to toe and carrying a variety of weaponry with them. However, most of them seemed to be releasing aura of the soul-wandering realm, a difficult realm that would make any single cultivator be able to form their own sect, and yet here they were lined up like hardened warriors. The crowd below was shell-shocked when they saw the events that were unfolding before their eyes. The imposing line of roughly 100 cultivators were the least of their concerns, as the massive shuttle that was radiating strong presence was more alarming. It was releasing power comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Clink, clink, clink. Heavy footsteps were heard as a silhouette emerged from the carriage to reveal a young man not even 30 years old. With a head full of long white hair, he adorned a gold robe that glowed from the constant outflow of his spiritual energy. It seems to be both absorbing his chi and hiding his realm from any perceiving gaze at the same time. He had an unusual aura around him that was seemingly covered up by his arrogant gaze. Floating along with him on his sides were two voluptuous women that had on revealing robes. They had no spiritual energy, but it was evident that they were not ordinary people. Behind them was a patch of space that seemed to be bending every time they moved. Their figures were slim and they walked with a grace that could put even the most prestigious of dancers to shame. Every man would be gazing at their figure in lustrous detail if they were not all looking at the giant figure behind the trio. A massive figure was slowly walking behind them from the side. He was adorned from head to toe with armor and walked alongside them as if he was on the ground. With clear impacts of his heavy steps being heard throughout the quiet venue, everyone's eyes were focused onto him as he seemed to be emitting a strange presence of a nascent soul cultivator. The young man in front noticed the stares and stepped forward a couple feet before shouting in a loud and dominating voice, "I demand that you bring forward your sect's highest authority." As the young man said this, the area seemed to vibrate as his voice echoed throughout. The pressure that was upon everyone's heart was intensified as waves of suppressive force descended from the massive armored giant into the surrounding atmosphere. A burst of light appeared once more from the stage as the suppressive force was lifted from the area, while an equally potent force was released from the light as it aimed toward the young man who had just demanded with his voice. But the force did not travel fast before it was snuffed out by the massive figure behind the young man as it stepped forward in front of the young man. The young man had on a shocked face while this was happening. He looked at the light as his expression quickly changed from shock to a face full of anger and disdain. He spoke once more, "I will not take such humiliation. Who do you think you are? Come out." "That's what you should be answering yourself," a female voice said from the brilliant light, which ceased to reveal from it a figure that slowly floated up. The mesmerizing figure of a woman that looked a lot like the organizer Yu Yung was facing the sky. She was wearing a luxurious robe that shimmered with a silver shine all around her, while behind her was a small white sphere that was shimmering with white chi. The woman looked up into the sky with a slight worry in her eyes, and yet the arrogance that the young man in front of her was displaying seemed to have gotten under her skin as she carried herself with an annoyed demeanor. A woman? The young man laughed as he looked at her with disdain in his eyes, unaffected by her words. He carefully looked at her face before laughing again. He continued, "What do I think I am? I think that I can do whatever I want, and so what can you do about it? I should have you killed for that, but seeing as I need a few more bed warmers, I allow you to join my harem." He put up his right hand in an inviting gesture with laughter in his voice as he spoke. "Hump!" The woman snorted with rage in her voice as her eyes glazed over in coldness, while the small white sphere floating behind her began to quiver before slowly sinking into her back. Clouds gathered around the sky while thunder roared in the backgrounds. Everything lost their meaning while a brilliant light became the center of attention. The wind howled and whipped around the venue as the brilliant light ceased to reveal it instead something else. Floating at about 3 meters high was the mesmerizing woman in an ethereal white dress. Her long, jet black hair rippled around her in the wind, revealing her graceful features that would be more appreciated if they were not transparent. The crowd below gasped at the sight in front of them. The woman's whole body was transparent and seemed to be in another dimension altogether. Seeing this, the young man stood unfettered with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He looked towards a certain spot in the sky before he shook his head in disappointment, pointing a finger towards the woman, his arrogance not the slightest but diminished as he spoke with anger in his voice. "It's a pity that you rejected my goodwill, and any act of rejection towards me is offensive. Sentinel, bring her here." Rumble. The massive armored giant didn't utter a single word as its body suddenly began to glow in red. Massive energy was released as it raised one of its massive hand in the air, following which a portion of his hand became transparent as it clawed towards the woman. For a moment, space shook as a massive transparent hand appeared in front of the woman. It opened up its fingers to grasp her into its grip, all the while releasing a loud roaring sound like thunder that echoed throughout the area. The crowd below could hardly make out what happened through their spiritual consciousness as they suddenly heard a loud booming sound echo across the venue, causing the elders to grunt in pain and the disciples to pass out in shock. Aklu Jung, the former organizer next to the stage, felt her heartbeat quicken as she began to worry for the woman in the sky. Just the sound produced from an attack that was not even directed towards her was causing her ears to hurt. She looked up in the sky while clenching her fists in worry. Her Grandmaster was going to be facing against the attack in full force with no support. Up in the sky, the small figure in front of the massive hand had not even moved. She looked unfazed as her pupils glowed silver before she waved her hand in a swiping motion. The swipe, while small, resulted in an invisible force meeting the hand that was just a few inches away from her. Boom! The sky became white for a moment as the two forces connected. The large hand that seemed to encompass the woman was instantly obliterated as the force from the blast continued on its trajectory, headed towards the massive armored giant. Clang! The massive armored giant shook and rumbled for a moment before it too was suddenly thrown back, its body moving a few steps back as it stamped its foot in the air, stopping right before the young man with the arrogant smile. "You," uttered the young man, his long white hair blowing back in the wind, revealing a handsome face, framed by an intricate tattoo next to his ears. His eyes flashed dangerously as he looked at the massive armored giant before him. Turning his gaze towards the woman, he laughed out loud before licking his lips. "An interesting thing, aren't you? My sentinel usually doesn't require any move after that, but today I get to witness more. You shall suffer for making me feel shame, woman." Showing sharp teeth, his voice became deep as he menacingly glared at the woman with contempt in his eyes before tapping gently on the massive armored giant. "Use all your strength." The quiet giant finally let out a noise as it raised its head in the air and roared with frightening intensity as it marched towards the woman. Its heavy armor creaking with each step as it moved through the air, with its massive body releasing newfound energy. With each step that it takes, its body began to slowly become transparent, until eventually its whole body became see-through. It released maddening aura as its chi whipped in the atmosphere, causing pressure to flow downward. Raising its hand in the air, it gathered energy from the surroundings as it harnessed it into two big gauntlets that appeared on its hand. Appearing in front of the woman, it punched with a hand that was transparent yet carried enormous force. It caused the space between to tighten as wind compressed around its target, stopping with any movement throughout the area. The woman, seeing all this, finally became serious about this confrontation. She closed her eyes and placing her hands in front of her as she gathered her chi and concentrated it towards her head before opening her eyes again. Her eyes, now blazing silver, suddenly released an intense wave of force which clashed with the giant's punch and created an explosive shockwave that rocked the entire area. It caused the entire venue to shake as the shockwave boiled in the air before dissipating. When it cleared, the crowd below were dumbfounded as they saw that through their spiritual consciousness, the woman had been propelled several dozen miles away in an instant before finally colliding with a mountain in the distance. It created a huge crater that replaced the entire mountain top. What? That was all it took for the crowd on the venue to react as they stared in disbelief at the spectacle before their eyes. They could not understanding the difference between the individuals in this realm that had opened itself up today. Ha ha ha! Laughter reverberated through the air as the young man began to laugh cynically as he shook his head in a mocking manner. Looking towards the crowd below, he said, "You fools truly haven't seen the strength of experts, but it's to be expected from the backwater place like this." "Go get her, Sentinel," he ordered as the giant acknowledged with a nod as its transparent body suddenly morphed into a huge fiery ball that dashed into the distance, moving through miles in an instant. "Now then," the young man said as he turned his head towards the sky, towards a specific spot in the air. "I will not repeat myself. Show yourselves, you cowards. Do you think that ideal Yuan can't tell who is peeking towards me?" He smiled as he said this with an air of provocation and disdain in his voice, clearly seeing everyone as beneath him. 37. No resistance. Rumble. The sky suddenly shook. A cluster of clouds started to move within the air as several pressures descended upon the area. The dozens of clouds were full of chi as they gathered together to form a small portal that glowed in richness. No less than seconds later, figures could be seen on the other side of the portal as they all radiated strength of the nascent soul realm. They were all seated in their seats as an old man at the front perked up before speaking to the young man. "Son of Venerable Yuan, since you are here, I will be courteous and invite you to join our little gathering." The old man, the first Grand Elder, said as he not only seems to know the young man but the father of the young man as well. "Ha! Acting the fool, huh?" the young man said laughably as he didn't seem bothered with the pressure that the 7 nascent soul cultivators on the other side of the portal were exuding at all. "You should be kneeling down." A man in all red next to the first Grand Elder suddenly said out loud as fiery chi rushed out of his body, with the cultivator's eyes glinted with killing intent. He seemed to be offended by the attitude that the young man was using. He was about to say something before a hand interrupted him. The first Grand Elder had put his hand in front of him, stopping the man from any rash moves. It is not polite to insult the guest in one's own home. With the looming threat growing by the day, it is not wise to make enemies at the moment, the old man said as he glanced at the man in red who was sitting next to him. "Oh, so you do know something," the young man said on the other side as he arrogantly smirked. "Good." As the young man finished speaking, a fiery blazing sphere was seen in the horizon as it didn't take a second before appearing in front the young man. Blowing his fine white long hair, the blazing sphere started morphing as what replaced its spot became a massive armored giant that had a woman in its arm. "Oh, and you're still alive after that," the young man said as he examines the woman with his spiritual consciousness. The woman was pale with beads of sweat on her face as one of her arms was deformed and broken while her silver dress was torn in multiple places. Blood was flowing from her stomach which seemed to be mending itself together as a hole had been torn through it, barely scraping past her dantian which was releasing little energy. She was injured, yet her sharp aura was eerily cold around the area. It focused on the 7 nascent soul cultivators that were on the other side of the portal as even unconscious she was still aware of her surroundings. "I am sorry for my colleague's behavior towards your jokes. The Liu family matriarch is not known for her jokes," the old man said before looking towards the injured woman. "Still keeping your pretense up," the young man said. His voice turned cold as he looked at the old man, his demeanor completely shifting from his previous one as he now started looking intimidating. They say that the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm is as wide as the heavens and the earth, but the same is true for the late and the peak, the old man said as he touched his beard, his gaze calm and clear, his emotions hidden as he looked towards the young man who seemingly understood his message. Ha ha, as wide as the heaven and the earth. You really know how to compare the realms, the young man said as his colder look changed while he let out a funny laugh, his tone indicating that he didn't believe it. He seems to remember something as he looked towards the old man before speaking again. All right, I'll come join you as I was handed an important task to do. See to it that your friend behaves after she wakes. Otherwise I won't be so kind next time, the young man said as he remembered how he was almost embarrassed. No, he would have been embarrassed earlier had he not played it off. Yes, he had played it off. He looked towards the portal before suddenly remembered something. Spreading his arms, he allowed the two voluptuous women by his side to cling to him as he walked along into the portal, not the least bit caring about the view that was placed upon him. He nodded his head, gesturing towards the massive giant who followed behind them along with the injured woman in arm. They went into the portal as their back figure slowly disappeared from the view of the crowd, who looked up in awe, worry and fear while the portal closed in front of them. Levitation Sect. Restricted area. In a dark hall surrounded by countless formations, a group of 8 individuals were currently seated around a table that had a small disc in the middle. An arrogant voice could be heard from one of them as a young man with long white hair voiced his thought as he looked around the hall. You have a nice atmosphere here. The chi is so thick that it would make anyone feel intoxicated. Thank you for the praise. These formations around us trap chi and were set up by our 4th Grand Elder. She has been developing her skills well, the old man answered. Seated opposite the young man was an old man with a smile that trailed his lips. His eyes were still as no emotion could be read from his expression. Now then, for the matter at hand, the young man spoke again, this time his tone serious as he looked at the old man. I have come to collect the 4 individuals here that have ancestors' soul. 4, a number that was not on any of the minds of the 7 other individuals that were on the table. The old man looked at the young man with a curious look before looking at the other members on the table, all of their eyes now fixed on the young man before he looked back and asked, I am sorry to disappoint you, but it seems that you were misinformed. There are currently only 3 such individuals amongst our youngsters. Oh, so you're saying I was mistaken, the young man said with a slightly raised eyebrow. He showed a sly smirk on his face before he asked, how were you able to identify such individuals? You don't have any such information. The answer to that is right in front of you, the old man said as he looked down at the table. The young man, following his eyes, saw a small disc on the table that began to glow before revealing a familiar location on the other side. The venue. There were 3 individuals amongst the crowd of elders and disciples that currently glowed in red. The color seemed unnoticeable to the others around them as only the 8 seated on the other side of the disc were able to perceive it. This little device can detect soul fluctuations and hidden souls, so we would have noticed anyone else had they been releasing this red glow, the old man continued as he looked up at the young man. Hump, unlike your device which views only this small area, ours can span across this whole region. And before arriving here 3 days ago we had detected that there was 4 such individuals, 3 at your venue and 1 at your sect right here, the young man said as he seemed unfazed. I can assure you that I have thoroughly searched every individual that was at the sect. The other 6 here can be my witnesses, the old man said as he looked towards the other individuals. A man in all white from the Raging Flames sect said, that's right. After the first competition where he showed us this device, he searched every individual that was in a few kilometers around the sect just to be sure. So you're saying that I was lying? The young man asked as he looked at the old man with intent in his eyes. The old man merely smiled and suggested for him to use his own device, to which the young man snapped his fingers together. There is nothing that can be hidden from me, so you had better not be lying, the young man boasted as he looked behind him. One of the 2 voluptuous women standing by his side next to the massive giant seemingly took out something from thin air as she handed it to the young man. A circular tablet was placed upon the table as the young man poured chi into it. The tablet suddenly released a large burst of chi that reminded the 7 individuals of spiritual consciousness before it started spreading outward. Anything and anyone that the burst of energy touches would be non-reactive, as even the nascent soul cultivators seated around the table wouldn't have noticed had it not been for the circular table that was on the table that showed something. With the table as the center, the tablet slowly revealed the surroundings from the inside of the restricted area to the outside. It continued to the whole sect before going beyond to the venue and any further area in the whole region. The tablet had covered a magnitude of distance, and yet only 3 red dots could be seen as the young man sprung up in shock from his overconfidence. What? Not just him, everyone on the table was shocked. Not for the same reasons though. The young man and the 2 voluptuous women behind him were shocked because it really only showed 3 individuals with Luan's soul, while the rest were shocked at this device being able to bypass any and all things such as the arrays of the restricted area. I am impressed. You have such an amazing device that it not only scans the sect with ease but the entire region at that, all while unnoticeable as well, the old man commented as he and everyone here were genuinely impressed. The young man replied as he looked confused. There was no way for the device to not work properly, so why did it not reveal the last individual? The young man thought to himself as he looked upon the 3 identified individuals. Currently upon the circular tablet he was looking at was a young woman in white dress. She was slightly levitating on the stage, tending to the unconscious disciples. She picked up a child that seemed only about 12 years old as the red light surrounding her began to jump as if interactive with the red light that was surrounding the young boy. Across the venue, seated together with the elders of the Raging Flame sect, a young man with long red hair and eyes was currently meditating as the red light surrounding him jumped while he tends to his wound. "All right then, I'll be taking these as per further's orders," the young man said as he coldly stood up, looking towards the old man. He warned, "I'll advise you to leave here as soon as possible," the young man said as he was genuinely giving an advice. He turned behind him, gesturing towards one of the women. The one wearing the least revealing robes nodded before suddenly opening her arms wide as a small portal began forming in front of her before she stood aside. The 7 nascent soul cultivators didn't stop him as the old man spread his spiritual consciousness towards the portal, penetrating it and spreading it to the people at the venue. Noticing this, the young man didn't utter any words as a smile formed on his lips. He stepped out of the portal into the air and looked towards the crowd below him with the 2 women and the massive giant following behind him. He specifically looked towards the individuals at hand before he then said out loud with a demanding presence, "You and you, follow me. We have a long journey ahead of us," the young man said as he pointed towards the young man with the long red hair and eyes from the Raging Flame sect, as well as the organizer of the first competition, Lu Yong, that seemed to have a shock face. He didn't forget to add towards Lu Yong, "Bring that young boy with you as well." The crowd was silent as they had just received orders from a spiritual consciousness that was from the first Grand Elder, letting them know of the situation. So without any fanfare or any resistance, the 3 individuals in question were brought into the shuttle together with the young man as the crowd could only watch. The line of about 100 souls-wandering cultivators also retreated back into the small door of the shuttle as the door closed with no suspense. The portal was still up as the 7 individuals on the other side watched the shuttle go back into the huge crack in space which had mended itself around the shuttle. A sigh was released from an old woman as she closed her eyes in fear, seemingly remembering something. A woman with red eyes was looking hatefully at the portal as it closed after having lost contact with its owner. The man in white looked towards the woman before uttering, "It's for the best. We aren't strong enough to protect them. We were lucky that it was not the Configuration sect but the palace that had come to take them." The old nodded as he added, "Venerable Yuan has made a vow, so you shouldn't worry." The others nodded, the quiet 3rd Grand Elder interjecting as he got up, "Anyways, it's almost time for the formation to be complete. Why not see where Little Han left off?" 38. Elias Raven's problems. Early morning at the peak of the sun, across the quiet caves of the outer sect disciples' quarters, a figure slowly rose from a runny stream that was situated near one of the disciple caves. She walked out of the streams before taking a long breath. Elias Raven had just finished with her now daily routine as she stood up with water dripping through her wet robe. Raising her hand, a fiery wind blew across her body, throwing her jet black hair into the air as it left it in disarray. Finished with drying herself, she looked around before heading back to her cave. She had a light smile on her face as she walked back, musing over what she had just been through. Closing the cave door behind her, she sat through the luminescent light in the darkness as she thought about what her next step would be. She wanted to test herself, or at the least know her limits with this new realm before she could proceed with something that she had her mind on. Thinking back to her fights with the puppets, she realized that she had still not learned how to fly on a flying sword, which could prove to be fatal in some situations. All the swords that were currently in her possession were not strong enough to withstand the constant chi that would be coursing through them, so she would need something else. As far as she had witnessed, only disciples at the 3 late stages of chi gathering realm were equipped with flying sword, and of course the foundation realm cultivators would have them, as she remembered that senior brother that had brought her to the sect. She sighed as she was honestly getting annoyed with hiding her strength from the sect. She knew that she could survive on her own without being in a sect, but at the thought of her father who brought her here and the unknown possibilities that would come with leaving the sect, she decided to wait until she had enough strength. She had noticed another flaw within herself while she had been fighting those puppets on the cliff. She had become scared after the battle, scared that she had finally killed a person in this new life. She was no idiot, as she knew of the life that entails after coming to this world, and she was no stranger to death, having watched a few moments of real killings from her past life, but she always knew that watching and participating in the events would be completely different. Well, sighing and worrying about it will do me no good. I can only hope that the end result of my actions will be worth it, she thought as she remembered the wonders feeling she gets while imagining the peak of the cultivation world. System. Elias Raven. Special physique. Brute chi physique. Foundation establishment stage early. Experience points 8%. System coin : 1490. Taoist Gaka wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual root. Water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Mutated spirit root. Mud. Comprehension 35%. Erosion. Comprehension 35%. Cultivation methods. Basic chi gathering. Focused chi control. Waterfall / refine yin chi. Surge. Thunderbolt flash. Formless cultivation method. Market. This percentage seems to be increasing steadily with each time that I use the Formless talisman. The first time granted me 10, while the second time granted me 11, and now this third try added 14 more percentages to the initial 21%. I wonder if all my comprehension is increasing, or just my comprehension of this particular subject is growing the more I use the talisman. Elias Raven asked nobody in particular as she closed her eyes and began meditating. She had made it a habit to start doing these ever so often. Losing track of time in her timeless cave, she woke up a few hours later before taking a long breath as she finally got up from her seated position. Thinking for a moment, she slowly started taking off her robe along the next layer of clothing. After that she checked the wounds that she had been inflicted with. As she cannot see the wound on her back, she could only take out a shiny sword from her storage bag as she positioned it to her back and try to see the reflection of the item. The wound on her back was still there, and it scarred over, with the edges slowly peeling off and revealing new skin. Looking down at her left thigh, she realized that the wound seemed to be barely visible, as it seemed to have healed way faster than the scar on her back. Taking a new set of robes from her storage bag, she dressed herself into a new grey outfit with an air of mystery around as she walked out of the door to her cave. Her goal being the Outer Sect Hall, or more specifically the mission board of the Outer Sect Hall. She wanted to try her luck with a new area that she could use for figuring out her full strength. Walking down the mountain, she went through the system as she took out a worn-out talisman. The cultivation suppression talisman that had been with her since the day that the system was activated. She had been using it every time that she needed to be in public, so she didn't care of the way it looked, more so if there was a limit to it, as it was getting worn out. Putting the talisman under her robe, she suppressed herself again as she went to the Outer Sect Hall, which didn't take much time before she set foot into the building. As always, it seemed to be bustling with activity, with a few disciples running around the place. Remembering a place that she frequented, she thought to check it out and see if she could find herself any disguises. But as she reaches the place that says Outer Disciples Shop, she was surprised to see a sign before it stating that it would not be available for a few days. She found that weird, but thinking nothing of it, she went back to the mission board as she wasn't really worried for a disguise. Looking over the board, which seemed to have a few intriguing locations, she took a paper that she liked from the board before storing it inside her storage bag. Walking out of the sect hall, she decided to head straight to the location on the paper as she had nothing else to do. 39. Orchid Spring Mountain. Wind blew onto the horizon as a grey shadow was sprinting through the air. One step on the ground and the shadow would travel dozens of meters through the air before landing on the ground again. As wind blew across the sprinting figure, a jet black hair would be sprayed in the wind as the figure only stopped after arriving at her destination. Finally, Elias Raven said as she stood in front of the entrance to a giant mountain. She had finally arrived at her goal after carefully running for almost a whole hour. It was not surprising to her as this was not a location within the sect's boundaries but rather an open location for the different sects throughout the region. It seems to be a secluded location as she noticed right away how overgrown everything was. The grass was at knee-high and the trees seemed to be brimming with vitality, making it apparent that at least this area was unused. Elias Raven didn't want to waste any time and wanted to go straight in as she was eager to test her. She jumped across the trees before stopping a few meters in as she looked at a specific tree that was surrounded by flowers all around. Only after seeing that tree did she realize as to why this place was named Orchid Spring Mountain. The bland tree stood place with roughly 10 orchid flowers surrounding it as it created a beautiful scenery that anyone would appreciate. Looking through the area, she realized that roughly at every 20 meters there was one such tree with orchid flowers as they painted the place with wonder that blended the red flowers with the green scenery. Anyone would feel allured once they see this beautiful scene, but yet this beauty seems to have a hidden secret as Elias Raven uprooted one such red flower and brought it to her nose before trying to smell the scent. What? She realized something incredible as she couldn't find any scent to the flower at all. Picking another one up, she tried to smell again only to feel a faint sensation throughout her lower region as her head became lightheaded. Pulling back, she felt the discomfort that soon faded away. She started thinking back to the mission, which was to collect 100 orchid flowers. She now knew of the reason why it remained there on the mission board, as it was only after feeling that sensation was she able to guess as to what this flower could do. This flower's scent was obviously dangerous as she felt lightheaded just from taking 2 breaths of it. Any normal chi-gathering realm cultivator would have been intoxicated from that, so she could imagine as to why the mission was not popular for the outer sect disciples. She uttered confused as she wondered why they even made getting this flower a mission. Who would want it, or does it have other uses in the alchemy department that I am unaware of? She thought as she remembered how sometimes alchemists use bad material to create better pills. She shook her head and began focusing on her surroundings. There were a dozen places that seemed to occupy spirit beast as Elias Raven felt over a dozen different aura in the 60 meters that her spiritual consciousness could reach. Gathering chi into her leg, she jumped onto one of the tall trees as she surveyed the area. Taking out a small makeshift veil, she covered her face as she headed towards one direction. She knew that she wouldn't encounter anyone who would recognize her here even without the veil, but it didn't hurt to be careful as this was an open area. She jumped from tree to tree, making sure to avoid any orchid flower-covered trees as she went towards the one of the strongest aura around the place. After traveling for a few minutes, she finally arrived near the spot. On top of a tree at a distance, she could see a large swamp with a shadow, a large beast in it. Spreading her spiritual consciousness towards the creature, she was able to recognize it right away as she identified it to be a crocodile that was at least 10 meters long as its body seemed full of strength. But as soon as her spiritual consciousness reached the creature, it instantly became aware of her presence as it released threatening energy into the surroundings to make its strength apparent. It finally came to the surface as its scales glowed with luster from the surging chi hidden within. It was a spirit beast of the 2 rank and one at the middle stage at that. As this would be her first time facing off against a crocodile, Elias Raven took out her giant axe and released all her aura, revealing her strength to be at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. She jumped down to the ground with a thud, causing a small crater as she approached the creature one step at a time. The creature that revealed itself to be a crocodile didn't appear cautious as it lunged out of the water towards her right away. Its mouth being opened wide as its sharp teeth became reinforced with chi, it threatened to kill her in one bite. Bringing her axe in front of her, she gathered chi into her arm as she slashed horizontally with her axe. The axe carried strong wind as it met with the sharp teeth of the crocodile that similarly moved with speed. pang. Elias Raven winced in pain as she felt her hand almost lose control of her axe. Taking a step back, she placed the head of the axe onto the ground as she looked towards the crocodile and noticed it too reacting the same way. Its head was lowered and eyes pained as it felt the force in its teeth. She had parried the attack successfully and didn't plan on letting it recover from the recoil. As right when the crocodile brought its head up, the axe which was facing the ground was twisted over before being pulled upward with force towards the head. This time the blade of the axe was covered with electricity as Elias Raven implemented her Thunderbolt Flash technique in a fight for the first time. And it didn't disappoint as she felt her axe supported with newfound speed that slashed upward towards the crocodile's head, releasing a burst of thunder as it came into contact with the creature. Boom! A large crater was formed in front of Elias Raven as she looked towards the result. The crocodile had been blown in the air as it flew past the water swamp before crashing into a tree in the distance. Elias Raven breathed out as she dropped the axe. Her arms were incredibly stressed. When she used the Thunderbolt Flash just now, she didn't account for the burst of speed that would come along with it, so her arms had to pay the price. Bringing her arm up to inspect, she sighed in relief when she realized that nothing was wrong. She looked onto the unmoving crocodile in the distance before picking up her axe again. She had to see what had become of the creature. 40. Threatened. Orchid Spring Mountain. It's a little stronger than I thought, Elias Raven thought as she looked at the dead crocodile in front of her. Its head had been split in two and blood was flowing out of it as its heart pumped blood for the last time. She had assumed that the Thunderbolt Flash technique would be more useful in escaping rather than attacking, but she was proven wrong as it could be one of her deadliest attacks if it was paired with brute chi. Well, it was a sword technique, so I shouldn't be surprised. She thought it could happen, but she still had no way of mixing another element into brute chi, so she would have to experiment with it more. Looking down at the corpse, she stored it inside her storage bag before looking at the swamp where the creature came from. Spreading her spiritual consciousness into it, she was disappointed to discover nothing except some scraps of bone that the crocodile had consumed. She looked afar as she focused on another strong aura before jumping onto a tree. She thought for a second before continuing to head towards her next location. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Early. Experience Points 8%. System Coin: 1490. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual Root: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Mutated Spirit Root: Mud. Comprehension 35%. Erosion. Comprehension 35%. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash, Formless Cultivation Method. Market. As her veil had been blown away in her last attack, she decided to see if she could find any replacement in the system. Going through the 60 items in the system market, she was not disappointed as she saw a mask in the first few rows, and focusing on it she was met with a small description. Headwear: golden mask, an accessory with no nose, mouth or eye holes. Its purpose is to hide the user's face while they see through it. System Coin: 20. Although she found what she was looking for, she didn't want to buy it until she really needed it, so she decided to wait. As she was about to continue to her destination, she suddenly found herself feeling a chill to her core. Jumping to the side, she was surprised to see that nothing had happened. Perplexed, she released her spiritual consciousness only to not discover anything as well. She was confused. She had definitely felt that chill every time that she was about to be attacked, and yet she didn't see anything around her that could pose a threat. Treading lightly with a thoughtful expression, she continued to her targeted location, all while making sure to keep an eye out for any surprise attacks. Moving through the trees for a few minutes, she finally reached the aura. It was a flaming creature that had its back facing her as it lay upon a large boulder, seemingly not worried about anything. Releasing her spiritual consciousness towards it, she readied herself as she took out her axe once more. The creature was awakened by her spiritual consciousness as it didn't even stand up, only turning its head towards her. It looked to be a goat with a large horn on its head as its whole body was burning in flames. Its eyes were red and flaming as it finally got up and faced her. It was about as tall as a human, with its length being about 6 meters. It jumped down to the ground and started walking towards her, all while slowly releasing chi. Its whole body began to be engulfed in flames as its silhouette became the only thing visible to Elias Raven. Its chi continued to rise as it sent waves of hot currents through the air. Not knowing how much stronger this creature at the late stage would be, she decided to play it safe as she too released all her strength. Raising her axe in the air, she decided to attack as she lunged forward while cladding her axe in the thunderbolt flash technique. Slashing towards the beast, she was met with an enormous force as she clashed with the fiery claw of the beast that radiated destructive heat. Clang! Expecting such force, she held her foot onto the floor, which ruptured under her foot as she brought her fire-covered arms up into the air before calling out a name. Waterfall slash. The dry air became steamy as a large amount of water chi gathered to form a vertical slash in front of Elias Raven. The flames on her hands were put out as her axe was brought down with force. It threatened to tear into anything in its path. The beast, which perceived the attack as a threat, opened its mouth up as its whole head transformed into a large draconic head. It rolled back into the incoming attack, sending a shockwave all around. Boom! "Uck!" Elias Raven uttered as she was blown back. Her grip on the axe tightened as she flipped in the air to land safely on the ground. Her attack had been stopped. She looked at the beast in front of her as she released her spiritual consciousness. The beast was undamaged as it roared again before lunging towards her. Elias Raven didn't want to be on the defense, so she too charged towards the beast, this time cladding her whole body in the thunderbolt flash technique. Her speed multiplied and her figure became a blur as she utilized her fastest speed possible. She held the axe in front of her and pushed with all her strength, forming a giant lightning bolt that met with the creature's assault. Boom! Elias Raven said in shock, as she felt herself being thrown back. Her grip on her axe loosened, and before she could make sense of their situation, the shadow of a claw appeared before her face, threatening to rip into her. Clang! Boom! Cough! She coughed as she felt the impact with the ground. She had lost her axe and could only resort to her brute chi to protect her face at that moment. Looking up at the creature coming down towards her, she raised her left hand before uttering surge. Chaotic brute chi gathered around before being released in a shockingly single burst. She had focused half of it onto that single burst as she witnessed a shocking sight. Boom! A large ball of chaotic chi was released as it covered the body of the creature. The shocking flames around the creature were extinguished as it screamed in pain. The perimeter became white for a second as Elias Raven used this time to jump out of the small crater that she was laying in. Landing not far from the attack, she finally assessed the situation around her. 41. Critical. Elias Raven carefully looked at the attack as she released her spiritual consciousness around the surroundings. She needed to be sure of the condition of the attack and of any unsuspecting attacks. As she was focusing more than ever, she didn't fail to notice something happening in her spiritual consciousness. A bright beam of light shot out from within the surge attack and shot right through where she was standing. Boom! A large amount of force was produced as a small explosion appeared on the ground as the beam continued on a few meters even after hitting its target. Fire was produced in waves as the surrounding trees in the area started catching smoke before bursting in flames. Having moved out of the way at the last moment, Elias Raven was able to tell how strong that beam was as she felt blazing heat when it traveled past her. When she looked at the destruction produced by the beam, she became slightly worried before looking towards the source of the destruction. She wasn't sure if her brute chi could block it. She looked around before noticing some orchid flowers burning. She became even more concerned as she noticed the scentless fog in the air. She worried that the more they fight, the more orchid flowers would be burned and the more the scent would increase. It seems that I would have to take care of this quick, she thought as she looked towards the creature. The creature, coming from the subsiding surge attack, had fury in its eyes. Its draconic head had become bigger while its body had become smaller. It looked hideously dangerous, with its head which amassed half its size as it opened its mouth before roaring out loud. Roar! Elias Raven grimaced as she felt her ears ringing. Carefully looking at the beast, she didn't fail to notice its blackened and burnt body. It seems that it had taken a considerable amount of damage from that last attack, but Elias Raven was more surprised that it only did that amount since it contained half of her brute chi. Taking something out from her storage bag, she cautiously looked at the creature, which now became a hideous beast. She feels her instincts scream and her hands shake as the creature slowly moved. In a blur it suddenly appeared over her. She felt goosebumps all around as she dropped what was in her hand before jumping back 15 meters. She traced her storage bag, this time taking a sword out from within. As she landed, she heard a loud noise from where she was originally standing. Chomp, crackle. A large chunk of the ground was gone as well as one tree trunk. They were bitten as she saw a gaping hole on the ground where everything once was. The creature didn't seem to want to give her time as it looked her way before lowering its head. Its head, which had a large draconic horn, suddenly started glowing as large amount of chi formed into the horn. Swish! A beam of pure fire was produced as it headed towards her at a fast speed. Its intensity was at its peak as it threatened to burn through anything in its path. Elias Raven had already anticipated this attack, as right after seeing the creature lower its head, she raised her sword in the air before slashing down with a chaotic brightly colored sword that shattered instantly after releasing the sword technique. Waterfall slash. A thin layer of highly concentrated chi was released in the air as the whole area changed color. Brute chi was condensed into a single unit of attack which left pressure behind as it headed for the creature. Not being sure of her defensive capabilities, Elias Raven wanted to cancel out the beam before it could reach her, but as the thin layer of brute chi was about to collide with the beam of pure fire, she was shocked to see a change in the trajectory of the beam as it turned left, away from the sword slash before heading back towards her again. She was given a fright as she looked at the attack right in front of her. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she forced all her brute chi to appear before her. She also sent out her spiritual consciousness towards the creature, specifically towards the array underneath the creature. The creature, which already had its legs folded ready to jump, suddenly became dazed as the attacks, which were moving at speeds too fast for Elias Raven to react to, met their target. A beam of pure fire struck Elias Raven's body while a highly concentrated slash struck the creature's head. Boom, boom. Two big explosions happened simultaneously as the surroundings of roughly 20 meters became flattened. The trees in the background, which were blazing in flames, became more intense as any life around became extinguished. The explosion settled, but the dust and smoke continued as on one side of the battlefield was the hideous figure of a beast on the ground with a heavy gash on its head from which blood flowed. Around the beast was a crookedly placed array that was producing white fog in the air around the 20-meter wreckage as it went to cover the only other being in the area that was on the other side of the battlefield. The scarred figure of a body covered in large burns all around as it lay bare in the rubble with occasional hard breaths coming from it. A few minutes later and the dust had settled, and yet everything remained silent around the area except for the large lingering fog of orchid flowers and the occasional twist in the array fog around the 20-meter radius. 42. Injuries. Cough, cough. Elias Raven coughed as she breathed heavily, her eyes open to the sight of darkness overhead, with the source of light being the dim rays of the moon up above. Her sight was hazy, but she could see enough. Time seemed to have passed as it's now nighttime and she had been unconscious for several hours till now. Remembering her surroundings, she tried to get up, but as soon as she placed her hands on the ground, she winced in pain as she felt them hurting after coming into contact with the ground. She thought for a second before checking her chi, and noticing that half of it had recovered, she released her spiritual consciousness to check the condition of her body. It seemed that she had sustained a large amount damage, seeing as she was basically naked except for a few rags that were here and there on her body. Luckily for Elias Raven, her face had sustained little damage since she had placed her hands up for protection at the last moment. The same could not be said for the rest of her body, which was covered with burns from her torso all the way to her legs. The burns looked quite bad, but she could tell that the injuries weren't serious, and considering her self-recovery, she assumed that in a few days they would all be gone. She laughed warily as she was just about done treating her last injuries, and now she already has another one to take care of. She was annoyed by that, but she didn't regret it as now she was more aware of her limits against spirit beasts. With that thought in mind, she was finally reminded of her surroundings as she began spreading her spiritual consciousness outward. The ground was covered with battle marks as heat patches and deep holes filled the area. Her spiritual consciousness spread as it came into contact with something. It looked to be a creature with a small body and a large head. Its head, which looked very dangerous, had a large slash across it as it actually split the head in half. Elias Raven was a little surprised at the result of her attack as she expected it to severely damage it, but not to the degree that it had been. but she should have expected it considering the creature was in a dazed state when the sword slash hit it and it didn't use any chi to defend itself from it. It would have probably survived that attack had it not been for the quick thinking of Elias Raven. She knew that it was way too fast and it would not allow itself to get hit by her slash, so she used her only chance at victory. Her soul-confusing array, which came in the form of a sealed scroll that she had dropped onto the ground earlier. She finally had a use for this item since its last use at the Westmount Valley. As the name suggests, it confuses the soul of anyone below the soul-wandering realm, and seeing as this creature was only at the Foundation Establishment realm, she thought to try it and she was proven correct. It releases a white fog that surrounded the intended target, and since she had set the target as the 20-meter radius around their battle, she didn't worry much when she realized that she had been unconscious for several hours in this place. Thinking about their fight for a minute, that she continued spreading her spiritual consciousness outside of the 20 meters as she wanted to see what happened with the forest after the trees were set ablaze. She uttered as she wondered. The trees around were charred, and after 40 more meters she could see that the fires had stopped with some form of lingering chi in the air. She doesn't know of what exactly happened, but she could think of something. A spirit beast might be the one to have stopped the spread, and seeing as the chi came all the way to her array, she assumed that the array made it leave the area, since only a soul-wandering realm cultivator or a rank 4 spirit beast would be able to notice the array in place. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Early. Experience points 12%. System Coin: 1490. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual Root: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Mutated Spirit Root: Mud. Comprehension 35%. Erosion. Comprehension 36%. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall slash, Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Formless Cultivation Method. Market. Opening the system tab, Elias Raven raised her eyebrows at the small change that her screen had displayed. Her experience point had almost doubled and one of her elemental chi had an increase of 1%. She didn't think her experience would double, but she could only attribute it to the fights that she had taken a few hours ago. As for her comprehension of erosion increasing, she thought of the burns across her body. The fact that it increases with other methods was surprising, but she didn't even think of entertaining the idea of feeling pain. Going to the system market, she searched before finally finding something that she needed. Focusing on the item, she was able to see its description as she smiled slightly. Receptor Talisman: an ingenious creation of the system that allows for one to control the receptor of one's body. But the system warns that this item is dangerous if not used correctly. 1 hour use. System coins: 70. She was happy to have seen this in the system market, as with this she could finally have a pain-free life. She hopes that she one day comes across a technique that is like this, as it would be of great help in her journey. Buying the item and losing 70 system coins, she placed it upon herself with a little difficulty as she suddenly gained a connection. She knew exactly what to do to increase all her receptors and what to do to lessen the senses of her receptors. She felt that if she wanted to, she could increase the pressure, temperature and light intensity that her skin was feeling, but she didn't have the thought of experimenting right now. She was going to be mainly using it to lessen the pain upon her skin. Standing up with no effort, or at least no pain, Elias Raven began looking across the battlefield before remembering her situation. She took the last pieces of clothing off her body before taking out a new set of robe from her storage bag. She adorned herself in a new gray and black robe before heading towards the dead creature. Arriving a few seconds later, she took the creature into her storage bag and looked at the glowing scroll on the ground that had been underneath the creature. She picked it up before cutting off her connection to it. Looking around, she noticed the white lingering fog in the air disappearing, and the surroundings becoming visible with moonlight. She was about to pick a direction to head towards, but she suddenly felt her body react to something in the air. Her face became red and her eyes became hazy while her body became hot. Quickly realizing the issue, she adjusted one of her receptors before finally becoming clear-headed. She sighed in relief as she tried to control herself. She had completely forgotten about the problem of the orchid flower. I guess that the scent increased in the air because of the trees with orchid flowers. They burned as well, Elias Raven thought as she looked at the array in her hand. She was also slightly shocked at the soul-confusing array being able to prevent that harmful thing from coming inside its perimeter. She was shocked and happy since it allowed for her to be able to buy something that coincidentally counters it. She noticed that the increase in scent had been big since it was strong enough to cause her to almost fall to it after just a few seconds of coming in contact with it. Knowing that she only has 1 hour, Elias Raven began sprinting towards a direction hoping to reach a safe place before her timer went out. 43. Stage breakthrough. Orchid Spring Forest. Inside a dimly lit cave with a luminescent light on the cave ceiling, a grey-robed young girl was sitting cross-legged on the floor. The cave was currently filled with chi as they surround the girl within a small cyclone. She was absorbing chi at a shocking level with each breath that she takes, and her aura, which was of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was becoming more powerful, and the burnt scars underneath her robes were visibly healing little by little. With every breath that she takes, the less chi that would be seen in the air, as after a few minutes of her absorption the small cyclone of chi around her stopped, having been finally used up. The large chi in the air was gone, but the girl sitting cross-legged didn't move as her eyes remained closed and her face was covered in sweat. She seemed to be having an internal battle, as occasionally chi would burst out of her before stopping at the walls of the cave. With a long breath, the girl in grey opened her eyes, which held a sharp aura with a hint of ruthlessness as she looked down at her hand. The skin of her hand was red with swelling, but she smiled a little as she realized the dark burnt marks were gone. "It seems that it was worth it," she uttered as she took out a small white pill. It was the last chi-gathering pill that she has left. Having just used one on herself just now, she planned to keep this one in case she reached a certain point of difficulty with her cultivation system. Elias Raven. Special Physique. Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Middle. Experience points 22%. System Coin: 1420. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Unavailable. Spiritual Root. Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Mutated Spirit Root. Mud. Comprehension 35%. Erosion. Comprehension 36%. Cultivation Methods. Basic Chi Gathering. Focused Chi Control. Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi. Surge. Thunderbolt Flash. Formless Cultivation Method. Market. She was currently very happy about herself. Not only did she have a breakthrough in her realm, but she also learned a lot about herself from her 1 hour of experience with her receptors. She was originally planning on returning back to her sect after getting up, but since it was night time and she was curious about the talisman that was on her mind, she decided to just carve a small hole in the mountain and stay until the next day. She also knew that even though she lessened her receptors of stimulant and pain, she would only be in that state for a 1 hour period. Focusing all her attention on breaking through her realm right after the talisman wore off helped her recover greatly from the effects that plagued her body. Her body had healed considerably and changed her original thoughts of healing after a few weeks to healing after just a few days. She felt stronger than before, and the sea of liquid chi that was inside her dungeon had increased a little as well. Having spent the few hours here meticulously cultivating, Elias Raven finally had a peace of mind as she decided to let sleep overtake her and slumber into the night. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Orchid Spring Mountain, in a small empty field devoid of trees, a tent was set upon the tall grass. Standing at the entrance of the tent was a hooded figure that looked to be guarding it, as their aura covered the surrounding areas of the tent. The aura was dark and unusual, as from one moment it would be showing the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and the next it would be showing the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The hooded figure appeared bored as they brought their hand up to their mouth before yawning. They were nonchalant even with the loud noises coming from the tent. Inside the tent, which was a few meters wide, was the loud screams of a woman along with the occasional sounds of a whip being cracked in the air. A man's laughter accompanied the screaming as the tent swayed with the wind blowing in the quiet night. The hooded figure which was guarding the tent noticed something as they looked towards the forest with focus in their eyes. In the forest from a distance came another hooded figure that moved with the wind before arriving at the entrance of the tent. He bowed down before speaking out loud. "Boss Su, I have located the person that you sent me out to get." The hooded figure, which was another man, said with a tinge of fear in his voice. He kept his head bowed down as he noticed the screaming coming from inside the tent. Stop. Crack. A loud sound cracked in the air as a blur appeared instantly in front of the kneeling hooded figure. The blur struck the figure with force as air whipped, and the blasted figure of the kneeling hooded man became seen in the air a moment later. Boom! Dust raised in the air as a small crater was formed a few meters away from the tent. The blur that struck out lost its force and fell on the floor near the tent's entrance, revealing it to be a whip with sharp spikes on it. "I ordered you to bring her here, so where is she?" a young voice said from the tent as a heavy footsteps was heard later. The crater where the dust had settled reveled the hooded figure on the ground, slowly getting up with a fearful demeanor. He didn't seem to have sustained any damage from that attack, but he quickly bowed down with his head on the ground while saying, "But it's not my fault, boss. She is in that mind-altering array again. But worry not, this time I have identified her new location and we just have to wait until she comes out before bringing her to you." As he said this, his body began trembling. He didn't dare look up as he heard the heavy steps stop by the tent entrance. A shadow loomed from within the tent as the young voice continued with arrogance and disdain in his voice, "You better do as you say, otherwise I have no need for you." The hooded figure felt a gaze upon him before being directed at the forest as the young voice said again with lustful longing in his voice while he raised his whip up in the air, "I am getting tired of these three useless toys. Maybe this feeling that I continue to have will finally be buried with this new one that I'll reward." Crack. 44. Torturous discovery. The rays of sunlight hit the ground as many creatures awoke from their slumbers. Throughout the quiet forest of the Orchid Spring Mountains began the first pounding noise. Peng, boom. An explosion rocked the area as giant clouds of debris rose in the air. A cheek-covered shadow jumped out of the smoke and landed on a nearby tree before looking down at the smoke. The shadow's hair was blowing in the air as it revealed the face of a young girl with sharp eyes. She held a cracked sword in hand and with a confused expression. It was Elias Raven. She had just gotten out of her makeshift cave with a sword in hand when she felt danger from all around. Had it not been for her quick reaction when she brought out her brute chi, then she could have been seriously injured. She looked at the explosion, the size of which seemed strong enough to cause critical damage to her. Her thoughts were running as she released her spiritual consciousness into the surroundings. Her eyebrows became raised afterwards as she noticed that it was not revealing anything to her. She was puzzled but remained cautious because anything that could cause that explosion would at least have to be at the level of Foundation establishment. As she was about to jump down to investigate the perimeter, she suddenly saw a blur appear before her with a hand stretched open. With no time to evade, her eyes could only widen at the sight of the hand appearing as she didn't have any time to react. Boom! A loud explosion was produced as Elias Raven was sent flying in the air. The tree that she was standing atop became a blazing fire as it showed the intensity of the flames. Elias Raven, flying in the air with her face red from the flaming explosion, looked back at the tree burning before thinking of something, landing with strong momentum on another tree. She was about to jump when she felt the same blur appearing before her again. Boom! Another explosion whipped the area as the tree that she had just landed on snapped under pressure. It fell to the ground along with force as a big thud was heard. "Is that all you've got?" A calm voice sounded from the smoke as wind blew away the smoke-filled air. On top of the broken-down tree laying on the ground was the angry face of Elias Raven as she stood with no visible damage to her body. A hand was right in front of her face with her own hand gripping onto it. Chaotic white chi covered her body as she finally looked at the culprit of her assault, a hooded black-robed figure. The hooded black-robed figure didn't seem fazed as they didn't say any words before raised their other hand to her face. Boom! Another explosion took place as the solid ground beneath them both caved in. The explosion had been so powerful that it cleared a 10-meter radius, and yet, "I guess that is all you've got," a voice was heard from the smoke which alarmed the hooded figure. With anxiety they tried to pull their arms away from Elias Raven but to no avail. Elias Raven once again released a burst of wind chi in the area of its obscurity as she looked upon the struggling cultivator with a darkened gaze. She tightened the grip in her hand before she noticed sizzling noise coming from it. Looking closely, she saw that the brute chi seemed to be burning away at the fabric. It was a new discovery for her, so she became intrigued in it before finally seeing a response from the other party. "Ah!" A loud scream escaped from the hooded figure as they found themselves in agonizing pain. "A response," Elias Raven said as she focused on the figure more closely. They appeared to be a man wearing all black along with a small symbol of the wolf on the robe. She didn't know of that symbol, but she now knew to investigate it. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and he only seemed proficient in that exploding technique. Looking at him as he trashed around wallowing in pain, Elias Raven held a little fear in her heart as she wondered what she would do if she was in his position. She was thinking to herself but soon shook her head. She thought to not continue thinking like that. If she wanted to be a true cultivator, she should absolutely show no mercy to someone who attacked her out of nowhere. Or, the man continued to scream in pain as she noticed brute chi seeping all across his hand. She pulled him forward before grabbing out with her other hand. Gasp! The man held by his throat was suddenly raised in the air before being slammed into the ground. Boom! A small crater formed where he lay with a burnt handprint on his neck. Injured and in pain with her grip still not releasing his hand, he couldn't do a thing. His hood which was covering his face came off, revealing his face underneath. An average-looking face with unkempt hair and a fearful expression with tears in his eyes. "Please make it stop," he said with trembling voice as he looked at his hand still held by Elias Raven. He could still feel the burning sensation in his skin which made him feel like his soul was burning. He couldn't think of anything that would stop this weird chi, as even when he tried to protect himself with his own chi it didn't work. "Make it stop?" Elias Raven repeated as she tightened her grip on his hand. She looked at the man with anger in her eyes before asking, "Why did you attack me?" "Ah!" The man screamed out in more pain as he felt the painful sensation increase. He kept on repeating the words "please" to Elias Raven, who chose to let them fall on deaf ears and reciprocate with her own. "Why did you attack me?" she continued. Only after a minute had gone by did she finally release the man's hand. Her hands were off, but they were only slightly off the man's body, as if to tell him that she would continue holding on to him if he does not agree to answer. The man finally free didn't dare to do anything. His face was sweating with beads of sweat as he finally had room to breathe. His chest heaved up and down as he took a moment to breathe. The sensation was gone, but he could still tell that her hand was there. So with a trembling body and fear in his voice he decided to finally speak. 45. Woodoo. A few miles away in an empty area devoid of trees with the sun's rays illuminating the area, a tent was placed with two hooded figures guarding the entrance. The tent was silent, with the only noise heard from inside being the occasional loud snore of a young man alongside the quiet whimpering of three women. The atmosphere around the tent was quiet, with both men standing on either side of the tent entrance. They both wore and looked the same, and yet one would notice the difference between them at first glance. Both were giving off different auras. One of them was tall and surrounded with powerful aura that released chi comparable to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, while the other one was standing short and surrounded with dark and unusual aura that flickered between the early and middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. "What's taking Xinquo so long? If he doesn't hurry up, the little boss will be mad. Why did you not go back and get her quicker?" Woodoo. The impatient voice of a young man was heard from one of the men as the one with the dark and unusual aura spoke. A snort was heard from the tall one. "Woodoo." He looked at the young black-hooded man before replying back. "Xinquo is at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, while the girl is only at the beginning stage. I don't need to be involved." He looked back at the tent while continuing. "Besides, that's not my job. The little boss still has the visionary lamp. My orders from the second boss was to make sure nothing happens to it. Had it not been for that, do you think that I would even be here?" he added as he looked back at the short young man with the usual aura. The aura around the man increased as he released chi that was on the border of a peak realm cultivator. "The little boss plays around too much. We already collected the orchid spring flowers, but he still wants to stay and play around with the disciples of these small sects," he added on with annoyance in his voice. He thought that the only reason that the little boss was surrounded with Foundation establishment realm cultivators was because of how reckless he was. Someone as special as him should not be grouped with trash like that. He cursed himself for feeling fear over the little boss and wanted to shout out loud, but he kept his thoughts hidden as he knew of the consequences that awaits him had he disobeyed. He was about to continue voicing his annoyance when he suddenly realized something. Looking at the distance in the trees, he saw something moving fast towards them. Across from them a few miles away was a white cloud of chaotic light moving through the forest with incredible speed. In seconds it tore through the trees and arrived at their location. Woodoo, the first to notice it, had already spread his spiritual consciousness, attempting to know what it was, and yet when his spiritual consciousness touched the light, he grasped his head in pain as he felt a burning sensation from his spiritual consciousness, an intense painful sensation that stunned him for a moment. Looking at the chaotic light that was practically in front of his face, he was able to see inside the cloud of chaotic white light and see the sources of such power. It was a weapon that resembled an axe, and it moved fast as it left trails of destruction in its wake before arriving at its target. The chaotic chi-axe landed and struck a black barrier that was released at the last second as the young man with the unusual dark aura stepped out, attempting to stop the attack. Unfortunately, the barrier broke apart instantly, producing a large explosion that rocked the area. Boom! A large white light illuminated the whole area, with a small grey blur flashing across the place. Any weak cultivator exposed to such light would find themselves in serious trouble. Parts of the tent fell down, with the majority of it still standing. Smoke filled the whole area before being blown away instantly by a powerful aura. Woodoo got up with a large aura being released from his body. His realm of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm was made aware as his eyes darted around the place before being drawn to the almost broken down tent. Knowing the object of his mission and the safety of the little boss who was only at the beginning stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he rushed inside the tent. Going inside the tent, which was half broken down, Woodoo saw the unconscious body of their young boss, a young chubby man adorned in luxurious robes that were stained with blood. He was laying on a bed with 4 other women, 3 of which were bloodied with bruises on their exposed bodies, with the 4th one being adorned in grey robe and under the debris of the broken part of the tent. Seeing the little boss like that, Woodoo panicked and didn't even pay attention to the situation. Releasing his spiritual consciousness, he was able to see that the little boss was only injured slightly, while the 4 women were close to dying. Looking around the place, he turned to the center of the tent where he saw a red glowing lamp on the table. Seeing the visionary lamp safe, he finally calmed down. It seems that only the 4 women were severely affected by that explosion. "Wait for," he repeated as he suddenly came to a realization. He was about to turn around when he suddenly heard a soft voice coming from behind him. Waterfall slash. A thin layer of highly concentrated chi was released in the air as the whole tent was blasted apart. Brute chi came to being as it condensed into a single line that moved fast. "Fuck!" Woodoo cursed out loud as he quickly turned around. He was only able to do that as he saw a blade appear in front of his face before everything turned black. 46. Viewpoint. Peng. Blood was sprayed in the air with the wind blowing loudly from the recoil of a collision. A body dropped to the ground while Elias Raven stood watching. In her left hand were remnants of a broken gold blade. Her eyes carried a complexion of emotions that, when looking carefully, seemed as if she had some regrets. She thought to herself once again about the path that she was taking. She contemplated the gravity of her actions and her heart felt heavy. A human being lay in front of her, dead, killed by her own hands, but it had to be done and she knew it. It had to start somewhere if she was serious about her goal. "So," she said before shaking her head. She needed to deal with the situation at hand before thinking about stuff like that. She raised her head to look at the dead body on the ground before looking past it to the floating light above it. Thinking back to a few moments ago, she remembered a bright red light had been produced when her attack tore through the man's body and hit the lamp. She was not surprised as to how the lamp was intact after receiving an attack from her. She had been able to get a considerable amount of information from the guy that attacked her first, and with that knowledge she was able to execute a perfect plan where she didn't have to do much of anything. Elias Raven thought as she turned to the unconscious people behind her. "I didn't think the level of destruction would be this big, but at least they are still alive." She had initially intended for the axe to slow down the 2 hooded men while she sneaks in the tent to rescue the women, but who would have thought that only one of them would put up a barrier while the other one stood frozen for a second. Walking over to the bed, Elias Raven finally took a good look at this little boss of the Golden Fang Bandits. He was an obese person with a big figure and thick grey hair. He had a young face and was adorned in a luxurious robe. Taking a seated posture over him, she placed her hand onto his shoulder while releasing her spiritual consciousness. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, she focused hard onto his body, covering it with her spiritual consciousness before coming to a new perspective. She marveled a little. She didn't even expect to pull this off, but now everything inside him is under her eyes. The currents of energy that ran through his body, his spiritual consciousness that seemed dormant, his very tension which was the source of his strength and what she was looking for. Coursing her chi into his body, she surrounded his tension with her own chi before locking it in place, preventing him from using his chi, for the moment at least. She breathed out with a small smile of wonder before opening her eyes again. She got up from her seated position before looking at the women beside him. Their faces were black and blue and lashes and lacerations covered their entire body, with some of them oozing fresh blood. Gazing upon them like this made her small smile of wonder disappear before being replaced with sorrow and a glint of fury in her eyes. She didn't need to release her spiritual consciousness towards them to know what kind of pain that they had been inflicted. Waving her hand towards them, she released a small suction which covered their body before pulling them out of existence. She had placed them inside the system inventory, which is able to keep whatever inside in a timeless zone. Their injuries were too severe to try and treat in this environment. She looked at the unconscious little boss before doing the same. She needed to know more about this organization and she planned to get it from him. She turned to the floating lamp before storing that as well, taking a look around the place, which was now only a bed in the middle of a field with dents and cracks from the earlier explosion. She was surprised to discover the lack of a weapon, her axe. Not just her axe, she couldn't find the man in black that tried to block it. Even with her spiritual consciousness spread out, she couldn't find him. Placing a finger under her chin, she thought back to the moment of the big explosion. She vividly remembered how the axe tore through the black barrier that was put up before striking at the man. She thought back to the earlier hooded man that attacked her in front of the cave and remembered that he was also able to hide from her spiritual consciousness. The only way she was able to get him was by predicting what he would do next, which she couldn't do in this situation. She was about to give up when she realized that her axe was missing as well, which suddenly brought a smile to her face. If I can't find the man, then I'll find the axe, she thought as she closed her eyes and focused deep within herself. It was her second time doing this, so she was easily able to start channeling her chi outwards into her surroundings. She felt a slight tug in her direction and followed the sensation. Quickly it grew stronger, and in a few seconds she was able to clearly pinpoint where exactly her axe was. Opening her eyes, she followed the sensation and headed in a straight path towards only one destination. Moving away from the area devoid of trees, she quickly found herself surrounded by the familiar trees of the Orchid Spring Mountain. Jumping from one tree to another, she stumbled upon the target of her pursuit. Her axe stuck to a tree. Finding the situation weird, she released her spiritual consciousness out of habit before coming back empty-handed. Jumping to the tree that had her axe, she could only hold a disappointing look as she realized that the hooded man probably left it here after finding himself being followed. She sighed a little as she knows what that entails in the future before she shook her head. Changing her focus, she looked at her axe, which now has more cracks from her earlier use of the brute chi, before storing it into her storage bag. She turned back and headed to her cave. It would seem that she has her hands full now. She has a lot of stuff to do. 47. Assumptions. Opening his eyes to a dark environment, the little boss groaned as signs of pain reached his body. His head throbbed and his vision blurred, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Core. While he uttered confused, only after a few seconds did he notice the position he was in. He was sitting down against a something and his arms were tied behind his back. His eyes were blurry and he felt sore all over his body. What is this, he asked as he couldn't understand how he got here. He looked around the cave, but everything was dark in his blurry vision. Xinquo, Woodoo, Muley, where are you? What's going on? He yelled, demanding an answer as his thoughts could only go to those three for the position that he found himself in. Finally awake, a heavy scrapping voice answered him as he heard a tapping noise coming from a few feet away. Suddenly dim light shone down from above as the little boss finally recognized where he was. He was inside a cavern, and looking over to the direction of the voice, he saw the blurry scene of a grey-robed figure seated on a chair with their fingers tapping at the armrest of the chair, producing a tapping noise. Your men are dead. If you don't want to die, then I expect you to answer my questions, the figure said as threatening aura came from their body. It was clear that they were not playing around, and it sent shivers down the little boss's spine. He was being threatened. With his body shaking in fear, the little boss accepted the fact. Who are you? What do you want? He asked, hoping that see if they had a feeble heart. Tap, tap, tap. And yet he received no answer, as the only thing he received was the tapping on the armrest that had not stopped even now. The figure spoke once more with a ruthless tone in their voice. I ask the questions here. If you say anything else other than the answers, then I'll kill you. Kill me, the little boss repeated in his mind as he swallowed saliva. He felt fear and anger coursing through his vein. How dare someone threaten him? He looked at the figure with fury, as this was his first time being threatened like this. He didn't know who this person was, but he vowed to torture them to the utmost when he gets his hand on them. Okay, he responded while holding back the thoughts that were being thrown around in his head. For now he would act submissive, since he was curious about this person. What was your objective coming to the Orchid Spring Mountain? The voice of the figure sounded once again, this time asking a question that confused the little boss. What does he mean? Everyone knows why our organization do that. Could it be that he doesn't know that, or does he just want to see if I would answer wrongly? The little boss thought to just answer correctly on the off chance that he was being tested. I was tasked to pick up the orchid spring flowers, he replied, looking for a reaction from the grey robes figure. Tap, tap. The figure tapped in the armrest for a few seconds before asking another question. Then why did you bring along those 3 women? 3 women, the little boss repeated before remembering about them. Oh, you mean the 3 toys, he said with a dry laugh. 3 toys, the grey figure repeated his words as the tapping on the armrest stopped. The little boss opened his eyes and suddenly came to a realization. Maybe this was a test from his second brother. It had to be. That would be the only reason that all this would make sense. Because he can't just go from soundly sleeping in his tent with his toys to waking up in this stem room instantly. He smiled slightly as he thought to himself, why didn't he see it before? Of course his second brother would try to test him with such a thing. His second brother was probably angry with him for not returning back with the visionary lamp, so he did this to teach him a lesson. He let out a small laugh before turning his focus back to the grey figure. Don't worry, they didn't get in the way of my objective. I have already collected the flowers, he said with a tinge of boastfulness in his voice. His voice rang loud and reverberated in the quiet cave room. He looked at the grey figure waiting for a response, but he received a different kind of response from the one he was expecting. Boom! Pressure suddenly descended inside the cave and the little boss felt massive weight upon his shoulders. With difficulty he took a deep breath before looking at the seated figure radiating aura. What are you doing? Do you want to die? He asked as he generally felt confusion. Even if this was a test from his second brother, he wouldn't allow for things to go this far. The seated figure finally got up from their seat and walked up to him before looking down towards him. Feeling a little insulted, the little boss raised his head to finally look at the person who had threatened him before. Their face was completely covered with a gold mask that had no holes even for the eyes and nose. They had long silky hair flowing over their shoulder, and he could faintly smell a pleasant aroma coming from this person. You, he said as he reached something that felt like dread. His second brother doesn't have anyone like this in his men, and he was sure that there were no Foundation establishment female cultivator in the organization. Remembering their earlier conversations, he was about to speak up before a hand suddenly grasped his head. You brought this upon yourself. I told you to not say anything other than the answers. A cold voice was heard from behind the mask as the hand grasped his head tighter before bringing him face to face. 48. Reinforced will. A large suction force emerged from Elias Raven's hand before the little boss was dragged out of existence and into the void of the system inventory. Elias Raven stood there for a moment before bringing her hand up to her face to remove the golden mask on her face. She had brought this mask from the system market just for this occasion, and yet she was dissatisfied with the result. That good-for-nothing little boss didn't reveal anything that she didn't already know, and he only raised her blood pressure with each time he talked. She had warned him that she would kill him, but she decided to leave it be. If she did kill him, then she would have to be spending her life running from powerful cultivators, some of which could have means unknown to her. But considering that one of them escaped, she could only hope that they don't know that it was her that attacked them. She couldn't help but think back to what she had learned about them. The Golden Fang Bandits, the result of a series of bandits joining together to form one large faction that operates out in the open without any fear of the larger sects. They numbered in the thousands and have places in several regions of the kingdoms. They were becoming increasingly arrogant after one of their leaders reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. She sighed before opening up her inventory panel to look at the 7 things that occupy the inventory boxes. The 7 consist of 5 small individuals, 1 small egg and another smaller lamp that had red light surrounding it. Looking at the little boss which occupied a large space in one of the box's window, Elias Raven thought to herself, although she wouldn't kill him, she thought that him living in a timeless environment like the system inventory from now on was no different from him being dead. The only reason she didn't kill him was because of her worries, and she was still apprehensive about killing another human being. Sigh. She knew that thinking about it would bring her no relief, so she could only hope that it would become easier for her in the future with time. As she was thinking this to herself, she thought to finally take a look at her spoils of victory from earlier, the storage bag that she had obtained from the little boss. Reaching inside the robe, she took out a small bag before spreading her spiritual consciousness into it. Checking the contents of the bag, she was slightly surprised to find that the bag actually had a smaller space than the one she holds. A majority of the space was covered in orchid spring flowers alongside a few different kinds of alchemy pills and a jade box that glowed with an aura of spirituality. She wanted to check the box first, but when her spiritual consciousness came in contact with it, she found herself feeling a slight pain before retreating her spiritual consciousness. She felt it surprisingly hurt, which baffled her. It was the first time she experienced pain to her spiritual consciousness, and it wasn't pleasant. She would have to check it out in the future, but for now she directed her attention onto the other stuffs in the storage bag, mainly the different kinds of alchemy pills. Taking a few of them out, she realized that she doesn't have any way of identifying them. They might all be beneficial to her, or they might all be detrimental to her. Regardless, she didn't think to try them just to see the effects. Taking her spiritual consciousness from the inside of the storage bag, she revealed a disappointing look. She thought to herself that she needed to study more about the different kinds of pills, seeing as she has roughly 13 pills lying around with no way of identifying them. Now then, she thought as she focused back on the inventory panel, looking specifically towards the 3 women. She was thinking about what could she do with them. From her earlier view with her spiritual consciousness, she could tell that they were cultivators of the chi-gathering realm, with one of them being at the 7th stage while the other 2 were at the 5th stage. They were unconscious and would take a while before waking up naturally. From her interrogation of the first hooded person that attacked her, she learned that they were members of a sect called the Immortal Elixir Sect. The Golden Fang Bandits had a lot of trading partners, and the Immortal Elixir Sect was among those organizations that traded with them. The Golden Fang Bandits would provide herbs for the Immortal Elixir Sect, while the Immortal Elixir Sect provided pills in return. The Immortal Elixir Sect was one of those sects that specializes in alchemy and nothing more. Their members were at a high risk of dying from going outside and collecting special herbs like the orchid spring flowers, so they make up for it in other ways like trading. Elias Raven could think of several reasons as to why these 3 women were like this, but she thought to ask them directly since she doesn't really know their circumstances, and an added benefit to helping them was that they would identify what each pills were between the 13 pills that she has found. Looking through the system market, she didn't take long to find what she was looking for, a perfect item for this particular situation: rejuvenating incense. A potential form of recovery with an incense that contains rare herbs that heal wounds and allow the body to recover at a faster rate. 140 system coins. Buying the incense, which came in the form of a foot-long stick, Elias Raven was surprised to smell a pleasant scent from it. It smelled really good and assured her that it would work. Lighting up the tip of the incense with little effort, she gently brought out the women before laying them down on a cloth one by one. As she looked at them once more, her heart ached. Their pale faces looked tired, their arms looked so thin and easily breakable, and their bodies were full of lacerations. But what really made her heart ache was the fear that they would feel from now on. She could only hope that they would be strong-willed enough to overcome it. As Elias Raven thought to herself, the cave began to get filled with a small fog from the incense, and she judged that it would last for at least 2 hours, more than enough time for the women to heal, seeing how she herself was already feeling her wounds itch. She wanted to stay until they awoke, but she already had things planned out. She wanted to accomplish what she came here to do in the first place, to test her limits, and after looking at these women, that thought was more reinforced than ever. After leaving a few robes by the side of the unconscious women, Elias Raven went to the cave entrance, where she set the soul-confusing array before heading out in the light of day. 49. Visionary lamp. Waterfall / Above the trees of the Orchid Spring Mountain, a big crescent slash of water chi shot up with lightning cracks at a fast speed before crashing against one of the wings of a large hawk. Rumble. Every animal around the area could hear a loud rumbling sound that filled the air as the body of the hawk crashed onto the ground. Having been dealt a severe blow, the hawk, a rank 2 spirit beast to the late stage, was writhing in pain, howling and yelping as its massive wings fluttered around uncontrollably. Waterfall / A familiar calm voice sounded in the distance, and soon, a similar crescent / filled with water and lightning appeared before heading towards the defenseless hawk. Boom! A large explosion filled the air, accompanied by the sound of a yelp as the hawk became no more. Slowly a grey figure with an axe walked out of the trees before stopping at the edge of the explosion. It was none other than Elias Raven, who held a dissatisfied look in her eyes. "Not enough," she said as she thought about how easily she was able to take care of the hawk. When she was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, she was able to hold her own against a spirit beast at the middle stage, a bit with the use of the Thunderbolt Flash technique. And it was the same now that she was at the middle stage. It would seem that she would have to be going against the strongest spirit beast around if she ever expects to see her limits now. As for how to identify the strongest spirit beast, she thought to use one of the items that were in her possession now, one of the items that she had in her inventory, the visionary lamp. From the explanation of the hooded man, it was this item that was able to locate her without her knowing, and it would be this item that she would use. As for why she didn't try to find out through her spiritual consciousness, it was because of just how vast the mountain was. She could only roughly cover about 80 meters with her spiritual consciousness, while this mountain was hundreds if not thousands of meters wide, with areas that she couldn't possibly know without careful observation and time, which she doesn't have a lot of. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Middle. Experience points 24%. System Coin: 1240. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Root: Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Mutated Spirit Root: Mud. Comprehension 35%. Erosion. Comprehension 36%. Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Formless Cultivation Method. Market. Opening the inventory panel, she took out the lamp which still radiated red light. She still remembered the little sentence about this lamp: "It can make you see anything you want in your surroundings." Although crude in the way it was said, it made her realize how much of an importance it held if they had to send someone at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm just to look over it. Holding it by its handle, she poured chi into the visionary lamp, which caused the red light to brighten up. Her gaze suddenly shifted from her eyes into a wide range of the area, as in the next second she could see her whole body, even the top of her head and all the details around her. Adding more chi into the lamp, she saw her view becoming wider and wider before gazing at herself as just a dot in the cluster of trees around her. Although the view was wonderful, it was not her objective. Thinking about what was said about the lamp, she concentrated her thoughts onto spirit beasts, the strongest spirit beast around. At once the view zoomed through the trees, concentrating on the strongest being in the region, and in the next second her vision was shifted to a clearing in the middle of the mountain. The sight that greeted her was alarming, as she beheld a group of 10 giant black apes in a rocky landscape with tall flowers of orchid spring flowers. The apes were big, rough in size and as large as an elephant, and they each exuded large amounts of spiritual energy, with several of them possessing the aura of high-ranking spirit beast, likely at the peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Having received her answer, she cut off her supply of chi with the lamp, with her vision seemingly reversing back and landing on her eye view again. "Oh," she said in slight surprise as she felt her balance return to her. She held herself up with the axe in her hand and blinked her eyes. Her eyes were dizzy and her vision was blurred, but she already knew that this was an effect of using the lamp. Taking a few seconds to clear her mind, she began to think once again about what she saw, 10 massive apes with the strongest spirit beast of this mountain being one of them. She began to play out scenarios in her head and thought about her options. She knew that if she went in there as she was now, then she would be attacked by all of them and she would likely not be able to take them all down. She looked down at her giant axe before shaking her head. She only has this axe and one other sword in her arsenal, and she knew that they would not be enough. The axe was already cracked and a few more uses would destroy it, while the sword would be destroyed instantly after one use. Opening her system market, she could only hope to find herself a suitable partner or replacement for the axe, which was already cracked due to the brute chi. And she wasn't disappointed, as she soon found a suitable item on the market that caught her eye. Dragon Jade Seal, a medium-grade circular platform that can be utilized in many different unique ways, primarily used as weaponry and transportation. 590 System Coin 50. Dragon Jade Seal. Orchid Spring Mountain. At a rocky terrain near the center of the mountain lay orchid spring flowers that differ from the rest. Unlike their counterparts, these ones were not attached to any other trees, as they themselves have grown to be the size of a large tree. Each filled the area, appearing very close to each other, creating a wondrous environment that would leave one entranced. Unlike other areas of the forest that only held small amounts of orchid spring flowers, this single area arranged with orchid spring flowers as large as trees has so much concentration that the invisible scent in the air started forming into small vapors. Roar. A beast's roar could be heard through the trees, as even with a large concentration of orchid spring flowers, the place was thriving with powerful spirit beast. In one particular area of the orchid spring trees was a small gathering of powerful spirit beast, the orchid mountain apes. A dozen giant black apes were parading through the giant trees that clustered around each other. With no vigilance held in their eyes, they took themselves to be majestic and intimidating, the most powerful force in the mountain. They were giants, rough in size and 5 meters tall. They each exuded large amounts of spiritual energy that pushed away the small vapor around their location. But even though several of them were releasing power at the peak of rank 2, one in particular held a powerful aura around him that was a little different, unique. His domineering presence commanded the rest of the giant apes to submit and obey. Together they formed a formidable force that none dared to gaze at, let alone go against. Yet a pair of eyes was gazing upon them from afar as a petite grey-robed figure stood silently in the air. Under her feet was a green circular platform that hovered up higher behind the trees. She surveyed them one by one before her eyes locked on the dominant ape. Yet the moment she did so, a cold chill was shot down her spine as she saw the creature look back at her, eyes blazing with malice and dominance. Roar. The giant ape roared and commanded the other apes to attack. It felt insulted that such a weak and small creature would gaze at him and not bow their head in submission. The other apes roared back in response, meeting the call for violence with the same enthusiasm. A savage stampede quickly filled the trees, as 6 of the 3 giant apes started rushing toward her all at once. Bizarrely, the grey robes figure, Elias Raven, didn't show much emotion as she charged at them. With the green circular platform under her, the dragon Jade Seal moved at a shocking speed as it approached the apes. Appearing in her hand was a cracked giant axe that started glowing with power as she slowly revealed her cultivation realm. Right when the dragon Jade Seal was a few meters away from the giant apes, she jumped up to land upon a tree while concentrating on the dragon Jade Seal, which started to emit a horrifying power. Not stopping its shocking travel speed, it released powerful pressure on the whole battlefield, causing the giant apes to all come to a halt as it headed towards the most powerful of the bunch. A rank 2 ape at the late stage. Boom. The area was lit up with an explosion of green light as the giant ape was hit by the seal's power. The other apes staggered back from the ensuing shockwave while Elias Raven was nowhere to be seen. The explosion settled down to reveal the damaged figure of an ape that was barely breathing as it landed on a tree with a thud, and the dragon Jade Seal stuck to his body, having stopped glowing in green. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 remaining apes that consist of 2 other at the late stage and 3 at the middle stage were in anger as they gathered around the crucially wounded figure of their companion, frantically looking around, trying to find the perpetrator. Surge. Elias Raven's voice was heard a few meters away as she revealed herself behind a tree with a small smile upon her face. Her gaze was not focused as her concentration seemed elsewhere. Roar. The apes angrily roared as they looked towards Elias Raven with vengeful looks. They prepared to attack when they felt something right under their feet. Whoosh! The sound of sea waves filled the air as right before them, from the circular weapon stuck to their wounded companion came a white light, followed by a burst of powerful water chi that engulfed the surroundings along with the 5 apes. Boom! The powerful water chi violently exploded in a chaotic manner, producing an enormous light that filled the area for a few seconds. Elias Raven looked at the explosion with a thoughtful expression while releasing her spiritual consciousness outward. She hoped to finish this battle before the last 3 apes arrive, especially the leader, since she wasn't sure of his true strength. She barely had any chi left inside her danshan as she used all of it in the last 2 attacks with the dragon jade seal. Looking on as the explosion settled, she put her axe down before she switched from her normal chi to her brute chi and slowly raised her arm towards the apes revealed in the explosion. 2 apes at the late stage were all that was left, as the other 3 at the middle stage and the first at the late stage couldn't withstand the strength of the surge technique. They roared out loud before charging towards her, releasing savage energy around them. They both felt a coming attack from her, so they charged at her, wanting to intervene before it happened. And yet it was all for naught as they heard the words surge. An explosion was produced once more, this time a smaller yet more powerful one, as after the explosion settled and the white lights dissipated, what was left of the 2 was revealed to Elias Raven, which was revealed to be nothing. 51. Lighting tribulation. Raw trees fell under the path of 3 bellowing apes as they released large amounts of energy that seemed to carry with them a terrifying pressure, the fastest of them being the leader, as it arrived before Elias Raven, way ahead of the others. Before reaching out with one of its arms towards her, it gathered terrifying chi force into its hand before swiping down towards Elias Raven in a frightening motion. Peng! A recoil resounded as the tree under Elias Raven was torn apart, with she herself and her axe being blown away like a ragdoll a few meters back. Boom! A small crater formed on one of the trees as a green light emerged at her impact point, shaking the surrounding trees with a small shock wave. Roar! The domineering monkey leader roared into the sky with anger and fury before launching itself onto the distant tree where Elias Raven had landed. Arriving before the tree, it turned its massive leg in the air before bringing it down with shocking force. Peng! The tree turned rigid before collapsing, with the ape not stopping its leg and raising it and stomping down again and again onto the crater of the tree, even though it felt hard recoils from its stomp. Roar! Roar! 2 roars sounded in the distance as the 2 late apes jumped through the trees before finally arriving at their leader's earlier point of attack, the area which housed their dead companions. They were about to pass the area and catch up to their leader when both of them heard a soft, calm voice behind them. Waterfall/crack. The sound of a blade cracking accompanied the soft voice as both of them felt an alarming crisis behind them. They brought out their spiritual energy, but to no avail, as a sharp crescent slash of chaotic chi tore through the both of them before traveling to their leader ahead, not losing its power in the least. Boom! A shocking explosion ensued as the attack landed on the last ape. The explosion covered a large area as any tree in the 10-meter perimeter was cut down and torn apart, with a large crater being formed on the ground. End of Block 1.